AC. OCHDABRAI. LDNATR4 Hardabra. Latin Phrases and Quotations. Revised edition. Also by Richard Branian. Treasury of Roman Love Poems, Quotations and Proverbs. Richard A. Branian, editor and translator. This collection of love poetry offers poems by 12 notable Roman poets, including Catullus, Virgil, Horace, Ovid, and Juvenal, along with numerous proverbs and quotations about love. Each work and saying is presented in the original Latin with side-by-side English translation, making this book a perfect classroom study aid for students of Latin who want to practice translations on their own. 127 pages *7818-0309-8 811.95 hardcover *348. Treasury of French Love Poems, Quotations and Proverbs. Richard A. Branian, editor and translator. This collection of French love poems, quotations and proverbs reflects a culture deeply affected by the affairs of the heart. Subjects such as lust, betrayal, true love and obsession are explored in 25 poems and over 100 proverbs and quotations. The text provides the original French with side-by-side English translation. Also available on audio cassette, read by professional actors and native speakers. 127 pages *5x7 *07818-0307-1 811.95 hardcover *344. Audible book 120 minutes *0-7818-0359-4 812.95 580. To order Hippocrane books, contact your local bookstore, call 718-454-2366, visit www.hippocranebooks.com, or write to Hippocrane Books, 171 Madison Avenue, New York, NY 10016. Please enclose check or money order adding $5 shipping. UPS, for the first book and 50 cents for each additional title. Prices subject to change. Without prior notice. Latin Phrases and Quotations. Revised edition. Richard A. Branian. Hippocrane Books. New York. Dedicated to the memory of my mother, Roberta Mahaffey Branian, who taught me the value of an education. Copyright symbol 1994-1997 by Hippocrane Books, Incorporated. 4th printing, 2004. All rights reserved. For information, address. Hippocrane Books. 171 Madison Avenue, New York, NY 10016. Library of Congress Cataloging in Publication Data. Branian, Richard A. Latin Phrases and Quotations / Richard A. Branian. Revelation ed. P. cm. ISBN 0-7818-0260-1. 1 Latin Language Dictionaries English. 2. Latin Language Terms and Phrases. 3. Quotations, Latin. I title. PAR 2365.E5B 73 1997 96 to 38535. 473.21 DC20 CIP. Printed in the United States of America. Contents. Foreword 6. Preface 7. Dictionary of Latin Phrases and Quotations 9. Appendix 1. Summary of major Latin writers 237. Appendix 2. Summary of major Greek writers 241. Appendix 3. Mots of selected states 244. Appendix 4. 150 most common Latin phrases 246. Appendix 5. 50 most common Latin quotations 253. Foreword. Even after some 2 years now, still remember the surprise and pleasure I felt upon first examining Richard Branian's Dictionary of Latin Phrases and Quotations. Here was a true reader's companion I realized, to have at the ready when reading or even carefully rereading so many works of literature belonging to the Western tradition from classical Roman antiquity down to our own time. Not only professors, teachers, and students outside the field of Latin studies but for that matter anyone with a liberal arts background would surely find this resource to be helpful and of remarkably practical usefulness. In addition to explaining words and phrases that might be wholly unfamiliar and otherwise undecipherable to a reader with a limited knowledge of the Latin language, this guide also performs the valuable service of making clear many other expressions whose meaning might otherwise remain imperfectly understood or even unintentionally misinterpreted, something I have found happening to myself all too frequently in the past. But now, armed with this compact and eminently usable reference tool, I have realized that encounters with unfamiliar Latin words and phrases in my general reading no longer need to be disconcerting or frustrating experiences. Thanks to Richard Branian's book, our reading can proceed without breaking stride. On such occasions, I admire what he has done and can recommend it with enthusiasm to anyone seeking such a ready reference tool when undertaking the reading of material likely to contain Latin words and phrases without accompanying translation or explanation. Frederick W. Vogler, Professor of French, University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, Department of Romance Languages, November, 1993. 6i. Preface. During the past 5 years, colleges and universities in the United States have witnessed a resurgence of interest in the liberal arts and humanities. For almost 2 decades, colleges and universities saw their enrollments increase in fields of business, engineering, science, and related disciplines, while enrollments in the liberal arts often suffered declines. This may have been acceptable for a while. Certainly, the education of men and women in these fields is important in order to maintain a competitive stance in our international economy. However, as students of those disciplines have grown older, many have experienced regret in not having taken more courses in liberal arts while they were in college. Although many of today's graduates have had some exposure to a foreign language, very few have had any significant exposure to classical literature or to the classical languages, Latin and Greek. This dictionary has been compiled to supplement this hiatus in classical knowledge. Although it certainly does not purport to serve as a substitute for the study of Latin, this dictionary can help the reader attain a higher level of appreciation for our classical heritage and lead to an improved understanding of many of the great works of literature. This dictionary serves as a bridge between the normal desk dictionary, which may contain 200 to 300 Latin expressions, and a standard Latin dictionary which contains only single-word entries. The entries in this dictionary have been selected from the great literary works of Western civilization and from references containing the most commonly encountered foreign language expressions. The reader should note that every single expression in this dictionary has appeared in some literary work in the English language, often without a direct translation. In other words, the author had expected the educated reader to understand these expressions without further explanation. Of course, this is an unwarranted assumption when one realizes that a majority of the literate public has never had any significant exposure to Latin, and that most readers experience difficulty upon encountering these foreign expressions without translation. These entries were selected according to their relative importance in the great literary tradition of Western thought and according to their relative frequency in literature and articles appearing in 7. Latin phrases and quotations. Periodicals. Expressions and phrases which are used only within the confines of a single discipline, such as medicine and law, have been avoided for the most part. Only those expressions which have appeared in books and articles intended for the general public have been included. Also, very few single-word entries have been included, because the more common Latin words which have been assimilated into English can be found in any good desk dictionary. Another point of which the reader should be aware is related to the print style used in the presentation of foreign expressions. In general, foreign expressions are shown in italics in a printed book, or by means of underlining in a typed manuscript. However, a few of the more commonly used expressions have been completely assimilated into English language during the past century and require no italics. Should the reader be concerned about the appropriate print style for any specific expression, he or she should consult a recent dictionary such as Webster's New World Dictionary, 3rd edition, or the Random House College Dictionary, 2nd edition. The reader should also note that the Latin alphabet consisted of only 20 letters, most of which were quite similar in style to their counterparts in modern English. The Latin alphabet of classical antiquity did not include the modem K, J, W, X, Y, or Z. I have strictly adhered to the conventional spelling of all Latin words and phrases which originated in the classical period. However, during the Middle Ages and Renaissance, a time when many of the great classical works were rediscovered and translated into other languages, a few changes occurred in the Latin alphabet. Many scribes began to use the modem J in words which had previously been spelled with I, and these words received the pronunciation of a soft G. Common words affected includius, the etymon for justice, which became jus, and iuria, the etymon for jurisdiction, which became juria. 4. Those expressions which originated after the Renaissance and appear in literature only with the modem spelling, I have presented with the J. For all other expressions I have retained the classical spelling, using the I. For the purpose of this reference work there were no phrases or quotations which began with the modem J. Therefore, the reader will not find a separate J section in the main body of the dictionary. A. Ab absurdu. Ab abusu ad usum non. Vale consequentia. Ab actu ad posse vale. Illatio. Ab etano. Ab asinolanam. Ab implicito. Abist. Abant studia in mors. Ab extra. Abiit ad majors. Abiit ad plors. Abiit, excessit, evasit. Erupit. Abimo pector. Ab inconvenienti. Ab incunabules. Ab initio. From the absurd. Consequences of abuse do not apply to general use. From the past one can infer the future. From the beginning of time. Wool from an ass, blood from a stone. At pleasure. He or she is absent. Pursuits change into habits. Ovid. From the outside. He or she has gone to the ancestors, died. He or she has gone to the majority, died. He has departed, gone off, escaped, broken. Cicero. From the bottom of the heart. From the inconvenience involved. From infancy, from the cradle. From the beginning. 9. Latin phrases and quotations. Ab intra. Ab invito. Ab love principium. Ab irrito. Abnormis sapiens. Ab origine. Above majori dicit. Area minor. Ab ovo. Ab ovo usque ad mala. Abscisio infinity. Absens has non erit. Absent febre. Absentee ledit cum. Ebrio qui litigat. Absent rio. Absit invidia. Absit omen. Absolvo. Absc. Absc hoc. Abscular nota. From within. Against the will. Unwillingly. From Jove is my beginning, Virgil. From the angry man. Unfair. A natural born. Philosopher, Horace. From the origin, from the first. From the older ox the younger learns to plow. From the egg, from the beginning. From the egg to the apples, from beginning to end. Cutting off an infinite part. The absent one will not be a without fever. To quarrel with a drunk is to wrong a man who isn't even there. The defendant being absent. Male will be absent, no offense intended. May the omen be absent. God forbid. I absolve, I acquit. Without, but for. But for this, apart from this. Without any marks. 10. Latin phrases and quotations. Abu no ad ones. Abu modis omnes. Ab urb candita, auc. Abusus non tolit usum. Abyssus abishum invocat. Accipite ad calsum. Accidas ad curium. Accessit. Accipiunt leges, populus. Quibus legibus ex lex. Accusarianimo esse debit. Nisi coram deo. Acerbus it ingens. Ac etiam. Aceruntis pabulum. Asilo usque ad centrum. Accrus solus. Acta ereditarum. Acta ist fabula. Acta sanctorum. From one to all. From one example, learn. All, Virgil. From the foundation of the city, 753 BC. Reference to Rome. Abuse of a right does not invalidate use. Hell calls upon hell, the Vulgate. From head to heel. Entirely or completely. You may approach the court. He or she came near, a runner-up. They consent to laws which place people beyond the pale of the law. No one is bound to accuse himself, unless before God, fierce and mighty, and also food for Icheron, food for the gallows. From the sky to the center of the earth. Salvation comes from the cross. Contributions to a cause. The drama has been acted out. Augustus. Deeds of the Saints, Jean Bolland. 11. Latin phrases and quotations. Actio ex delicto. Actio personalis moritur. Cum persona. Acta majoria. Actum est. Actum est de Republican. Actum eniagas. Actus curiae. Actus dea. Actus reus. A cuspide corona. Ad absurdum. Ad oleum diem. Ad amusim. Ad aperturum libri. Ad arbitrium. Ad astra. Ad astra per aspera. Adato. Ad baculum. Ad augusta per angusta. Ad calendars graecus. Ad captandum. Cause of action, reason. For a lawsuit. Personal action dies with the person. To do what has already been done. It is all over. It is all over with the Commonwealth. Do not redo that which has been done. Act of the court. Act of God. The criminal act or the guilty act. From the spear crown to the absurd. At another day. According to a rule. Accurately. At the opening of a book. At will, at pleasure. To the stars, to the ultimate ends. To the stars through difficulties, motto of Kansas. From the date to the rod, appeal to force, not reason. To honor through difficulties. To the Greek calends. Never. For the sarke of pleasing. 1. Latin phrases and quotations. Ad captandum vulgus. Ad claram. Ad criminum. Ad damnum. Addendum. Ad e parvum parvo. Magnus aesivus erit. Adita. Ad effectum. Adeo it ridge. Adeo inteneris. Consusaria multum est. Adeo lux nostra. Ades. Adist fidels. Ad undum gradium. Ad extra. Ad extremum. Ad fidem. Ad filum aqua. Ad filum vii. Ad finem. Ad finem fidelis. Ad gloriam. Ad gustum. Ad hanc vocem. Appealing to the emotions of the crowd. To the clergy. To the purse, appealing. To self-interest. To the damages, amount. Demanded. Something to be added. Add a little to a little and there will be a great heap, Ovid. Let it be increased. Until effectual. From God and the King. Imperative to form habits. In the early years, Virgil. Our light comes from God. To be present. O come, all ye faithful. To the same degree, equal. blame or praise. To the outside. To the extreme, to the end. To faith, in allegiance. To the center of the stream. To the center of the road. To the end, at the end of the page. Faithful to the end. For the glory. To one's taste. To this word. 13. Latin phrases and quotations. Ad hibendarist in. Jocando moderatio. Ad hibendus. Ad hoc. Ad hominem. Ad hoc sub judice lesis. Ad hunc locum. Ad idem. Adi. Ad ignorantium. Ad infinitum. Ad initium. Ad instar omnium. Ad interim. Ad internitionem. Ad invidium. Ad judicium. Adjuvant deo labor. Proficit. Ad libitum, ad lib. Ad limina apostolorum. Ad litem. One should employ restraint in his jests. Cicero. To be administered. To this, for a specific occasion, impromptu. Personal attack relating to the individual. The case is still before the court. At this place. To the same point. From that day. To ignorance, of the facts. Of an argument. Without an end, to infinity, without limit. At the beginning. After the fashion of. In the likeness of all. In the meantime, for the time being. To extermination. To envy or prejudice. To judgment or common sense. With God's help, work prospers. At pleasure. Extemporaneously or freely. To the thresholds of the apostles. For the specific lawsuit. 14. Latin phrases and quotations. Ad litteram. Ad locum. Ad majorem dea gloriam. Ad manum. Ad meliora vertima. Ad misericordiam. Ad modum. Ad multos annos. Ad nausem. Ad nocendum patens. Sumus. Ad partes dolens. Ad paters. Ad paucus dies. Ad perpetuum rei. Memoriam. Ad personam. Ad populum. Ad praesens over cras. Pullis sunt meliora ad cum ad quod. Ad cum. Ad quod. Ad quod damnum. To the letter, in a precise manner. At the place, at a specific location. To the greater glory of God, motto of the Jesuits. At hand, ready and prepared. Let us turn to better things. To pity, appealing to mercy. In the manner of after many years. To the point of sickness or disgust. We all have power to do harm, Seneca. To the painful parts. To the fathers, dead. For a few days. For the perpetual remembrance of the thing. To the person, relating to the individual. To the people. Eggs today are better than chickens tomorrow. To or for whom, to or for which. To which, for which. To what damage. 15. Latin phrases and quotations. Ad referendum. Ad rem. Ad saturatum. Ad scriptus glebe. Ad sectum. Ad stant febre. Ad sum. Ad summam. Ad summum. Ad alter. Ad undum. ad uncum factus, ad uncum factus homo, ad unum omnes, ad usum delphini, ad usum externum, ad utrum paratus, ad valorem, ad verbum, ad verecundium, adversa virtute repello. For reference, for further consideration, to the thing, relevant to the present matter, to saturation, a person bound to the soil, a serf, at the lawsuit of, when fever is present, I am present, to be present. In short, in a word, to the highest point, corrupter, seducer, to the fingernail, with great precision, a highly polished work, to perfection, a man polished to the nail, Horace, all to one, in a unanimous fashion, according to custom, for the dauphin's use, expurgated, for external use, ready for any event, prepared for the worst, according to value, to the word, verbatim, appeal to modesty in an argument. Things having been noted, I repel adversity by valor. 16. Latin phrases and quotations. Adversaria, adversus, adversus bonos mors, adversus solem eni, loquita, ad vitam aeternam, ad vitam aut culpam, ad vivum, advocatus diaboli, edificatum, iga amore, igra amans, egrescit medendo, egri somnia vana, egratat, equibiliter et diligenta, equals, equam servare mentem, equam memento rebus, in arduis servare mentem, equanimita, that which has been turned to, commentary, against, contrary to, against good morals. Don't speak against the sum, an obvious fact. For life, for the duration of a person's life. For eternal life, for all time. For life or until a misdeed. To the life. Devil's advocate. That which is built. To be sick, medical. Excuse of a British student. Love sickness. Lover's sickness. The disease worsens with treatment, Virgil. A sick man's dream. Hallucination, Virgil. He is sick, certificate. Denoting illness. Uniformly and diligently. Equal parts. To preserve a calm mind. Equanimity, Horace. Remember to maintain a calm mind while doing difficult tasks, Virgil. With composure, with equanimity. 17. Latin phrases and quotations. Equilibrium. Indifferentiae. Equitas sequita legem. Equo animo. Equo pulsatpod. Aer perennius. Aes alienum. Aes triplex. Estimatio capitis. Aetitis. Aetitis sua. Aeternum servans sub. Pectora vulnus. Aeternum veil. Affinitas. Afflatus. Afflatus montium. Afflavit deicit. Dissipanta. Affortiori. Affront praecipitium. Tergol upi. H quod agis. A gradient fibre. State of exact balance. Between two actions. Equity follows the law. With a calm mind, with equanimity. Pale death, knocks with. Equal foot, Horace. More durable than. Bronze, everlasting. Money belonging to. Another, a debt. Triple brass, a strong. Defense. Estimation of the head. Price of a man. At the age of. In the year of one's life. Nursing an everlasting. Wound within the. Breast, Virgil. Farewell forever. Relationship by marriage. Breath, breeze, poetic. Inspiration. Mountain air. God sent forth his breath and they were scattered, reference to the Spanish Armada. With even stronger reason, all the more. A precipice in front and wolves behind. Do what you are doing. Pay attention. When the fever increases. 18. Latin phrases and quotations. Agitar. Agitar ante sumendum. Agnosco veteris vestigia. Flamme. Agnostia. Alateria. Albe Gaulini filius. Albo lapillo nota diem. Albus. Albus liber. Alia jacta ist. Alia flammam. Alias. Alias dictus. Alia tendanda via ist. Alibi. Alienia potens. Alienia potens sui. Prophysis. Alieni generis. Alieni iuris. Alienum ist omne. Quicquid optando. Evenit. Shake or stir. Shake before taking. I feel once more the scars of the old flame, Virgil. The Lamb of God. Portion of Catholic Mass. From the side, with confidence. Son of a white hen. Auspicious event. To mark the day with a white stone. White. White book. The die is cast, Ullius Caesar, crosses the Rubicon 49 BC. To feed the flames, Ovid. Otherwise, at another time. An assumed name, also. Known as. Another way must be. Tried. Elsewhere. Eager for another's. Property. Covetous of another's. Possession, lavish of his. Own, salust. Of a different class. Subject to another law. What we obtain by asking is not really ours. 19. Latin phrases and quotations. Alimenta means of support, food. Clothing, shelter. Alio intuitu from another point of view. Aliquando bonus. Dormitat Homerus. Aliquant. Aliquid. Aliquis in omnibus. Nullus in singulis. Aliquo. Alis volat proprius. Alicia vitium vivitque. Tejang du. Alundi. Alma mater. Alter. Altercatio. Alter ego. Alter ego istamicus. Alter idem. Alter ipsamicus. Alteri sic tibi. Alternis dibus. Alternis huris. Alternis noctibus. Sometimes even good. Homer sleeps. An uneven part of the whole. Something, somewhat. A somebody in general. Nobody in particular. An even part of the whole. She flies by her own wings, motto of Oregon. Vice is nourished by being concealed from another source. From the outside. Bounteous mother. Protective institution. Another person. Personality of another. Forensic argumentation. Cross-examination. One's second self, very close friend. A friend is another self. Another thing similar in all respects. A friend is a second self. Do unto another as to yourself. Every other day. Every other hour. Every other night. 20. Latin phrases and quotations. Alterum alterus auxilio. Igit. Alterum non lideria. Alterum tantum. Alcira petto. Altissima quaric. Flumina minimo sono. Labianta. Amabit sapiens, cupiant. Ceteri. Amans iratus multa. Menticia sibi. Amant sunt armentis. Amantium iri amoris. Integratio ist. Amerit sapavix deo. Conceditur. Amaria liquid. A maximis ad minima. Ambigandi locus. A mensa it toro. A missi probanta rebus. Adversis. A missaci immortals. Mortals inimicitias. Debiria s. A missacia semper prodist. A missacia sign fraud. One thing needs the help of another. Not to injure others. As much again, twice as much. I seek higher things. The deepest rivers flow with the least sound. Still waters run deep. Wise men love, others are mere lechers. An angry lover tells himself many lies. Lovers are lunatics. Turns. A lover's quarrel renews. Love turns. Even a god finds it difficult to love and to be wise at the same time. Something bitter, a touch of bitterness. From the largest to the smallest. Room for doubt. From table and bed, a legal separation. Friends are proved by adversity, Cicero. Our friendships should be immortal, our enmities mortal, Livy. Friendship is always of benefit. Friendship without deceit. 21. Latin phrases and quotations. Amicus certus in re. Incertus cernicia. Amicus curiae. Amicus est tanquam alter. Idem. Amicus humani generis. Amicus Plato, sed magis. Amica veritas. Amicus usque ad aras. A minori ad maius. Amissum quod necita. Non amittita. Amor animi arbitrio. Sumicia, non ponita. Amor gignit amorem. Amor habendi. Amori finem tempus. Non animus facit. Amoris vulnis idem. Sanat qui facit. Amor magnus doctor est. Amor nummi. Amor patrii. Amor proximi. Amor celeritas habendi. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Friend of the court. Impartial spokesman. A friend is almost a second self. A friend of the human race, philanthropist. Plato is my friend, but a greater friend is truth. A friend to the altars, a friend unto death or until religious convictions prevent action. From the lesser to the greater. The loss that is unknown is no loss at all. Publius. Cyrus. We choose to love, we do not choose to cease loving. Love begets love. Love of possessing. Time, not the mind, puts an end to love. The wounds of love are cured by love itself. Love is a great teacher. Street. Augustine. Love of money love of one's country, love of one's neighbor, accursed love of possessing. Ovid. 22. Latin phrases and quotations. Amor vincit omnia. Amor vincit omnia it numbers. Si damus amori. Amoto quaramus seria. Ludo. Amo ut invenio. Ancilla theologiae. Angelus Domini. Anguis in herba. Angulus ride. Angulus terrarum. Annils fabulae. Anima. Anima bruta. Anima divina. Anima humana. Anima inimicus una. Animal bipes implume. Animal disputans. Animal rationale. Anima mundi. Anni nubiles. Love conquers all things. Virgil. Love conquers all things. And let us yield to love. Virgil. Setting games aside, let's get on to serious matters. Horace. I love as I find. The Handmaid of Theology, Philosophy. Angel of the Lord, a morning prayer. A snake in the grass, a hidden danger. That corner of the earth smiles. Horace. Quiet corner of the world, place of repose. Old wives' tales. Mind, soul, inner spirit. The brute soul. The divine soul. The human soul. One mind among friends. A two-legged animal. Without feathers. Plato's definition of a human being. An argumentative person. A reasoning person. The power governing the physical universe. Marriageable years. 23. Latin phrases and quotations. Animis opibusque parati. Animo it facto. Animo it fide. Animo non astutia. Animum pictura pascit. Inani. Animus capiendi. Animus it prudentia. Animus furandi. Animus miminis horit. Animus non deficit. Icus. Animus revocandi. Anno. Anno aetitis sua. Anno Christi. Anno Domini, AD. Anno Hegeri, AH. Anno Humani Salutis. Annani Caritas. Anno Mundi, AM. Prepared in minds and resources, a motto of South Carolina. In intention and fact. By courage and faith. By courage, not by craft. With the vain picture he feeds his soul. Virgil. With the intention of taking courage and discretion. With the intention of stealing. My soul shudders at the recollection. Virgil. Equanimity does not fail us. With intention of revoking a contract. In the year of his or her age. In the year of Christ. In the year of our Lord. In the year of Hegera, 622 AD. In the year of man's redemption. The cost of living is high. Cicero. In the year of the world's creation, according to Usher in 4004 BC, to the Hebrews in 3761 BC. 24. Latin phrases and quotations. Anno Regni. Anno Salutis. Annos Vixit. Anno Urbis Conditi. AUC. Annuit Coptis. Annulus it Baculus. Annus. Annus it dies. Annus Luctus. Annus Magnus. Annus Mirabilis. Antibarbam dox senes. antebellum, ante-Christiam, ante-Sibum, ante-diem, ante-litem notum, ante-lucem, ante-meridium, am, ante-mortem, in the year of the reign of a specific monarch, in the year of redemption. He or she lived so many years. In the year of the founding of Rome, 753 BC. God has favored our undertaking. Virgil. Motto on the Great Seal of the United States. Ring and staff. Year. A year and a day. Year of mourning. The great year, cycle of 26,000 years. Wonderful year or remarkable year. You teach old men before your beard grows. Period before the war. Usually refers to the American Civil War. Before Christ. Before meals. Before the day. Before commencing litigation. Before daybreak. Before noon, in the morning. Before death. 25. Latin phrases and quotations. Ante omnia. Ante partem. Ante res. Ante tubam trepidat. Apage satanas. A party ante. A party post. Apud malacum est. Mulia, turdimum est. Bono. Apertu vivia voto. Apertum factum. Apices litigandi. Apologia. Apologia pro vita sua. A posse ad es. A posteriori. Apparatus belli. Apparatus criticus. Apparent renance in. Gurgite vasto. Appetitius rationi periat. Applicatio est vitae. Regular. Before all things. Before childbirth. Before things. He trembles before the trumpet sounds. Virgil. Get thee away, Satan. From the part before. From the part after. Only when a woman is openly bad is she really good. To live with unconcealed desire. Perseus. An overt action. Fine points of litigation. Speech made in one's self-defense. Defense of his way of life. Cardinal Newman. From the possible to the actual. Inductive reasoning. From effect to cause. Equipment and munitions for war. Supplementary scholarly information. Scattered here and there. They are seen swimming in the seething waters. Virgil. Let your desires be governed by reason. Application is the rule of life. 26. Latin phrases and quotations. A primo. A principio. A priori. Apud. Aqua. Aqua bulliens. Aqua caelestis. Aqua callida. Aqua destillata. Aqua dulcis. Aqua itigni interdictus. Aqua manalis. Aqua fervens. Aqua fontana. Aqua fortis. Aqua frigida. Aqua marina. Aqua mirabilis. Aqua profunda est quieta. Aqua pura. Aqua regia. Aqua tofana. Aqua vitae. Aquila non capit muscus. Aquo. Arita pentelicii. From the first. From the beginning. Deductive reasoning. From cause to effect. According to, in the writings of water. Boiling water. Celestial water. Warm water. Distilled water. Sweet water. Forbidden water and fire. Cicero. Hand-washing vessel. Hot water. Spring water. Strong water, nitric acid. Cold water. Green water. Wonderful water. Still waters run deep. Distilled water. Royal water, nitric and hydrochloric acid. Water of Tofana, a secret. Poison. Water of life, whiskey or brandy. An eagle does not catch flies. From which? Plowshares of Pentelicus. Ruskin. 27. Latin phrases and quotations. Arbiter bibendi. Arbiter elegantiae. Arbitrio suo. Arbor consanguinitatis. Arbor vitae. Arcades ambo. Arcana Coelestia. Arcana imperatu. Arcanum arcanarum. Ardentia verba. Arena sine Argentum album. Argentum dia. Argilla quidvis. Imitaberis uda. Arguendo. Argument contra. Argumenti causa. Argumenta maybe. Auctoritate. Argumenta maybe. Inconvenientia. Argumentum ad absurdum. Argumentum ad baculum. The judge of drinking, a toastmaster. Judge of elegance. Dictator of fashion. On his or her own authority. A family tree. Tree of life. Arcadians both, two of a kind, Virgil. Heavenly secrets. State secrets. Secret of secrets. Burning words. Sand without lime. Incoherent speech. Virgin silver, uncoined. Silver bullion. God's silver, money. Given as a bond. You may easily model anything with soft clay. To put in clear light. Hypothetical situation. The arguments against. For the sarke of argument. Argument derived from authority. Argument based on inconvenience. Appeal to the absurdity of one's view. Argument appealing to force or threat. 2-3. Latin phrases and quotations. Argumentum ad captandum. Argumentum ad criminum. Argumentum ad hominem. Argumentum ad ignorantium. Argumentum ad invidium. Argumentum ad invidium. Argumentum ad eudicium. Argumentum ad misericordiam. Argumentum ad populum. Argumentum ad rem. Argumentum ad verecundium. Argumentum a fortiori. Argumentum baculinum. Argumentum ex concesso. Argumentum ex silentio. Arma ac cyperia. Arma de. Appeal arousing. Emotions of the crowd. Argument appealing to self-interest. Argument based on a vindictive attack. Argument based on the opponent's ignorance. Argument appealing to a person's prejudices. Argument appealing to an undesirable human trait. Argument appealing to judgment or common sense. Argument appealing to emotions of pity. Argument appealing to the popular crowd. Argument relevant to the issue, pertinent. Argument appealing to venerable authority. Argument for all the stronger reason. Argument appealing to physical force. Argument based on concession of opponent, argument based on lack of firm evidence, to receive arms, to be made a knight, to give arms, the accolade of a knight. 29. Latin phrases and quotations. Arma passis fulcra, armata vis, arma tuenta pacem, arma virum cano, erectus oribus, ars amandi, ars aernatoria, ars artium omnium, conservatrix, ars combinatoria, ars ist celeratum, ars gratia artis, ars longa, vita brevis, ars magna, ars moriendi, ars poetica, ars punica, art magistra, art periusva, arts honorabit, arts pediti, arts, scientia, veritas. Arms are the props of peace. Power having arms, the armed forces. Arms maintain peace. Of arms and the man I sing, Virgil. With ears pricked up, on the alert, Virgil. The art of loving. The art of love, Ovid. The art of arts, Logic. The art perserving all arts, printing. Art of combining simple things into complex. True purpose of art is to conceal art, Ovid. Art for arts sake, MGM. Trademark. Art is long, life is short. Seneca. The great art. The art of dying. The art of poetry, Horace. Punic art, battle tactics. With art the mistress. Virgil. To perish by one's own designs. He will adorn the arts. The lost arts. Art, science, truth, motto. Of the University of Michigan. 39. Latin phrases and quotations. Artium baccalaureus. Artium magister. Asinus ad lyrum. Asinus asino, it sues sway. Pulcher. Asinus asinum fricat. Asperges. Assignatus utita ior. Auctoris. Assumpsit. Astracastra, Newman. Lumen. Astraea redux. Ateneris annis. Atracura. Attentat. At spes non francta. Atkinter silvers. Academy quaerea. Verum. Aucta ignotus. Aucta pretiosa facit. Audacis fortuna iuvat. Audacita it sincere. Audax it sela. Audamus jura nostra. Defender. The Bachelor of Arts. Degree. The Master of Arts degree. An ass at the lyre. Awkward and unfit. An ass is beautiful to an ass and a pig is beautiful to a pig. The ass rubs the ass. Thou shalt sprinkle. Psalm 7. The assignee is possessed of the rights to the principal. He promised, he undertook the contract. The stars are my camp. The deity is my light. Astraea returned, poem. By Dryden. From the tender years. Black care. He or she attempts. But hope is not broken. Seek truth in the garden. Of Academus, Horace. An unknown author. The giver makes the gift. Precious, Ovid. Fortune favors the bold. Boldly and frankly. Bold and swift. We dare to defend our rights, Alabama motto. 31. Latin phrases and quotations. Ordendo magnus tegita. Timer. Audens fortuna juvat. Aut saperia. Audi alteram partem. Audiator it ultra pars. Auditar querula. Augustana confessio. Ora popularis. Ora etas. Ora mediocritas. Ora rumpunt tecta. Quietam. Oreo hamo pisceri. Oribus teniol upum. Ori nunc fames. Parto fit maya. Ori sacra fames. Aroquaricia nur. Pandicia. Aurora australis. Aurora borealis. Aurora musi amica ist. Boldness can mask great fear, Lucan. Fortune favors the brave. Virgil. Dare to be wise. Hear the other side of the issue. Let the other side also be heard. Writ giving one leave to appeal. The Augustine Confession. Popular breeze. Temporary favorite. Cicero. The Golden Age. Moderation in all things. Golden mean, Horace. Golden palaces disturb one's rest, Seneca. To fish with a golden hook. I have a wolf by the ears. Terence. The hunger for gold grows greater as more gold is acquired. The accursed desire for gold, Virgil. A golden key opens any door. The southern lights. The northern lights. The dawn is a friend of the muses. 3-2. Latin phrases and quotations. Auspicium malioris evi. Autamat aut odit mulia. Nihil ist tertium. Aut bibat aut abiat. Aut Caesar aut nihil. Aut Caesar aut nullus. Aut dist. Aut insanit homo aut. Versus facit. Aut mors aut victoria. Aut non tenteris, aut perfice. Aut viam in venum aut facial. Aut vincere aut mori. Auxilium abi alto. Auxilium non lev. Vultus habet. Ave at quail. Ave Caesar, moricere te. Salutamus. Ave Maria. A verbis adverbra. Ave Regina Coelorum. An omen of a better time. Motto of the Order of Saint Michael and Street. George. A woman either loves or hates, nothing in between. Either drink or depart. Either Caesar or nothing. Either Caesar or nobody. Either learn or leave. Motto of Winchester College. The man is either mad or he is composing verses. Horace. Either death or victory. Either don't attempt it, or carry it through to the end. Ovid. I will either find a way or make one. Either to conquer or to die. Help from on high. A good face is a good recommendation. Ovid. Hail and farewell. Catch alas. Hail Caesar, those who are about to die salute you. Hail Mary, Song of the Annunciation. From words to blows. Hail, the Queen of Heaven. 33. Latin phrases and quotations. Avi appearidum loca. Avi mala. Avi memoranta verum. Avinculo matrimonii. Avi sinistra. The Muses' lonely haunts. Lucretius. A bad omen, an unfavorable sign. My ancestors call to mind their ancestors. From the bond of matrimony. A bad omen, an unfavorable sign. 34. B. balneum, Bancus communium, Placitorum, Bancus regis, Bani nuptiarum, Barbatenus sapiens, Basis virtutum constantia, Beatae memoriae, Beata Maria, Beata Virgo Maria, Beati Pacifici, Beati Pauperes Spiritu, Beati Poseidons, Beatitudes, Beatus, Bella Detesta Matribus, Bella Horrida Bella, Bath, Court of Common Pleas, King's Bench, the bands of matrimony, men wise as far as the beard, stylistic. Constancy is the foundation of virtues, of blessed memory. Blessed Mary, the Virgin Mary, Blessed Virgin Mary, blessed are the peacemakers, Beatitudes. Blessed are the poor in spirit, Beatitudes. Blessed are those who possess legal doctrine. Pronouncements from the Sermon on the Mount. A blessed person was the horror of mothers, Horace. Was, horrid was, Virgil. 35. Latin phrases and quotations. Bellum domesticum, Bellum internicinum, Bellum letal, Bellum omnium in ones. Been decessit, benedicite, benedictus qui venit, benes tenta, exit, beneficium acciperia, libertatim est vendor, miranti, meritus, oris ist studuis, qui latuit vixit, veil vobis, benigno numen, bibamus, moriundum ist, strife among family members, internecine war of extermination, lethal war, deadly war, a war of all against all. Well, he has died, well, a natural death. Invocation of blessing, a prayer canticle. Blessed is he who comes in the Lord's name. Well-being. It is well to try. Let him or her go forth. Of good character. Kindness of favor, a benefice. To accept a favor is to sell one's freedom. Success to those who deserve it. Having well deserved. To have prayed well is to have pursued well. He who has lived in obscurity has lived well. A good farewell. May you prosper. By the favor of the heavens, Horace. Let us drink, for we must die, Seneca. 36. Latin phrases and quotations. Biberia veninum in a row. Biblia pauperum. Billa vera. Biographia literaria. Bis that qui cito that. Bis in die. Bis in noct. Bis in subtum dibus. Bis peccar in bello non lice. Bis puri senes. Bis repetita placent. Bis vincit qui esse vincit. In victoria. Bis vivit qui beam vivit. Blande mendacia. Lingua. Bono. Bone fide empta. Bono fide. Bono fide polisor. Bono fides. Bono gratia. Bono fiscalia. To drink poison from a golden cup. Books of the poor. True bill. Literary biography. Coleridge. Twice, to be repeated. He gives twice who gives. Quickly. Twice a day. Twice a night. Twice in 7 days. Twice a week. It is not permitted to blunder twice in war. Old men are twice children. The things that please are those repeated. He conquers himself in victory, Publius Syrus. He lives twice who lives well. The lies of a flattering tongue. Good property. Purchaser in good faith. In good faith, genuine. Legitimate. I promise in good faith. Cicero. Good faith, documents. Proving identity. In all kindness. Public property. 37. Latin phrases and quotations. Bone memoriae. Bono mobilia. Bono notabilia. Bono pericera. Bono vacantia. Bonus ovibus. Bonus nocet quiscus. Males perpersit. Bonus quod beam fit. Hord permit. Bono vinci satius ist. Quam amo more. Iniorium vincia. Bonum omen. Bonum per se. Bonum publicum. Bonum vinum litificat. Cor homines. Bos in lingua. Brevi manu. Brevis es laboro. Obscurus fio. Brevis ipsa vita ist sed. Males fit longia. Brutum fulmen. Of happy memory. Movable property. Noteworthy things. Perishable goods. Unclaimed property. Under favorable signs. Auspicious. Whoever spares the bad injures the good. Publius Syrus. Whatever is done for good men is never done in vain. Plautus. A good man would rather suffer defeat than defeat another by foul means. Sallust. A good omen. Good in itself. The public good. Good wine gladdens a person's heart. An ox on the tongue, a heavy silence. With a short hand, in a perfunctory manner. In trying to become concise, I become obscure. Horace. Life is short but misfortunes make it longer. Harmless thunderbolt. Vain and empty threat. C. Cacoethis. Cacoethis carpendi. Cacoethis loquendi. Cacoethis scribendi. Cadit quascio. Sica invidia ist. Siletus mihi vires. Sili inerant gloriam. Dear. Silem non animum. Mutant chimere. Currant. Calende. Caulida junctura. Camera lucida. Camera obscura. Irresistible urge, strong. Propensity. A compulsive habit for finding fault. A bad habit for compulsive talking. A bad habit for compulsive writing. The question falls, the issue collapses. Envy is blind, Livy. My strength is from heaven. The heavens display the glory of God, Psalms. Those who cross the sea change only their climate, not their minds. Horace. Calends, the first day of the month in the ancient Roman calendar. Skillful joining, careful workmanship, Horace. Bright chamber. Projection device using prism. A darkened room, device. To project an image. 39. Latin phrases and quotations. Camera stellata. Campus Martius. Candida pax. Candor that veribus alas. Cane ptasit ang. Canis in praesepi. Canis major. Canis minor. Cantabit vacuus coram. Latrone viata. Cantate domino. Cantilena mendum canis. Cantillatio. Cantris. Cantus firmus. Cantus planus. Capias ad audiendum. The Star Chamber. Renowned court of 16th century England. The Field of Mars. Assembly ground in Rome. White-robed peace, Ovid. Sincerity gives wings to strength. Worse than a dog or snake. A dog in the manger. The larger dog. Constellation of the dog. Star, Sirius. The lesser dog. Constellation near Orion. The poor wayfarer will sing in the presence of travelers, Juvenal. Sing unto the Lord. Psalm 98. You are singing the same old song, Terence. The chanting portions of the Catholic Mass. To be sung by the precentor, antiphonal. Song. Fixed song, Gregorian. Melody. Plain song, Gregorian. Chant. Writ ordering appearance. In court. 40. Latin phrases and quotations. Capias ad respondendum. Capias ad satisficiendum. Capit qui caparia possit. Captans capti sumus. Captatio benevolentiae. Captus nidor culina. Caput inter nubilia condo. Caput lupinum. Caput mortuum. Caput mundi. Carit initio it fine. Carmen figuratum. Carmen solutum. Carmen triumphale. Carpe diem. Carpe diem, quam. Minimum credula. Postro. Carpent turpima. Nepotes. Carpit collegia. Cassita bill. Cassis tutissima virtus. Writ ordering the arrest of a person. Writ ordering satisfaction of an order. Let him take it who is able. We catchers have been caught. Reaching after favor. Caught by the aroma of the kitchen new venal. I hide my head among the clouds, Virgil. The wolf's head, an outlaw or renegade. Worthless residue. Remaining after a process. The head, or capital, of the world, Rome. It lacks a beginning and an end. Verse printed in the shape of an object. A prose poem. A triumphal song. Seize the day, enjoy the moment, Horace. Enjoy today, trusting little in tomorrow, Horace. Your descendants will pluck your fruit. To pluck and to gather. Let the bill be terminated. Virtue is the safest helmet. 41. Latin phrases and quotations. Castigat ridendo mors. Casus belli. Casus conscientiae. Casus foederis. Casus omissis. Casus urbis Troiani. Causa. Causa causans. Causa causata. Causa efficiens. Causa essendi. Causa fiendi. Causa finalis. Causa formalis. Causa latet, visist. Notissima. Causa mali. Causa materialis. Causa mortis. Causa movens. Causa proxima. causa remota, causa secunda, causa sine qua non, causa sui. One corrects customs by laughing at them. Reason for war, grounds for a dispute, case of conscience, reason for leading to a dispute under a treaty, situation not covered by existing law, the fall of the city of Troy, cause, precipitating factor, cause that causes all things, cause resulting from a previous cause, efficient or effective cause, cause of being, cause of becoming, final cause, formal cause. The cause is hidden, but its force is very well known. Ovid. Cause of evil, material cause, cause of death, in anticipation of death, reason for undertaking a particular action, immediate cause, remote cause, secondary cause, fundamental reason, necessary condition, cause of itself. 42. Latin phrases and quotations. Causa vera. Caveant consules. Caveant consules eni. Quid detrimenti. Respublica capit. Caveat. Caveat acta. Caveat empta. Caveat vendita. Caveat viata. Cave canem. Cavendo tutus. Cave enicadas. Cave quid dices, quando. It qui. Sedent arma togae. Sed deo. Celleri vult sua furta. Venus. Celeritas it veritas. Sina domini. Sensa morum. Certum in adivitiarum. Certiorari. Certum ist quia. Impossible ist. Certum voto pete finem. True cause. Consuls, of the Roman Senate, beware. Beware consuls that the Commonwealth is not harmed. Let one beware, take caution. Let the doer beware. Let the buyer beware. Let the seller beware. Let the traveler beware. Beware of the dog. Safe by taking heed. Take care that you do not fall. Beware of what you say. When, and to whom. Let arms yield to the toga. Motto of Wyoming. Submit to God. Venus desires her thefts to be concealed. Promptness and truth. The Lord's Supper. A censor of morals. Struggles of the riches. Horace. To be informed by an appellate review occult. It is certain because it is impossible. Tertullian. Set a definite limit to your desire. Horace. 43. Latin phrases and quotations. Cessant causa cessat. Effectus. Cessio bonorum. Cetera desunt. Ceteris paribus. Characteristics. Universals. Chartae libertatum. Choria scriptorum. Christi crux ist me lux. Christo it ecclesiae. Secetrix mene. Cineri gloria sera ist. Cineri gloria sera venit. Singulum veneris. Circa, ca. Circuitus verborum. Circulus in probando. Circulus in definiendo. Circulus viciosus. Cito dispenseta. Cito enim morescit lacrima. Presa time in alienis. Mollies. The cause once removed. The effect disappears. The surrender of goods. The rest are lacking. The text is incomplete. Other things being equal. or remaining the same. Universal characters. Ideographs. Charters of liberties. Writer's cramp. The cross of Christ is my light. For Christ and for the Church. The scar remains. Glory paid to ashes. Comes too late, Marshall. To the dead fame comes too late. The girdle of Venus. About, indicates uncertainty about a date. A circuit of words, a circumlocution. A circle in proof, vicious. Circle in logic. A circle in definition. Vicious circle. A vicious circle, a logical fallacy. Let it be dispensed quickly. A tear is quickly dried when shed for the misfortunes of others. 44. Latin phrases and quotations. Cito maturum, cito. Putrigum. Civilitas successit. Barbarum. Civis Romanus sum. Civitas dia. Civitas diaboli. Claria e tenebri. Claramit venerabile. Nomen. Claves curiae. Clavis. Clarus ivagans. Cochlearum magnum. Cochlearum medium. Cochlearum parvum. Codex. Codex Justinianus. Codex Rescriptus. Coetus dulce valet. Cogici potest nescit. Mori. Cogitatonis poen amnimo. Cogito, ergo sum. Cognati. Soon ripe, soon rotten. Civilization succeeds. Barbarism, motto of Minnesota. I am a Roman citizen. Cicero. City of God, street. Augustine. City of the devil. I shine, more brightly. From out of darkness. Illustrious and venerable. Name, Lucan. Keys of the court. A key, a glossary in a text. Wandering scholars. A tablespoonful. A dessert spoonful. A teaspoonful. A volume of manuscripts. A code of laws. The Justinian Code. A palimpsest, wooden. Writing surface. Happy meetings, farewell. Catch alas. He who can be forced has not learned how to die. No one is punished for his thoughts. I think, therefore I am. Descartes. Relations of the mothers. Side. 45. Latin phrases and quotations. Conovit actionem. Collectanea. Collegium. Colluvis vitiarum. Collyrium. Colubrim in sinu foveria. Columna bellica. Comes a jucundus in via. Pro vehiculo ist. Comitas inter. Communitates. Comitas intergens. Comitia. Commis. Commune bonum. Commune periculum. Concordium part. Communes loci. Communibus annis. Communi consensu. Compendia dispendia. Compesmentum. Complecus. He has acknowledged the action. Collection of passages. From various authors. Members of a group. United by common interest. Vile medley of vices, pit of iniquity. A medicinal eyewash. To cherish a snake in one's bosom. A column of war in ancient Rome. A pleasant companion on the road is as good as the carriage, Publius. Cyrus. Comity of nations. Comity between nations. Assembly of the Romans. Mix together. The common good. Common danger begets unity. Commonplace ideas. In common years, the annual average. By common consent. Shortcuts are roundabout ways. Control your temper. Horace. An embracing aggregate of parts. 46. Latin phrases and quotations. Componia lights. Compos mentis. Compos sui. Compos voti. Compositus. Concedo. Concio ad claram. Concordia discus. Concursus dia. Condiscipulus. Conditio sine qua non. Congregatio de. Propaganda fidc. Conjunctis veribus. Conscia mens recti. Conscientia mil testes. Consensus. Consensus audacium. Consensus facit legem. Consensus gentium. Consensus omnium. Consequitur quod cunc. Petty. Consilio it animis. Consilio it prudentia. Consilio manuc. To settle disputes, Horace. In a sound state of mind. Master of one's self. Having obtained one's wishes. Compounded of. I admit, I concede. Discourse to the clergy. Harmony in discord. Horace. Concurrent activity of God. Classmate, fellow student. Indispensable condition. Congregation for the propagation of faith. With united powers. Conscious of being right. Ovid. Conscience is as good as 1,000 witnesses. By general agreement. The agreement of rash men, a conspiracy. Consent makes the law. Unanimity of nations. Widespread agreement. Agreement of all members. He attains whatever he attempts. By wisdom and courage. By wisdom and prudence. By stratagem and manual labor. 47. Latin phrases and quotations. Consilio, non impetu. Constantiarit virtute. Consuetudo est ultra lex. Consuetudo pro lege. Servitor. Consuetudo quasi ultra natura. Consul placo. Consummatum est. Coninueta remedia. Contra bonos mors. Contradictio in ardicto. Contra jus commune. Contra formam statuti. Contra jus gentium. Contra mors. Contra mundum. Contra naturam. Contra negantum. Principia non est. Disputandum. Contra pacem. Contraria contraritis. Currenta. Copia fandi. Copia verborum. Quorum. Quorum domino ridge. By deliberation, not impulse. By firmness and courage. Custom is another law. Custom is held as the law. Habit is second nature. Cicero. In the consulship of Placo, in the good old days, Horace. It is completed, Christ's words on the cross. Let the medicine be continued. Contrary to good morals. Contradiction in terms. Against common law. Against the form of the statute. Against the law of nations. Contrary to morals. Against the world, an unpopular position. Against nature. There is no disputing. against one who denies the first principles, against the peace. Opposites are cured by opposites. Abundance of talk, abundance of words. Before, in the presence of, before our Lord and King. 48. Latin phrases and quotations. Coram judici, coram nobis, coram non judici, coram paribus, coram populo, corona lucis, corporalent orcent, cito extinguanta, cornu copii, corpus, corpus Christi, corpus delicti, corpus juris canonici, corpus juris civilis, corpus omnis Romani, juris, corpus sine pectora, corpus vile, corrigendum, corruptio optimi pessima, corruptissima republica, plurime leges, in the presence of a judge with jurisdiction, before us, in our presence, before a judge without proper jurisdiction, before equals, before one's peers, in the presence of the people, crown of light, a large chandelier. Bodies grow slowly and die quickly, Tacitus. The horn of plenty, abundance. The body, collection of law or writings. Feast of the body of Christ, Holy Eucharist. Body of the crime. Objective proof of crime. Body of law. Body of religious law. Body of civil law. Compendium of Roman laws. A body without a soul. Worthless matter. Something to be corrected, pl. Corrigenda. The corruption of the best is the worst. In the most corrupt state are the most laws. Terence. 49. Latin phrases and quotations. Cor unum, via una. Cos ingeniorum. Cramp repetita. Cras. Cras credemus, hodie. Nihil. Cras main. Cras main sumendus. Cras mihi. Cras noct. Crassa negligentia. Cras vesp. Credat Judeus appellat. Creed Deo. Credendum. Creed quod habs, it. Habs. Credite posteri. Credo. Credo quia absurdum ist. Credo quia impossible ist. Credo ut intelligam. Credula res amore ist. One heart, one way. A whetstone for the wits. Warmed over cabbage. Stale repetitions. Tomorrow. Tomorrow we believe. But not today. Tomorrow morning. To be taken tomorrow. Morning. My turn tomorrow. Tomorrow night. Gross negligence. Criminal negligence. Tomorrow evening. Let Apella the Jew believe. It, I won't, Horace. Trust in God. Things to be believed. Articles of faith. Believe that you have it. And you do. Believe it, future. Generations, Horace. I believe, the Apostles. Nicene, Creed. I believe it because it is. Absurd. I believe it because it is. Impossible. I believe in order that I may understand. Street. Thomas Aquinas. Love is a credulous thing. Ovid. 50. Latin phrases and quotations. Crescat scientia, vita. Excalatu. Crescit amor nummi. Quantum ipsa pecunia. Crescit. Crescitit mulet plicamini. Crescit undu. Crescit sub pond. Virtus. Crescita amor nummi. Quantum ipsa pecunia. Crevit. Crescentum sequita cura. Pecunum mirumque. Fames. Cribro aquam hori. Crime. Crimen falsi. Crimen innominatum. Crimem lisi majestatis. Cruz, dum spiro, fido. Cruz signati. Crux. Crux ansata. Crux commissa. Crux criticarum. Let knowledge increase. Let life be perfected. Motto of the University of Chicago. The love of money grows as our wealth increases. Juvenal. Increase and multiply. The motto of Maryland. It grows as it goes. Motto of New Mexico. Virtue grows under oppression. The richer you become, the more you love money. Juvenal. As money grows, care follows it, and the hunger for more. Virgil. To draw water in a sieve. Crime, criminal. Crime of falsification. Perjury. Nameless crime, crime against nature. Crime of high treason. While I breathe, I trust. The cross. Marked with a cross, the Crusaders. Cross. A T-shaped cross with loop at top. The toe cross. The puzzle of the critics. 51. Latin phrases and quotations. Crux decusata. Crux medicorum. Crux mihi ancora. Crux spes unica. Crux stellata. Q culus non facit. Monarchum. Qui bono. Qui fortuna ipsa cedit. Quilibit in art sua. Perito credendum ist. Qui malo. Qui placet oblivisita. Qui dolem eminit. Quic suum. Quius. Quius regio eius religio. Quius libe. Quius vis homines ist. Errare. Culpa. Culpi poeni par esto. Culpa later. Culpa levis. X-shaped cross of street. Andrew or Saint Patrick. The puzzle of doctors. The cross is my anchor. The cross is the only hope. Motto of Notre Dame University. The cross with stars on its arms. The cowl does not make the monk. Whom will it benefit? Who stands to gain? To whom fortune herself yields. Cicero. Every skilled man is to be trusted in his own art. Whom will it harm? We forget our pleasures. We remember our sufferings. Cicero. To each his own. Of which he who owns the region, his is the religion. Of any that you please. It is natural for any man to make a mistake. Cicero. Fault. Let the punishment fit the crime. Gross negligence. Ordinary negligence. 52. Latin phrases and quotations. Culpam pona premit. Comes. Come. Cum bono venia. Cum grano solis. Cum lauda. Cum multis aliis. Cum notis varierum. Cum omnia. Cum privilegio. Cum tacent clamant. Q neus cunium trudit. Cupiditas ex homin. Cupido ex stulto. Numquam tolicia. Cupido dominandi. Cunctis ad fectibus. flagrantia est. Curi leves loquanta. Ingens stupent. Cura facit canos. Cur antitubam tremor. Occupat artis. Curia. Curia advisari vult. Curia domini. Punishment presses hard upon the heels of crime. Horis. With good favor. With a grain of salt. With praise, with distinction. With many others. With the notes of various critics. With the burden of proving a charge. With privilege, an authorized edition. When they are silent, they cry out, Cicero. A wedge drives a wedge. A man can be cured of his lust, but a fool can never be cured of his greed. The lust for power inflames the heart more than any other passion. Tacitus. Slight griefs talk, great ones are speechless. Care brings grey hairs. Why should fear seize the limbs before the trumpet sounds? Virgil. A court of law. The court wishes to be advised. The Lord's court. 53. Latin phrases and quotations. Curia regis. Curiosa felicitas. Current calamo. Curriculum vitae. Currus bovem trahit. Cursus curiae est lex. Curiae. Cursus honorum. Curta super lex. Custodia legis. Custus. Custus morum. Custus incorruptissimus. Custus rotularum. Cyathus. Cyathus vinusus. The King's Court. Painstaking spontaneity. Petronius. With the pen running on. An afterthought. The courts of one's life. An academic resume. The cart draws the ox. The practice of the court is the law of the court. Course of honors leading to a high position. Meager stock of furniture. Knowledge. In the custody of the law. Guardian. A guardian of the mariners. An incorruptible guardian. Guardian of the rolls. Justice of the peace. Glassful. Glassful of wine. 54. D. Debit deus his quoque. Finem. Debit qui dedit. The fidea qua fidea sunt. The locum melioribus. Damna minus consulta. Movent. Damnant quod non. Intelligant. Damasa hereditas. Damnum abscingeria. Dante Deo. Daps in impti. Der ponda Sidonia. Fumo. Data it accepta. Data fata secutus. God will bring an end to this. Virgil. He who has given once will give again. Give to faith that which belongs to faith. Give way to your betters. Turns. Losses to which we are accustomed affect us less deeply. Juvenal. They condemn what they do not understand. Inheritance of damnation, ruinous. Legacy. Loss without injury, not subject to remedy. By the gift of God. Unbought feasts. Homegrown produce. Fit only to give weight to. Smoke, Perseus. Things given and received, expenses and income. Following what is decreed by fate. Virgil. 55. Latin phrases and quotations. That, donat, decat. Datit debita vobis. Data bolum belisario. That venum corvis, vexat. Censura Columbus. Davus sum, non Oedipus. De equitate. De ambitu. De asini umbra. Decepter. De auditu. De beta vita. De bellaria superbos. De benes. Debitum. Debitum natri. De bono memoria. De bonis asportatis. De bonis non. Administrators. De bonis proprius. De bono it malo. De bono gestu. Decani. He gives, devotes. Dedicates. Give and it shall be given. Unto you, vulgate. Give a penny to Belisarius. The censures indulge the crows but harass the doves, juvenal. I am Davus, not Oedipus. Turns. Inequity. In bribery. To argue about the shadow of an ass. Disali. From hearsay. On the good life, street. Augustine. To overthrow the proud. Virgil. Subject to conditions or provisions. Debt. Debt of nature, death. Of good memory, of a sound mind. Of the goods carried away. Of the goods not yet administered. Out of his own goods. Of good and bad, come. What may. For good behavior. To be sung by the dean. Antiphonal music. 56. Latin phrases and quotations. Decanus. Decanter. Deceptio visus. Decessit sine prole, ds. P. Dicis repetita placebit. Discipimer specie recti. Discipi quam falla erist. Titius. Discipi frens prima. Multos. De civitate dia. De claro di. Decari decus additivito. Decretum. Decubitus. Decusit tutamen. De die in diem. De jobus malis, minus. Ist semper elegendum. De facto. Defectus sanguinis. Deficit omquod. Nascita. Defied. Dean, having supervision. Over 10 people. Pour off. A deception of vision. Optical illusion. Died without children. Though 10 times repeated, it will continue to please. Horace. We are deceived by the semblance of what is right, Horace. It is safer to be deceived than to deceive. The first appearance deceives many. On the City of God, Street. Augustine. By the light of day. He adds honor to the ancestral honor. A decree, a mandate. Lying down. Honor and defense. From day to day. Continuously. Of 2 evils, always. Choose the lesser one. Thomas à Kempis. Existing by fact. Failure to issue. Everything that is born passes away, quintillion. Of faith. 57. Latin phrases and quotations. De fidit officio judicis. Non recipita quaestio. Definitum. De fumo inflammam. De genius animos timer. Arguit. De gratia. De gustibus non est. Disputandum. De gratia. De judicium. De integro. De penates. De plena sunt omnia. De sponsor. De sub numen vige. de jure, de lana caprina, delectando paraturk, monendo, delenda ist Carthago, delici humani generis, delictum. No question can be allowed concerning the faith and duty of the judge. A thing defined out of the smoke into the flame. Fear betrays ignoble souls. Virgil. By favor. In matters of taste, there is no argument. By the grace of God. The judgment of God. From the beginning, 1. More time. Guardians of the household. All things are full of God. The Bride of God, poem. By Patmore. It flourishes under the will of God, motto of Princeton University. Existing by lawful right. About goat's wool, about worthless objects. Giving pleasure and at the same time. Instruction, Horace. Carthage must be destroyed, Cato the elder. The delight of mankind. Emperor Titus. Offense. Latin phrases and quotations. Delineavit. Delirium tremens. Delphinum nataria dox. Delphinum sylvis. Appingit, fluctibus. Aprum. De lunatico inquiriendo. Dementia. Dementia apotu. Dementia precox. Dim supercilio nubem. De minimis. De minimis non curat lex. De mortuis nil nisi. Bonum. De nihilo nihil. De nec xylem. De nec non omnes. Edem marenta. Amantc. De novo. Dent lupus, cornu. Taurus petty. Dent superbo. He or she drew it. Alcoholic distress. Delusions and trembling. You are teaching a dolphin to swim. He portrays a dolphin in the woods and a wild boar on the waves. Horace. A writ to inquire into the insanity of a person. Insanity. Insanity from drinking. Insanity in adolescence. Remove the cloud from your brow. Of the most insignificant things. The law does not concern itself with trifles. Of the dead, say nothing. But good, Horace. Nothing comes from nothing, Perseus. Heaven at last, battle cry of the Crusaders. All men do not admire and love the same things, Horace. New, fresh, renewed, to begin again. The wolf attacks with his teeth, the bull with his horns, Horace. With a disdainful tooth. Horace. 59. Latin phrases and quotations. Denture tales doses. Deo adjuvant non. Timendum. Deo date. Deo dignus vindis. Nodus. Deo deus. De deus, ferrocomitant. Deo it regi fidelis. Deo favant. Deo gratias, DG. Deo Javanti. De omnibus rebusit. Quibus damaliis. De omni resabiliet. Quibus damaliis. Deo optimo maximo, D. 0M. Deo, patrii, amasis. Deorum cibus ist. Deos enim reliquos. Accepimus, Caesars. Dedimus. Dea fortioribus ad sunt. Deo volant, DV. Give of such doses. With God helping. Nothing should be feared. Give unto God. Are not worthy of God to untie. With God as my leader. With God as my leader. And my sword as my companion. Faithful to God and King. With God's favor. Thanks be to God. With God's help, motto of Monaco. Concerning all things and certain other matters. Circumlocution. Concerning everything knowable and a few other things besides. For God, the best and greatest motto of the Benedictines. For God, fatherland, and friends. It is food for the gods. The gods were handed down to us, but we created the Caesars ourselves. The gods aid the stronger. Tacitus. God willing. 60. Latin phrases and quotations. De pilo pendit. De plano. De praesenti. De prendi miser omist. De profundis. De proprio motu. De rubus. De rerum natura. Desideratum. Desideria. Designatum. Desinit in pissim mulia. Formosa supin. Desiperia in loco. Disvecedo. Disunt cetera. Disunt multa. De te fabula narrata. De tempor in tempus. Diter liquando otium. Quiesc fessis. Diter digniori. It hangs by a hair. Reaching a critical stage. With ease, without difficulty. For the present. It is wretched to be detected from the depths, out of despair, Psalm 130. Of one's own motion. Spontaneously. Of things. On the nature of things. O Lucretius. A thing much desired or needed. Longings, poem by Wordsworth. That which is designated a woman, beautiful. Above, with a fish's tail. Horace. It is sweet to relax at the proper time, Horace. Disuse, no longer active. The remainder is lacking. Many things are lacking. The story is told of you. Horace. From time to time. Let ease and rest be sometimes granted to the weary, Seneca. Let it be given to the more worthy. 61. Latin phrases and quotations. Dita pulchriori. Diem col, regem serva. Deus avertat. Deus det. Deus ist regit qui omnia. Deus ist summum bonum. Deus ex machina. Deus gubernat navem. Deus lux me. Deus miseriata. Deus nobiscum, quis. Contra. Deus nobis fiducia. Deus nobis hic otia. Fecit. Deus providebit. Deus tecum. Deus vobiscum. Deus vult. De verbo in verbum. De verborum. Signification. Let it be given to the fairer. Worship God and serve the King. God forbid. God grant. There is a God who rules all things. God is the chief good. God from a machine, a person who intervenes to solve a problem at the last minute. God steers the ship. God is my light, motto of the Catholic University of America. May God have mercy. Psalm 67. God with us, who can be against us? God is our trust, motto. Of George Washington University. God has brought for us this repose, Virgil. God will provide. May God be with you. Singular. May God be with you. Plural. God wills it, motto of the First Crusade. Word for word. On the signify-ans of words. 2. Latin phrases and quotations. Dextras de. Dextro tempor. Dicamus bono verba. Dic bono fide. Dicia quapudit. Scriberia sit amor. Dicita. Dictis facta suppetant. Dictum ac factum. Dictum de dicto. Dictum de omni it nullo. Dictum sapienti satist. Dibus alternis. Dibus tertius. Diem ex di. Diem pedidi. Dies. Dominica. Lune. Martis. Mercurii. Lovis. Veneris. Saturni. Dies a quo. To give right hands, to shake hands. At the right time, Horace. Let us speak words of good omen, Terence. Tell me in good faith. Plautus. What modesty forbade me to say, love has commanded me to write, Ovid. It is said, they say. Let deeds correspond to words. No sooner said than done, Terence. Report upon hearsay. Maxim of all and nothing. A word to the wise is sufficient. Every other day. Every third day. Day by day, continuously. I have lost a day. Emperor Titus. Day, daily. Sunday. Monday. Tuesday. Wednesday. Thursday. Friday. Saturday. Day from which. 63. Latin phrases and quotations. Dies Datus. Dies Domicus. Dies Faustus. Dies in Faustus. Dies ire. Dies Juridicus. Dies non. Dies non Juridicus. Difficiles nugae. Difficilia qua pulchra. Digito monstri. Dignus vindis nodus. Di, also die. Di immortals virtutum. Approber, non. Ad Hiberia debent. Di majors. Di meliora. Dimidium factici. Coepit habet. Dimidius. Di minors. A given day. The Lord's day. A day bringing good fortune, auspicious day. A day bringing bad fortune, an unlucky day. Day of wrath, hymn 4. The Requiem Mass. A day on which the court is in session. A day on which no business can be transacted. A day on which the court is not in session. Laborious trifles, martial. Things that are excellent are difficult to be pointed out with fingers, Perseus. Are not worthy of such a liberator, Horace. Gods, singular deus. We may expect the gods to approve virtue, but not to endow us with it. The greater gods, men of eminence. Heaven send us better times. He who has begun has the work half done. Horace. 1/2. The lesser gods, men of lesser merit. 4. Latin phrases and quotations. Dip nates. Dip a fact evident. Dirige numbers domin. dingo. Dirut, edificat, mutat. Quadrata rotundis. Disolita visum. Dispati. Disariat dosaria. Disaria docendo. Discipline presidium. Civitatis. Disducibus. Disjecta membra. Disjecta membra poetae. Dispendia mori. Disputandi pruritus. Ecclesiarum scabies. Ditat deus. Dives agris, dives positis. Infinor nummis. Divide in partes equals. Dividit impera. The household gods. The gods see virtues. Deeds, Ovid. Direct us, zero Lord. I direct, motto of Maine. He pulls down, he builds. Up, he changes square. Things to round, Horace. The gods thought. Otherwise, Virgil. Learn to endure. To learn and to teach. To learn through teaching. Instruction is the safeguard of the state. Motto of the University of Texas. Under the direction of the gods. Scattered limbs. Fragments of a work. Limbs of the dismembered poet. Horace. Loss of time, Virgil. A niche for disputation is the incurable disease of the Church. God enriches, motto of Arizona. Rich in lands, rich in money lent out at interest, Horace. Divide into equal parts. Divide in order to conquer. 65. Latin phrases and quotations. Dividit regna. Divina natura dedit. Agros, ars humana. Edificavit urbis. Divina particula ori. Divici virum faciant. Dixi. Docendo dicita. Docendo decimus. Dos ut discus. Doctor utriusque legis. Doctus cum libro. Doctus cum multis libri. Dolium volvica. Dolus. Dolus bonus. Dolus malus. Domin, deride numbers. Dominica palmarum. Dominium eminens. Domino optimo maximo. Dom. Dominus. Dominus illuminatio. Me. Dominus providebit. Dominus vobiscum. Divide and rule. Machiavelli. Divine nature gave us the fields, human skill built the cities, Terentius. Particle of divine spirit. Horace. Riches make the man. I have spoken, I will say no more. One learns by teaching. We learn by teaching. Teach in order to learn. Doctor of both laws. Canon and civil. Learned with a book. Having book learning. Learned with many books, a polymath. An empty cask is easily rolled. Deceit, fraud. Permissible deceit. Unlawful deceit. Lord, direct us, motto of London. Palm Sunday. Eminent domain. To the Lord, best and greatest. The Lord. The Lord is my light. Motto of Oxford. The Lord will provide. May the Lord be with you. Latin phrases and quotations. Damus it placens euxor. Damus praeseram. Donceres felix, multos. Numeribus amicos. Dornor dedit. Dormitat Homerus. Do ut des. Do ut facias. Dramatis personae. Duibus celis sedia. Duos tantum res anxs. Optat, panemit. Circenses. Duces tecum. Ducit amor patriae. Ductus. Ductus figuratus. Ductus simplex. Ductus subtilis. Ducunt volentum fata. Nullentum trahunt. Dulce bellum in expertis. Dulcis disciperia in loco. A home and a pleasing wife, Horace. The House of Lords. As long as you are fortunate, you will have many friends, Ovid. He or she gave as a gift. Even, Homer sleeps. I give so that you may give. I give so that you may do. List of characters in a play. To sit in two saddles, to wear two hats. Two things only do the people earnestly desire. Bread and the circus. Juvenal. You shall bring it with you, subpoena. The love of country leads me. Style, manner. Figurative or indirect style. Straightforward or simple style. Subtle or deceiving style. Fate leads the willing soul, but drags along the unwilling one. Seneca. War is sweet to those who have never fought. It is sweet to relax at the proper time. 67. Latin phrases and quotations. Dulcit decorum est pro patria mori. Dulce quod utile. Dulcis moriens. Reminiscita argus. Dulce sodalicium. Dulcis amor patriae. Dulcissimus. Dumb. Dumb docent, discant. Dumb fortuna fuit. Dum inter homines. Sumus, columus. Humanitatem. Dum loquimor fugirit. Invida itas. Dum loca, hora fugit. Dum solus. Dum spiro, spro. Dum tacent clamant. Dum vita ist spes ist. Dum vitant stulti vitia in contraria currant. Dum vivimus, vivamus. It is sweet and proper to die for one's country. What is useful is sweet. As he dies, he remembers his beloved Argus. Virgil. Sweet companionship. Pleasant association. Sweet is the love of one's country. Sweet home. While, on the condition that while they teach, they learn. Seneca. While fortune lasted. So long as we live among men, let us cherish humanity. Seneca. Even as we speak, time speeds swiftly away. Horace. Time is flying while I speak. Ovid. While single. While I breathe, I hope, a motto of South Carolina. Though they are silent, they cry aloud. While there's life, there's hope. In shunning vices, fools run to the opposite extreme. Horace. While we live, let us live. Catullus. Latin phrases and quotations. Duplici speut. Duralex sed lex. Durante. Durante absentia. Durante ben placito. Durante dolor. Durante minoritate. Durante vita. Duratit vos met rebus. Servit secundis. Durum hoc est sed ita. Lex scripta est. Dux femina facti. Dux gregis. To have a double hope. The law is hard, but it is the law. During absence. During good pleasure, as long as one wishes, while pain lasts, during minority, at an early age, during one's life. Carry on and preserve yourselves for better times. Virgil. This is harsh, but the law is written. A woman was the leader in the deed. Virgil. Leader of the flock. 69. Ecce agnostia. Ecce homo. Ecce quam bonum. Ecce quam adu moritia. Ecce sinum. E contra. E contrario. Editio cum notis. Variorum. Editio cum privilegio. Editio princeps. Editio vulgate. Effectus sequita causam. Effugia non pots. Necessitates, pots. Vincia. E flamma peteria cibum. Ego it rex mus. Behold. Behold the Lamb of God. Behold the man, Christ. In crown of thorns. Behold how good. Psalm 133. Behold the way of death. Behold the sign, here is the proof. On the other hand. On the contrary. An edition with notes of various writers. A licensed and authorized edition of a book. First printed edition of a text. The common edition for the majority. The effect follows the cause. You cannot escape necessities, but you can overcome them. Seneca. To snatch food out of the flame. Terence. My King and I. Cardinal. Wolsey. 70. Latin phrases and quotations. Ego me agnosco. Ego spem pratio non emo. Au, fugaces labunta. Anni. Ei incumbit probatio qui. Dicit non qui negat. Ejectamenta. Ejusdem farina. Ejusdem generis. Elapso tempor. Elephantum ex musca. Phasis. Elixir vitae. Emeritus. Emolit mors nec sinit. Esphiros. Empta dolor experientia. Dose. Empta. Emulsio. E necessitate. Enim vero di numbers quasi. Pillars homins habent. Ens ase. Ens entium. I myself pardon myself. Horace. I do not purchase hope for a price. Terence. Alas, the fleeting years go by. Horace. The proof lies upon the one who affirms, not the one who denies. Ejected matter, worthless items of the same flower, persons of the same nature, of the same kind, of the same class. The time having elapsed, you are making an elephant out of a fly. Elixir of life. One having served his time, it makes gentle the character and does not allow it to be unrefined. Ovid. Experience teaches when bought with pain. Buyer, purchaser. An emulsion. From necessity, having no alternative. The gods use mortals as their playthings. A being in itself. The supreme being. 71. Latin phrases and quotations. Ens it aritro. Ens peti placidam sub. Libertate quietum. Ens legis. Ens rationis. Ens realissimum. Insia non sunt. Multiplicanda preta. Necessitatem. eo animo, eo instant, eo ipso, eo loco, eo nomine, epicuri de grige porcus, e pluribus unum, epules accump divis, e renata, ergo, eraput silo fulmen, septrumc tyrannis, ererist humanum, eratum, with sword and plough, by the sword she seeks peaceful repose under liberty, motto of Massachusetts, a creature of the law, a rational being, the most real being. Things are not to be multiplied unless necessary, a Cam's razor, with that intention, at that moment, by that itself, by that fact, at that very place, under the name, a hog from the grove of Epicurus, an exquisite meal, Horace. One out of many, motto of the United States. To recline at the feasts of the gods, Virgil. Under the present circumstance, therefore, he snatched the thunderbolt from heaven and the scepter from tyrants, Benjamin Franklin. To err is human. Alexander Pope. An error in printing or writing, pl errata. 72. Latin phrases and quotations. Erubit, solva resist. Erudicio it religio. S. Essist percipi. Esquam videri. Esquam videri bonus. Malabat. Esquid. Ist ars esham male. Dicendi. Ist autem vis legem. Simulans. Ist brevitate opus, ut. Curat sententia. Ist deus in nobis. Ist it fideli tutor silentio. Mercies. Ist modus in rebus. Esto perpetua. Esto perpetuum. Esto quod es videris. Ist quad amflora. Voluptas. Ist unus quisque faber. Ipsi sua fortunae. He blushed, the affair is safe, turns. Learning and religion. Motto of Duke University. To be, being, existence. To be is to be perceived. Bishop Berkeley. To be rather than to seem. Motto of North Carolina. He preferred to be good rather than to merely seem good, Sallust. To be, being thus so. There is an art even to malediction. Violence may also simulate the law. Terseness is needed so that the thought may run free, Horace. There is a God within us. Ovid. Loyalty has its reward. Secure, Horace. There is a proper measure in things, Horace. May she live forever. Motto of Idaho. Let it be everlasting. Be what you seem to be. There is a certain pleasure in crying, Ovid. Every man is the creator of his own fortune. 73. Latin phrases and quotations. Italia, Italii, Ital. It alibi. It campos ub Troia. Fruit. Etc., etc. It cum spiritutio. It decus it pretium recti. It diserir it rerum. Exquire causes. It ego in Arcadia. E tenebri. It genus it formal. Regina pecunia donat. It genus it virtus, nisi. Cum re, vilir alga ist. It hoc genus omn. Esham at Keshem. Esham perabant ruini. Esham sapientibus. Cupido gloriae. novissima exutor, it id genus omne, and other things, and other people, and elsewhere, and the plains where Troy once was, Virgil, and the rest, and so forth, and with your spirit, both the ornament and reward of virtue, both to learn and to investigate the causes of things, motto of Georgia. And I too, death, have been in Arcadia, out of the darkness. Poem by Oscar Wilde. Money, like the Queen, gives them both rank and beauty, Horace. Without substance, honor and valor are more worthless than seaweed, Horace. And everything of the kind. Again and again, even the ruins have perished, Lucan. The desire for glory is the last infirmity to be cast off even by the wise, Tacitus. And everything of the kind. 4. Latin phrases and quotations. It me ires, non me. Rebus subjunge conna. It numbers quoctella. Sparsimus. It nuncit semper. It passim. It celeritis soloritur. It sequens, it seek. It sicta ceteris. It sicta similibus. It sic fecit. It tolens vacuum plus. Nimio gloria vertissum. It tu brute. It uxor, it ux. Eventus stultorum. Magister. Ex abrupto. Ex abundant cautela. Ex abundantia. Ex abusio non arguitur in usum. Ex acervo. Ex adverso. Ex equoit bono. Ex animo. Ex auctoritate commissa. Ex bono fide. I suit life to myself, not myself to life, Horace. We too have hurled weapons, now and always, and everywhere, scattered thought. The sun shines even on the wicked, Seneca, and the following, and so the rest, and so of similar things, or people, and he or she did so. Vainglory, who lifts her proud head too high, and you too, Brutus, Julius Caesar, and wife. The result is the instructor of fools, Livy. Without preparation, from excessive caution, out of the abundance, from the abuse of a thing, there is no arguing against its use, out of a heap, from the opposite side, according to justice and right, from the heart, sincerely, by virtue of my authority, out of one's honor, from good faith. 75. Latin phrases and quotations. Ex capite. Ex cathedra. Excelsior. Exceptio probat regulum. De rebus non exceptis. Exceptis ex excipiendibus. Excerpta. Exitri, non hebseria. Ex commodu. Ex concesso. Ex contractu. Excudit. Ex curia. Ex delicto. Ex dorno. Ex dornodia. Exit. Exigi monumentum ere. Perennius. Exemplar sunt odiosa. Exempli gratia, for example. Exemplum. Exequatur. Out of the head, from memory. From the seat, a position of authority. Ever higher, motto of the State of New York. The exception proves the rule as to things not accepted. Things excluded which should be excluded. Selections or excerpts. To be excited, not dull. From convenience. From what has been. Conceded. Matter arising out of a contract. He or she cast it. From the court. Matter arising out of the crime. By gift of, donated by. By the gift of God. He or she may go out. Allowing student to be absent. I have raised a monument more durable than bronze. Horace. Examples are odious. For the sake of example. Sample, copy, model. It may be executed. Latin phrases and quotations. Exeunt. Exeunt omnes. Exercitatio optimus es. Magister. Ex facie. Ex facto. Ex facto jus oritur. Ex fide fortis. Ex grannis fit aesivus. Ex gratia. Ex ibitur. Exit. Exitus acta probat. Ex lege. Ex libri. Ex longinquo. Ex maliis moribus bone. Leges nati sunt. Ex mera gratia. Ex mero motu. Ex modo prescripto. Ex more. Ex natura rei. Ex necessitate rei. Ex nihilo. They go out, the players. Leave the stage. All the players leave the stage. Practice is the best teacher. From the face of. From the fact or act. The law arises out of the fact. Strength through faith. Many grains make a heap. As an act of grace, out of one's favor. Let it be given. He or she goes out. Player leaves the stage. The end justifies the means. Ovid. Arising from the law. From the library of, used. On book plates. From a distance. From bad usages, good. Laws have been born. Through mere favor. Hour of simple impulse. Spontaneously. As directed. According to custom. From the nature of things. From the necessity of the case. From nothing. 77. Latin phrases and quotations. Ex nihilo nihil fit. Ex officio. Ex or infantium. Ex or parvulorum. Veritas. Igeria alquis nautis ex. Ossibus alter. Ex parte. Ex pod Herculum. Expendi Hannibalum. Experientiado se. Experientiado se stultos. Experimentum crucis. Experto credito. Expertus mituit. Explicit. Explorant adversa viros. Ex post facto. Expressio unius ist. Exclusio alteris. Expressis verbis. Ex professo. Ex proposito. Ex propriis. From nothing, nothing. Can be made, a Lucretius. By virtue of one's office. Out of the mouth of. Babes, Francis. Thomson. Out of the mouth of little children, comes, truth. Rise up from my dead bones, Avenger, Virgil. From one side only. Partisan. To measure Hercules. From his foot, from the sample we are able to estimate the whole. Weigh, the dust of Hannibal, Juvenal. Experience teaches. Experience teaches fools. A crucial experiment. Trust in one who has experience. Having had experience. He is afraid, Horace. It ends here. Misfortune tries men. After the fact, in retrospect. The expression of one thing excludes others. In express terms. In an open manner. Of a set purpose, by design. From one's own resources. 8. Latin phrases and quotations. Ex proprio motu. Ex quo nunc capite. Ex relations. Ex tacito. Ex tempore. Ex silentio. Ex inctus amarbiter idem. Extorta bonorum. Legum contorta. Extra modum. Extra muros. Extra pecunum non est. Vita. Ex turpi causa non oritur. Actio. Ex unglionem. Ex unodis omnes. Iure patrium. Ex usu. Ex six termini. Ex voluntate. Ex voto. Of one's own accord. Voluntarily. For whatever reason. Upon relation or report. In a tacit manner. Spontaneously, without preparation. In consequence of no contrary evidence. The same one will be loved after he's dead. One who extorts good citizens and twists the laws, turns beyond measure, beyond the walls. Without money there is no life. No immoral matter can lead to a legal action. From the claw, we may judge a lion, from a sample we may judge the whole. From one, learn of all. Deductive reasoning. To renounce one's country. Of use, advantageous. From the force of the term. As a volunteer, without obligation. Out of a vow, in pursuance of a vow. 79. F. Fabus indulcit fames. Faber ist quisque. Fortunae sua. Fabula. Fabula Atellana. Fabula crepidata. Fabulae amatorii. Fabulae palliati. Faceria sacramentum. Faceria totum. Faces non omnibus una. Nec diversa tamen. Facile ist inventis ador. Facile large iada alieno. Facile omnesquam. Valamus recta consilia. E gratis damus. Facile princess. Facilis descensus averno. Hunger sweetens beans. Every man is architect of his own fortune. A comedy or farce. Attilan farce. Roman tragedy based upon Greek models. Love stories, often with tragic plots. Cloak comedy, as of Plautus and Terence. To take an oath. To do everything. The features are not the same in all respects, nor are they different, Ovid. It is easy to add to things already invented. It is easy to be generous with things of another person. When we are healthy, we all have advice for those who are sick. Easily first, number 1. In the field. The descent to hell is easy. Virgil. 80. Latin phrases and quotations. Facilius est multa faceria. Quam diu. Facinus quos inquinant. Equot. Facio ut des. Facio ut facias. Facit indignatio versum. Facta amorum. Fact non verba. Facta sunt potentiora. Verbis. Factotum. Factum ist. Factum infectum fri. Nequit. Factum probandum. Factum probans. Facut Siam. Phenum habet in cornu. Long fuge. Fex populi. Fallacia consequentis. Fallentis semiscia vitae. Falsa demonstratio. It is easier to do many things than to do one thing for a long time. Guilt equates all who share in guilt. I do so that you may give. I do so that you may do. Indignation produces verse, Juvenal. Facts of arms. Deeds not words, action not speeches. Facts are more powerful than words. One who does everything, handyman. It is done, it is complete. A thing done cannot be undone. The fact of a case to be proved. Facts tending to prove other facts. Make me know, make me aware. He has hay on his horn. Keep your distance. Reference to a charging bull, Horace. The dregs of the people. The rabble, Cicero. Fallacy of the consequence. The narrow path of a private life, Horace. False designation. Erroneous description. 81. Latin phrases and quotations. Falsa lectio, false reading, erroneous interpretation. Falsi crimem, the crime of falsification. Falsus in uno, falsus in false in one thing, false. Omnibus in everything. Fama clamus, a noisy rumor. Public scandal. Fama mala quo non, there is nothing swifter. Aliud velocia sullum, than an evil rumor. Virgil. Famam extenda factis, to make known his fame. By deeds, Virgil. Fama nihilist celerus, nothing is swifter than a rumor. Fama semper vivat, may his or her good name live forever. Fama volat, rumor travels fast. Adapted from Virgil. Fame's optimum, hunger is the best. Condimentum, seasoning. Familius regis, persons of the king's household. Famousus libellus, a slanderous or libellus. Letter. Farrago libelli, miscellaneous contents of a book. Ferae qua sensiat, to say what one feels. Horace. Fars istit ab host docere, it is right to learn even from an enemy. Fasti calendar of events. Fasti it nefasti, dies lucky and unlucky days. Fata obstant, the fates willed otherwise. Fata viam invenient, the fates will find a way. 82. Latin phrases and quotations. Fata volentum darcunt. Nullentum trahunt. Fatua mulia. Favat linguis. Fax mentis incendium. Glorii. Fecit. Felicitas habet multos. Amicos. Felicita. Felix culpa. Felix qui nihil debit. Felix qui partuit rerum. Connoceria causas. Feloda se. Feri natri. Fear libenta homines id. Quod volunt credunt. Feria non venir sed. Predam secula. Laudant. Fervens. Fervens difficili bile. Tu may occur. The fates lead the willing, and drag those who are unwilling. A foolish woman, a prostitute. Favor with your tongue. Say nothing bad lest you displease the gods. Horace. The passion for glory is fire for the mind. He or she made it. Prosperity has many friends. Happily, fortunately. Fortunate fault. Happy is he who owes nothing. Fortunate is he who understands the causes of things. Virgil. One who kills himself, doing an illegal act. Wild beasts. Undomesticated animals. Men readily believe what they want to believe. Julius Caesar. The Iron Age celebrates not love but the acquisition of material possessions. Boiling. My liver, seat of passion, swells with burning wrath. Horace. 83. Latin phrases and quotations. Fervet opus. Fessus viator. Festina lent. Fiat. Fiat dea voluntas. Fiat experimentum in corpore. Fiat hostis. Fiat justitia. Fiat justitia, ruat silem. Fiat lux. Fiat mixtura. Fiat potio. Fiat voluntas tua. Ficta voluptatis causa. Sint proxima veris. Fictilia. Fictilis. Fictio cedit veritati. Fidit amore. Fidit fortitudine. Fidea ist coticula crux. Fidea defensa, ed. Fideli certa mercies. Fidelis ad urnam. The work boils. Virgil. Weary traveller. Make haste slowly. Emperor Augustus. Let it be made. May God's will be done. Let one experiment on a body. Let a draft be made. Let justice be done. Let justice be done, even though the heavens fall. Let there be light. Genesis. Let a mixture be made. Let a portion be made. Thy will be done. Gospel of Matthew. Fictions should approximate the truth in order to please. Pottery. Made of pottery. Fiction yields to the truth by faith and love, by fidelity and fortitude. The cross is the touchstone of faith. Defender of faith, motto of the sovereigns of England since Henry VIII. To the faithful, reward is certain. Faithful to the urn. Faithful until death. 84. Latin phrases and quotations. Fidelita. Fide, non armis. Fides ante intellectum. Fides, sed qui vidi. Fides it justitia. Fides it veritas. Fides facit fidem. Fides non time. Fides probata coronet. Fides punica. Fides servundarist. Fidus acits. Fidus it audax. Fri facias. Figura causi. Filius. Filius ist pars patris. Filius nullius. Filius populi. Filius terra. Fine respis. Finis coronet opus. Fit via 6. Flagranti bello. Flagranti delicto. Faithfully. By faith, not by arms. Faith before understanding. Trust, but watch out to whom? Faith and justice. Faith and truth. Faith creates faith. Faith does not fear. Approved faith confers a crown. Punic faith, treacherous faith. Faith must be kept. Faithful companion. Virgil. Faithful and courageous. Writ authorizing execution of a judgment. Stylistic pattern of a speech. A son. A son is part of the father. Son of nobody, bastard. Son of the people. Son of the earth, a serf. Look to the end, consider. The end. The end crowns the work. A way is made by force. In the midst of the war. In the heat of the crime. 85. Latin phrases and quotations. Flamma fumo est. Proxima. Flebil ludibrium. Flector synecio. Superos, icheronta. Movebo. Flecti, non frangi. Floriat. Floriatitina. Flores. Flores curat deus. Florilegium. Florut, fluid. Flosculi sententiarum. Fluctuat nec mergitur. Folio recto. Folio verso. Fons itirigo. Fons malorum. Fons vitae. Forensis strepitus. Forma bonum fragilist. Forma flos, fama flatus. Fasanit hic olim. Miminis javabit. Fortum posh animum. Fire is very close to smoke. A tragic farce. If I can't bend heaven, then I will move hell. Virgil. To be bent, not broken. May it flourish. May Eton flourish, motto. Of Eton. Flowers. God cares for flowers. A bunch of flowers. Anthology or collection. He or she flourished. During this period. Flowers of thought. It is tossed by the waves. But does not sink. Motto of Paris. On the front of the page. On the back of the page. The source and origin. The fountain of evils. Fountain of life. The clamor of the forum. Beauty is a fragile good. Ovid. Beauty is a flower, fame is a breath. Perhaps this will be a pleasure to look back on one day. Virgil. Pray for a strong spirit. Juvenal. 36. Latin phrases and quotations. Fortes cucum, solus. Ducum. Fortes fortuna juvat. Fortiet fideli nihil. Difficile. Fortis caderia, sedia non. Potist. Fortis it fidelis. Fortiter it rect. Fortiter, fideliter, felicita. Fortiter jed crucem. Fortiter in re, suaviter in modo. Fortudinit prutia. Fortitudini. Fortuna seca ist. Fortuni ceteramando. Forune filius. Fortuna favet fatuis. Fortuna favet fortibus. Fortuna fortes juvat. Fortuna fortes mitui. Ignavos premit. Fortunam citius reperias. Quam retines. Fortuna me in bello. Campo. Fortuna melior sequita. A strong shield is the safety of our leaders. Fortune favors the brave. Turns. To the brave and faithful. Nothing is difficult. Brave men may fall, but cannot yield. Brave and faithful. Bravely and rightly. Bravely, faithfully, happily. He will bravely bear the cross. Resolutely in action. Gently in manner. By courage and prudence. For bravery. Fortune is blind. I commit the rest to Fortune. A son of Fortune, Horace. Fortune favors fools. Fortune favors the strong. Fortune helps the brave. Fortune fears the brave. Overwhelms the cowardly, Seneca. It is easier to meet with good fortune than to hold on to it. My fortune in a fair field. Fortune follows the better man. Sallust. 87. Latin phrases and quotations. Fortune multis that. Nimian, nulli satis. Fortuna nimium cum. Favored stultum facit. Fortune sequita. Fortuna vitrea ist, turn. Cum splendit frangiture. Forum non conveniens. Fosseribus orti. Frangas, non flectes. Fraus ist celer fraudum. Fraus pia. Fraus punica. Frans ist anemia nur. Fronti nullifides. Fructus industrials. Fructus naturalis. Fructu non foliis. Arbori mistima. Frages consumer nati. Too many fortune gives. Too much, to none does. He give enough, Martial. Fortune makes a fool of one whom she favors. Too much, Publius. Cyrus. Let fortune follow. Fortune is like glass, it is most easily shattered when it is the brightest. An inconvenient court or place, risen from ditch diggers, of humble origin. You may break me, but you will not bend me. It is fraud to conceal a fraud. A pious fraud. Punic fraud, treacherous. Deceit. The forehead is the door of the mind, Cicero. Do not trust in appearance, Juvenal. Produce of the land, resulting from manual labor. Produce of the land, which grows naturally. Judge a tree by its fruit, not by its leaves. Phaedrus. Born to consume the fruits of the earth. 88. Latin phrases and quotations. Fruima pro iucunditate. Frust tilde rollaborat qui. Omnibus placeria stude. Fugaces labunta anni. Fugit hora. Fugit irreparabile tempus. Fuitilium. Fumus it ops. Strepitus chrome. Functus officio. Fundamentum divisionis. Fundamentum iustitii. Ist fides. Fur arma ministrat. Fur loquendi. Fur poeticus. Fur scribendi. Let us enjoy things for pleasure. He labors in vain who tries to please everyone. The fleeting years go by. The hour flies. Time is irretrievably flying, Virgil. Troy has been, Troy is no more, Virgil. The smoke, the wealth, and the clamor of Rome. Juvenal. Having performed the duties of his office. Principles according to which a genus is divided into a species. The foundation of justice is good faith, Cicero. Rage supplies arms. Virgil. A rage for speaking. A poetic frenzy. A rage for writing. 89. G. Gaudimus agita. Gaudatentum in virtus. Gaudium certiminis. Generates. Genius loci. Gens togate. Genus. Genus ist mortis male. Vivia. Genus irritabile vitam. Gesta Romanorum. Glebea scriptus. Gloria. Gloria in excelsis Deo. Gloria Patri. Gloria tibi, Domin. Gloria virtutis umbra. Gradatim. Gradatim vincimus. Gradus ad Parnassum. Graeculus Isurians. Therefore let us rejoice. Virtue rejoices in trial. the joy of the struggle. General principles. Spirit of a place. Prevailing atmosphere. Nation of togas, Roman. Citizens, civilians. Class of things sharing certain attributes. To live an evil life is a type of death, Ovid. The irritable race of poets. Horace. Deeds of the Romans. Attached to the soil. Glory. Glory to God on high. The greater doxology. Glory to the Father, the lesser doxology. Glory be to thee, zero Lord. Glory is the shadow of virtue. By steps, by degrees. We conquer by degrees. A step toward Parnassus. A hungry Greek juvenile. 9. Latin phrases and quotations. Grammatici certant. Ad hoc sub iudis lees ist. Gratia dia. Gratia it veritas. Gratia gratiam part. Gratia placendi. Gratias ageria. Gratias tibiago. Gratia it pulchro. Veniens in corpore. Virtus. Gratis. Gratis dictum. Gravia manent. Gravia quadam sunt. Remedia pericules. Gravis ia regum est. Semper. Gravis imum est. Imperium. Consuetudines. Gregatim. Grex finalis. Scholars dispute and the case is still before the court, Horace. By the grace of God. Grace and truth. Kindness produces kindness. The grace of pleasing. To give thanks. I give thanks to you. Virtue and worth win more favor than beautiful form, Virgil. Free, at no cost. An unsubstantiated assertion. Worse things remain. Virgil. Some remedies are worse than the disease. Publius Syrus. The wrath of kings is always severe, Seneca. The power of custom is the strongest. In flocks or herds. A venal gathering. 91. H. Habeas corpus. Habeas corpus ad subjiciendum. Habmus confitentum. Reum. Habendum it tenendum. Habents homines. Habent sua fata libelli. Haberia it disputia. Haberia, non haberi. Habet. Habitit musca splenum. Hac lege. Hac merced placet. Hac ergate lupus hac. Canis. Hic ist conventio. Hic generi incremental. Fides. You have the body, a legal writ. Writ requiring presentation of the person. We have an accused person who pleads guilty, Cicero. Having and holding. Men of substance. Books have their own destiny, Terentius. To have and to distribute. To hold, not to be held. He or she has it. Even a fly has anger. Under this law, under this condition. These terms are pleasing to me. On one side a wolf threatens, on the other side a dog threatens. Horace. This is an agreement. This faith will augment our people. 92. Latin phrases and Q. Hic olim miminis. Iuvabit. Hic tibi dinifero. Hanuge in Syria. Ducent mala. Herent in fixi pector. Vultus. Hannibal ad portas. Haud ignota loca. Haud longis intervalis. Haud passibus aci. Heliuo librorum. Heredis flitus sub. Persona risus ist. Hereditas damasa. Hius. Hius ist alter ips. Hierum filii. Hestoni quaerits. Heu nihil invitis fas. Quemquam fideria divis. Heu pietas heu prisca. Fides. Quotations. Even, these things will be a pleasure to remember one day. Virgil. I bear these gifts to you. Motto of Newfoundland. These trifles will lead to serious evils, Horace. His looks are imprinted on her breast, Virgil. Hannibal is at the gates. Cicero. I speak of things by no means unknown. At intervals by no means long. With unequal steps. Virgil. A devourer of books, a bookworm. The tears of an air are mere laughter under a veil. A burdensome inheritance. An heir is another self. Sons of heroes, motto of Wellington College. Citizens of yesterday. Freed slaves, Perseus. One cannot trust the gods for anything once they are against you, Virgil. Alas for pity, alas for ancient faith, Virgil. 93. Latin phrases and Q1. Hiatus val deflendus. Hic domus, hic patria. Ist. Hic it nunc. Hic it ubique. Hic it ubique terrarum. Hic finis fandi. Hic finis nihil attraxit. Hic jacet. Hic jacet sepultus. Hic jacet lepus. Hic sepultus. Hinculi lacrimae. Hinc lucemit pocula. Sacra. His non obstantibus. Hi sunt inimici pessimi. Front hilo. Hi testes. Hoc age. Hoc anno. Hoc ist. Notations. A much regretted gap or deficiency. Here is our home, this is our country, Virgil. Here and now. Here and everywhere. Here and everywhere. Throughout the world. Motto of the University of Paris. Here the speech ended. Virgil. This line has not attracted any fish. Here lies, on tombstones. Here lies buried. Here lies the hair, the difficulty. Here is buried. Hence these tears, cause of the disaster. From hence, we receive light and sacred libations, motto of Cambridge. Notwithstanding these things, one's worst enemies are those whose faces are cheerful. These are witnesses. Do this, apply yourself to this. In this year. This is 94. Latin phrases and quotations. Hoc erat in more majorum. Hoc erat in votis. Hoc est vivia bis vita. Possi prior frue. Hoc genus omne. Hoc habet. Hoc illis narrow chemi. Non intelligant. Hoc indictum volo. Hoc loco. Hoc mens. Hoc monumentum posuit. Hoc noct. Hoc nomini. Hoc opus, hic laborist. Hoc opus, hoc studium. Hoc quae. Hoc sensu. Hoc sustinet, maius eni. Venit malum. Hoc tempor. Hoc tempor obsequium. amicos, veritas odium. Part. Hoc titulo. Hoc verbo. Hoc volo. This was in the manner of our ancestors. This was what I wished. Horace. To live twice is to make useful profit of one's past. Martial. All the people of that type, Horace. He has it, he is a hit. I am telling my tale to people who do not understand me, Virgil. I wish this statement to be withdrawn. In this place, in this month, he or she erected this monument. This night, tonight. In this name. This is work, this is labor. This work, this pursuit. Look for this. In this sense. Endure this evil, lest a greater one should come to you, Phaedrus. At this time. Today flattery wins. Friends, truth begets. Hatred, turns. Under this title. Under this word. This I wish. 95. Latin phrases and quotations. Hoc volo, sic ubio, sit. Pro ration voluntas. Hodi mihi, cras tibi. Hodi, non cras. Homage redor. Hominum causa jus. Constitutum. Hominum quaro. Homini amico it. Familiari non est. Mentiri meum. Homo additus naturi. Homo antiqua virtute ac. Fide. Homo doctus in esse. Semper divitus habet. Homo erectus. Homo faber. Homo homini aut deus. Aut lupus. Homo homini deus ist si. Suum officium siat. Homo homini lupus. Homo multarum. Literarum. This I wish, thus I command, let my will stand for my reason. Juvenal. Today to me, tomorrow to you. Today, not tomorrow. To render homage. Law is established for the benefit of man. I am looking for a man. Phaedrus on Diogenes. I do not lie to my friends or family, Lucilius. Man added to nature. Francis Bacon. A man of ancient virtue and loyalty. A learned man always has wealth within himself. Early species of man able to stand on 2 feet. Man the maker. Man is either a wolf or a god to other men. Erasmus. Man is a god to man when he recognizes his duty to others. Man is a wolf to his fellow man, Plautus. A man of many letters. 96. Latin phrases and quotations. Homo nullis colors. Homo rationalis. Homo sapiens. Homo sum, humani nihilo. Me alienum puto. Homo totiens moritur. Quotiens omittit suos. Homo trium litteram. Homo unius libri. Homo vitae commodatus. Non donatus. Homunculi quanti sunt. Homunculus. Honesta mors turpi vita. Potia. Honesta quam splendida. Honest vivia. Honorarium dormum. Honors mutant mors. Honor ista nihilo. Man of no color, 1. Who does not commit. Rational man, man as a cognitive being. Wise man, man as a member of human species. I am a man, I regard nothing that concerns man as foreign to my interests, turns. A man dies as many times as he loses a dear friend. A man of 3 letters, a thief. Man of 1 book, 1. Educated by narrow means. A man is lent to life, not given. Publius Syrus. What unimportant creatures men are. Plautus. Imaginary tiny man residing within a person. An honorable death is better than a vile life. Tacitus. Honorable things rather than brilliant things. To live honestly. An honorary gift. Gratuitous payment. Honors change manners. Honor is from the Nile. 97. Latin phrases and quotations. Honoris causa. Honor virtutis praemium. Honor salutatis. Honors habet onus. Hora decubitus. Hori canonici. Hori subsisivi. Hori unius spatio. Hora fugit. Horas non numero nisi. Serenas. Hora somni. Horosco referens. Horribil dictu. Horribil visu. Horriubic. Hortus conclusu. Hortus siccus. Hos ego versiculos feci. Tulit alter honors. Hospes, hostis. Hostis honori invidia. Hostis humani generis. Huius anni. Huius mensis. For the sarche of honor. Degree of recognition. Honor is the reward of virtue. Cicero. Honor nourishes the arts. Cicero. Honor has its burden. At the hour of bedtime. Canonical hours, hours of prayer. Hours of leisure. In 1 hour's time. Time flies, the hour passes quickly. I don't count the hours. Unless they're bright. At the hour of sleep. I am horrified to relate. Virgil. Horrible to relate. Horrible to see. Terror everywhere. Enclosed garden, private. Sanctuary. Collection of dry plants. Herbarium. I wrote these lines. Another has carried away the honors. Virgil. Stranger, enemy. Envy is the foe of honor. Enemy of the human race. Of this year. Of this month. 98. Latin phrases and quotations. Humani generis. Humani nihilami. Alienum puto. Humanius est derideria. Vitam quam deplorare. Humanum amerist. Humanum autem. Ignocerierist. Humanum isterere. Humiles labyrinth ubi. Potens dissident. Hunc laborem sumas. Laudum qui tibac. Fructum ferat. Hunc tu cavito. Hunc tu, Romain, cavito. Of the human race, Pope Pius XII. I consider nothing that relates to man foreign to me, Terence. It is more appropriate for a man to laugh at life than to lament it. Seneca. To love is human, to indulge is human also. To err is human. Poor people suffer when the powerful disagree. Accept work which brings praise and profit. Lucilius. Beware of him. Of him, Roman, beware. Horace. 99. I. Eicta alia ist. I am proximus ardit. Eucaligon. I am redit Virgo. Redeunt Saturnia regna. I am satis. Ian mentis. Ian uis clausi. ibidem, ibid. Idem. Idem quod. Idem sinens. Idem velut idem. Null. Ides. Ideist, i.e. Id genus omne. Idonius homo. Ianus raos stomachus. Vulgaria temnit. The die is cast. Julius Caesar, on crossing the Rubicon 49 BC. Eucaligon's house next door is burning. Virgil. Now returns the Virgin. Now the golden age returns. Virgil. Already enough. The doors of the mind. With closed doors. The same text. The same. The same as. Sounding the same as. To like and dislike the same things. Sallust. The 15th, or 13th, day of the month on the ancient Roman calendar. That is. All that sort, everyone of that class. The fit man, man of proven ability. The empty stomach seldom turns away food. Horace. 10:0. Latin phrases and quotations. Lesus hominum salvator. I.H.S. Jesus Nazarenus Rex. Iudearum. Ignavis semper ferii. Sunt. Ignis oren probat. Miseria fortes viros. Ignis fatuus. Ignis eudicium. Ignobilis vulgus. Ignorantia facti excusat. Ignorantia iuris non excusat. Ignorantia legis non excusat. Ignorantia legis non exculpat. Ignorantia elenchi. Ignosito si polteri. Nunquam tibi. Ignoti nulla cupido. Ignotum per ignotius. Ignotus. Ilias malorum. Jesus, Saviour of mankind. Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Jews. To the lazy it is always a holiday. Fire tests gold, adversity tests strong men. Seneca. Foolish fire. Will o' the wisp. Trial by fire. The ignoble crowd. Ignorance of fact excuses. 1. Ignorance of law does not excuse one. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. Ignorance of the law does not free one from blame. An irrelevant argument or conclusion, a logical fallacy disproving a proposition. Forgive others often. Forgive yourself never. No desire exists for an unknown thing. Ovid. Explaining the unknown by means of something even more unknown. Unknown. Unleared of woes. Multitude of misfortune. 101. Latin phrases and quotations. Elisa lumen solum. Illatis manibus. Imagines majorum. Imago pietatis. Imitatores, servum pecus. Immedicabile vulnus. Imo pector. Imperi mot. Impavidum ferient. Ruini. Impera aut servit. Collector pecunia quic. Imperator dea gratia. Imperiosus. Imperium it libertas. Imperium in imperio. Implicate. Imponia pellio Olympo. Impos animi. Impossibilium nulla. Obligatio ist. Impotens sui. Imprimata. With undit sled itu. The sun. With unwashed hands. Portraits of ancestors. Image of Christ standing upright in his tomb. Imitators, You servile. Hurt, Horace. An incurable wound. Ovid. From the bottom of the heart. In unequal combat. The ruins of the world will not dismay him. Horace. Money saved either rules us or serves us, Horace. Emperor by the grace of God. Imperious, haughty. Empire and liberty. Authority within another's jurisdiction. By implication. To pile Pelion on Olympus, to make matters much worse. Having no control over one's mind. No obligation to do the impossible is binding. Having no control over one's self. Official sanction for publication of text. 102. Latin phrases and quotations. Imprimis. In absentia. In abstract. In actu. In aeternum. In olio loco. In ambiguo. In aqua scribis. In arduis virtus. In arena edificas. In armis. In articulo mortis. In banco. In banco regis. In beto omnia beta. In bello parvis. Moments magni casus. Intercedunt. In bonis. In silo cuis. In silo solus. In camera. In capite. In cauda veninum. In conatus. In first place. In the absence of a particular person. In the abstract. In the act, in reality. In eternity, forever. In another place. In doubt. You are writing in water. To have virtue in difficulties. You are building upon the sand. In arms. In the grasp of death, at the point of death. In full court. In the king's bench. With the blessed all things are blessed. Horace. In war great events are caused by small things. Julius Caesar. In the goods or property. In heaven is rest. In heaven is salvation. In a room, a meeting. Conducted in secret. In chief, reference to holder of estate. In the tail is the poison. Beware of danger. Incarnate, section of the Nicene Creed. 103. Latin phrases and quotations. In sesu patuit D. In Christi nomine. Insidis in Silam. Cupiens vitaria. Charybdim. Incipit. In commendam. In contumatium. In corpore. Incredulus odi. In cruz spro. In cudi redor. In cumulo. In cunabula. In cunabulum. In curia. In custodia legis. In deriit lacrimae. In delicto. In deos primus. In deos pravi. In deposito. Index expurgatrius. By her walk the goddess was revealed, Virgil. In the name of Christ. You fall into Scylla. Wishing to avoid Charybdi, adapted from Homer. The beginning of a text. In trust for a time. In contempt of court. In body or substance. Being skeptical I hate it. Horace. I hope in the cross. To return to the anvil. Horace. In a heap. Earliest printed books. Those before 1500. Swaddling clothes. Infancy, origin. In court. In the custody of the law. Hence the anger and these tears, juvenile. In fault, though not in equal fault. In God we hope, motto of Brown University. In God have I trusted. On deposit, as a pledge. List of books from which certain passages have been expurgated by the Catholic Church. 1041. Latin phrases and quotations. Index Librorum. Prohibitorum. Index Rerum. Index Verborum. Indicia. Indicium. Indictum sit. Indiem vivia. Indice. Indignant invidia. Florbitiustus. Indiscrimine rerum. Indaslis paupereum pati. Indorso. Indubio. Indulci jubilo. Industrii nil. Impossibile. Inedita. Inequilibrio. Ines. Inist dementia forti. Inist sua gratia parvis. In excelsis. In exitu. In extenso. List of books prohibited by the Catholic Church. An index of matters. An index of words. Indications, signs and circumstances. Indicating mark or sign. Leave it unsaid. To live for the day. Daily, every day. The just man will flourish. In spite of envy. At the crisis point, at the turning point. One who cannot learn to bear poverty, Horace. On the back. In doubt. In sweet rejoicing. With hard work, nothing is impossible. Unpublished. Compositions. In equilibrium. In existence at the present time. Clemency belongs to the bold. Trifles have a grace of their own. In the highest, to the greatest measure. An issue. In its entirety, completely. 105. Latin phrases and quotations. In extremis. In face curiae. In facto. Infundum, regina, irubes. Renovare dolorem. Infundum renovare. Dolorem. Infecta pace. Inferum prolibitate. Rubent. Infri. Infima species. Infixum ist mei. In flagranti delicto. Inflatilia. In folio. In forma pauperis. In furor conscientiae. In furor domestic. Infra. Infra itatem. Infra dignitatem, infra. Dig. Infra regnum. In fumo. Infasum. In futuro. At the point of death, at the extreme point. In the presence of the court. In a state of completion. Unspeakable, Queen, is the grief which you wish me to renew. Virgil. To renew an unspeakable grief. Without establishing peace, turns. For freedom they rushed on their sword. Pending, not yet completed. The lowest species. I have firmly resolved. While the crime is blazing. Wind instruments. In the page. In the manner of a pauper, at no cost. In the court of conscience. In a domestic court. Below, in the text. Under age, a minor. Beneath one's dignity. Within the realm. In smoke. Let it infuse. In the future, at a later date. 1196. Latin phrases and quotations. Ingenia. Ingenita levitasit. Erudite vanitas. Ingensica. Ingens tellum necessitates. In gremio legis. In hac party. In his verbis. In hoc. In hoc solus. In hoc sino. In hoc sino spes me. In hoc sino vinces. In infinitum. In intellect. In invidium. In invitum. Iniquia numquam regna. Perpetuae manent. Iniquia mist. Initio. Iniori eci adideris. Contumelium. In jure. In kind, in the same class. Or species. Frivolity is inborn. Conceit is acquired by education, Cicero. The mighty ocean. Necessity is a powerful weapon. In the lap of the law. On this part. In these exact words. In this, respecting this matter. There is safety. By this sign, the cross. Motto of the Jesuits. In this sign, the cross, is my hope. By this sign you will conquer, motto of Constantine. To infinity, forever. In intelligence, in conception. Against the unwilling. Compulsory. Against the will of the other party. Unjust rules never endure forever. It is inequitable or unjust. At the beginning. You who have added insult to injury. According to law. 107. Latin phrases and quotations. Injuria abscdamo. Injuria non excusat. Injuriam. In limine. In limine belli. In loco. In loco citato, loc sit. In loco parentis. In lumintio videbimus. Lumen. In malum partum. In manus tuas. Commendo spiritum. Meum. In maxima potentia. Minima licentia. In medias res. In medio. In medio tutissimus ibis. In meditation fugae. In memorial. In mora. In naturalibus. In nihil nil posse reverti. In noct consilium. A wrong without damage, insult without damage. One wrong does not justify another wrong. At the outset, on the threshold. At the outbreak of war. Livy. In the place. Occurring in the place. Cited. In the place of a parent. In thy light we shall see. Light, motto of Columbia University. In a bad sense. Into thy hands I commend my spirit. Christ's final words on the cross. In the greatest power. There is the least freedom. In the middle of things. In the middle. You will go safest in the middle, Ovid. In contemplation of flight. In memory, document in memory of a person. In delay. In a state of nature, naked. Nothing cannot return to nothing, Perseus. In the night is counsel. 108. Latin phrases and quotations. In nomine. In nomine Domini. In nomine Patris et Filii. Et Spiritus Sancti. In nubibus. In neus. In oculis civium. In omnia paratus. In omnibus. In omnibus caritas. In opum me copia fecit. In opii desunt multa. Avaritia omnia. In ovo. In pace. In pace, ut sapiens. Apparati duni bello. In pari causa. In pari delicto. In pari materia. In partibus infidelium. In pectora. In perpetuum rei. Memoriam. In perpetuum. In persona. In the name of. In the name of the Lord. In the name of the Father. And the Son and the Holy Spirit. In the clouds. In a nutshell, in a concise manner. In the eyes of the citizens. Prepared for all things. In all things, in all respects. In all things charity. Abundance makes me poor. Ovid. Poverty is the lack of many things, avarice of everything. In the egg, immature. In peace. In peace, like a wise man, he appropriately prepares for war. Horace. In an equal cause. Two parties, in equal fault. Regarding the same subject matter. In the lands of infidels. In the breast, in secret. In perpetual remembrance. Forever, in perpetuity. In person. 109. Latin phrases and quotations. In personam. In plano. In plano. In pontificalibus. In posse. In postum. In potentia. In praesentia. In primis. In principio. In procintu. In promptu. In propria causa. In propria causa nemo. Iudex. In propria persona. In prospect. In puris naturalibus. Inquirendo. Inquisitio post mortem. In re. In rem. In rerum natura. In secula seculorum. In salutato hospite. A legal action, against the person. On a level surface. In full, completely. In episcopal robes. As a possibility, potential. Action. In the future. In possibility. In the present, at the moment. Among the first. In the beginning, at the outset. With girded loins. In readiness. In one's own suit. No one can judge his own cause. In one's own person. In prospect. In the natural state, naked. By inquiring. In quest after death. In the matter of a legal action, against the thing. In the nature of things. Forever and ever, for ages and ages. Leaving without thanking the host. 110. Latin phrases and quotations. Insanus omnis furia, every madman thinks. Credit ceteris, everyone else is mad. Cyrus. In sculpsit, he or she engraved it. In esse, in and of itself. In selvam lignifera, to carry wood to the forest. In situ, in the original place. Usual environment. In solidum, in the whole. In solo Deo solus, in God alone there is salvation. In specie, in kind, in like form. Instanta, urgently, immediately. In star omnium, worth all of them, Cicero. In statu pupillary, having the status of a student. In statu quo, in the existing condition or situation. In statu quo ante, in the same condition as before. In statu quo ante bellum, in the condition before the war. Institutions, works containing elements of science. In tantum, in so much as. In te domin, spravi, in thee Lord, have I put my trust. Integer vitae, living a blameless life. Horace. Integer vitae celerisque, blameless in life and free. Purus from crime, Horace. Integra mensa, sound and vigorous. Augustissima possessio, mind is the most honored possession. 111. Latin phrases and quotations. Integros hori fonts. Intellectus agens. Intellectus mercis ist. Fidea. Intellectus possibilis. Intelligenti porca. In tempore opportune. In tenebri. Inter alia. Inter alios. Inter arma leges silent. Inter canem it lupam. Inter disseria liqui aquavit. Igni. Interdum vulgus rectum. Vide, ist ubi peccat. Inter malium it. Incudum. Inter numbers. Inter pairs. Inter partes. Inter pocula. Inter regalia. Interregnum. To drink from pure fountains. Active intellect. Understanding is the reward of faith. Passive intellect. To the intelligent, few words. At the opportune time. In darkness. Incomprehensible. Between, among other things. Among other persons. In time of wars, laws are silent. Between a dog and wolf. To forbid water and fire. To someone, Cicero. At times the world sees straight, but many times the world goes astray, Virgil. Between the hammer and the anvil. Among us, between us. Among peers, among those of equal rank. With both parties represented. Between cups, over drinks. Among the festive activities. The period between rulers. 2. Latin phrases and quotations. Interoem. Inter esse. Inter spermitmatum. Inter vivos. Interdum vulgus rectum. Vide. In terminis. Interoem. In testimonium. In totidum verbis. In toto. In toto silo. Intramuros. In transitu. Intraparietes. Intravires. Introitus. Intuitu. Intersit incut novi. Hominum. In usum delphini. In utro. In utroque fidelis. In utrocio. In utrumque paritus. In vacuo. In fear, action based on extreme fear. Among or between themselves. Between hope and fear. Between the living parties. Sometimes the crowd sees right, Horace. In express terms. As a warning. In witness. In so many words. As a whole, in its entirety. In the whole sky. Within the walls. In transit, in passage. Within the walls. Within one's authority or jurisdiction. The entrance, beginning. Of the mass. In respect to, with regards to. I know the man within. And in the skin. For the use of the dauphin, expurgated. In the womb. Faithful in both. Under both laws, civil and canon. Prepared for either alternative, Virgil. In space, isolated. 113. Latin phrases and quotations. Invadio. Invenit. Inventor. In verba peccare. Inverso ordine. Invictus manio. In vino veritas. Invita Minerva. In vitro. Invitium sequitur honor. In vivo. Lonecist nomen eius. Io chi causa. Io triumphi. Ipsa quidem pretium. Virtus sibi. Ipsa scientia potestas ist. Ips dixit. Ipsissima verba. Ipso facto. Ipso iure. Ia fera brevis ist. Iriat lacrimae. Irrevocabile verbum. Irritabis crabrones. Ita ist. In pledge. He or she devised it. In the womb. To offend in words only. In inverse order. I remain unconquered. In wine, there is truth. Minerva was unwilling. Uninspired. In glass, in a culture dish. Honor follows him. Uninvited. In the living organism. John is his name, motto. Of Puerto Rico. For the sake of a joke. Hail, God of triumph. Virtue is its own reward. Claudian. Knowledge itself is power, Francis Bacon. He himself said it. Unsubstantiated. Assertion. Quoted in the exact words. By the fact itself. By the law itself. Anger is brief madness. Horace. Resentment and tears. A word beyond recall. You will stir up the hornets. It is so. 114. Latin phrases and quotations. Ita lex scripta est. Ita ter deus adiuvit. Italis. It missa est. Item. Iteram. Iubilate Deo. Iucundi acti labors. Iudicium dia. Iudicium parium aut. Leges terra. Iuncta iuvant. Iuncta iuvant, alta peti. Iuniors ad labors. Lapita tonans. Iura natri sunt. Immutabilia. Iura regalia. Iura in verbura magistri. Iurat. Ior. Ior belli. Ior coronae. Ior divino. Ior gentium. Ior humano. Ior mariti. Thus is written the law. So help you God. In the Italian manner. Go, the Mass has ended. Also, likewise. Again, anew. Rejoice in God. Past labors are pleasant. Cicero. The judgment of God. The judgment of one's peers are the laws of the land, from the Magna Charta. United things help each other. Union is strength, it seeks the heights. The younger men for labor. Jupiter the Thunderer. The laws of nature are unchangeable. Royal rights. To swear to the words of the master, Horace. He or she swears by one's right. By the right of war. By the right of the crown. By divine right. By the right of nations. By human law. By the husband's right. 115. Latin phrases and quotations. Ior non dono. Ior propinquitatis. Ior sanguinis. Ior uxoris. Ior jurisdictionis fundandi. Causa. Ior juris ignorantia est cum. Nostrum ignoramus. Ior juris peritus. Ior juris precepta. Luris utriusque doctor. Ius. Ius accrescendi. Ius canonicum. Ius civile. Ius civitatis. Ius commune. Ius contra bellum. Ius divinum. Ius ist ars boni itici. Ius it norma loquendi. Ius ex inioria non oritur. Ius gentium. Ius gladii. Ius in bello. Ius in re. Ius iurandum. Ius mariti. Ius naturi. By right, not gift. By right of relationship. By right of blood. The right of the wife. For the sarche of establishing jurisdiction. In the ignorance of the laws, we are unfamiliar with our own rights. Learned in the law. The precepts of law. Doctor of both laws. Civil and canon. Law, legal right. The right of survivors. Canon law. Civil law. Right of citizens. Common law. Law against war. Divine law. Law is the art of the good and the just. The law and rule of speech. Right does not rise out of wrong. The law of nations. The right of the sword. Moral constraints in war. An actual right. A swearing, an oath. The right of the husband. The law of nature. 116. Latin phrases and quotations. Ius non scriptum. Ius pignoris. Ius possessions. Ius pos liminii. Ius primae noctis. Ius proprietatis. Ius regium. Ius relicte. Ius sanguinis. Ius scriptum. Ius soli. Ius summum, seep. Summa malicia ist. Ius tertii. Ius dici sora fides. Ius dici tenex. Ius dicia omnibus. Ius to tempor. Ius demit tenex. Propositivo. Iuvant deo. Unwritten law. The right of pledge. The right of possession. The right of resumption. Of status. The right of first night. The right of property. The right of the crown. The right of the widow. The law of consanguinity. Written law, statutory. The law of birthplace. Extreme law is often an extreme wrong turns. The rights of the third party. Faith is the sister of justice. Tenacious of justice. Justice for all, motto of the District of Columbia. At the proper time. A man who is upright and steadfast in purpose, Horace. God helping. 117. L. Labitur it labitur in omn. Laboreris ore. Laborit honor. Labor ipse voluptas. Labor omnia vincit. Labor omnia vincit. Improbus. Labor optimos citat. Laborum dulce lenimen. Labunta it imputanta. Lacrima Christi. Lacrimae rerum. Lacrimis oculos suffusa. Nitens. Lacuna. Lisa majestas. Levus. Lana caprina. The stream flows and it will flow forever. Horace. To work is to pray. By labor and honor. Work itself is a pleasure. Menelaus. Work conquers all things. Motto of Oklahoma. Persistent work conquers all things, Virgil. Labor summons the best men, Seneca. Sweet solace of my labor, Horace. The moments slip away and are reckoned to our account. Inscription on a sundial. The tear of Christ, also a sweet Italian wine. Tears for the things, pity for misfortune. Her sparkling eyes suffused with tears, Virgil. Gap, blank space, hiatus. The crime of high treason. Left, left-handed. Goat's wool, an imaginary thing. 118. Latin phrases and quotations. Lapis. Lapis philosophorum. Lapsus. Lapsus calami. Lapsus lingua. Lapsus memoriae. Lapsus morum. Lapsus penni. Larum. Lars it penates. La familiaris. Latit scintillula fasan. Latit anguis in herba. Lato sensu. Laudendum. Adolescentum. Omandum, tolindum. Laudaria laudato viro. Laudata temporis acti. Laudum virtutis. Necessitate damus. Laus deo. Laus propria sordit. Lectio difficilia. Stone. The philosopher's stone. Slip, blunder. Slip of the pen. Slip of the tongue. Lapse of memory. Slip of morals. Slip of the pen. Shrine for images of the Lars. Roman gods of the household. Domestic or household. Spirit. Perhaps a spark may exist unseen. A snake lies hidden in the grass. In a broad sense. Let's praise the young man, honor him, and elevate him. Cicero on Octavian. To be praised by a man. Who is praised, Cicero? One who praises past times, Horace. We give to necessity the praise of virtue. Quintilian. Praise be to God. Self-praise is base. The harder reading. Principle of selection. 119. Latin phrases and quotations. Lector benevol. Legalis homo. Legatus aleteria. Legenda. Lege, quaso. Leges bone ex mollis. Moribus procreantur. Leges mori serviant. Legimus, eni legantur. Leone fortia fides. Leonina societas. Lex. Lex domicilii. Lex ist dictum in rationis. Lex loci. Lex loci contractus. Lex loci delicti. Lex, lux. Lex mercatorum. Lex non scripta. Kind reader, opening of an author's preface. A legal man, a man with full rights. Ambassador from inner circle, papal legate. Things to be read. Read, I pray you. Good laws are the products of bad morals. Laws are servants to custom. We read so that others may not read. Lactantius. Faith is stronger than a lion. A leonine partnership. One in which one partner shares the losses but not the profits. The law. The law in force at one's domicile. Law is the dictative reason. The law of the place. The legal place of making a contract. The location where a wrong took place. Law, light, motto of Emory University. Law merchant, mercantile. Law. Unwritten law, common law, customary law. 120. Latin phrases and quotations. Lex salica. Lex scripta. Lex talionis. Lex terra. Libelli divortii. Libelli famosi. Libellus rerum. Libellus supplex. Libra arbitria. Libravi animam meme. Liber evangeliorum. Liber judiciarum. Libertas inestimabilis res ist. Liberum arbitrium. Liberum arbitrium. Indifferentiae. Liberum voluntatis. Arbitrium. Libre, solidi, dineritu. Licentiavitum. Lice. Ligna it lapids. Lignum vitae. Ligonem vocat. Lime laborit mora. Salic law, females cannot inherit the throne. Written law, statutory law. The law of retribution or retaliation. The law of the land. Document of divorce. Defamatory publication. Book of things, an inventory. Book of supplies. Requisition. Free decisions. I have freed my mind. Book of Gospels. Book of Judgment. Freedom is a possession of profound value. Freedom of choice. Freedom of indifference. Ability to choose. Without reference to antecedent. Free choice of the will. Pounds, shillings, pence. The license of poets. It is allowed. Sticks and stones. Wood of life, a tropical tree. He calls a hoe, a spade a spade. The toil and delay of the snail, Horace. 121. Latin phrases and quotations. Limbus. Limbus facirum. Limbus infantium. Limbus patrum. Limbus puerorum. Linea recta. Lingua franca. Lingua romanica. Lingua verbra. Lees litem generat. Lees pendens. Lees sub judice. Litem light resolve. Light pendant. Literati. Literatim. Litera scripta mane. Literi humania res. Literi scripti. Literi sine moribus. Veni. Loco. Loco citato, loc sit. Loco laudato. Loco supracitato. Paradise, limbo. Fool's paradise. Infant's paradise. Father's paradise. Children's paradise. Straight line. Mixture of languages. Latin of the Dark Ages. The tongue's lashings. Litigation engenders. Litigation. A suspended lawsuit. A lawsuit before the judge. To settle a dispute with. Litigation. While the lawsuit is pending. Men of learning, the learned class. Letter for letter. The written letter abides. The humanities, the human letters. Written letters. Manuscript. Literature without character is vain, motto of the University of Pennsylvania. In the place. In the place cited. In the place cited with approval. In the place cited before. 122. Latin phrases and quotations. Locum tenens. Locus. Locus citatus. Locus classicus. Locus communis. Locus criminis. Locus delicti. Locus in quo. Locus poenitentiae. Locus sigilli, ls. Locus standi. Long aberrat scopo. Long absit. Longo intervalo. Longo sed proximus. Intervalo. Loquitur. Lubricum lingua. Lus lucet aliena. Lucernam olit. Elucidus ordo. Elucri causa. Elucri bonus istoda ex. Requalibit. One holding the place, a substitute. A place, written passage. The passage cited. Standard source of an idea or reference. A commonplace passage. A public place. The place of the crime. The place of the crime. The place at which an action took place. A place for repentance. The place of the seal, on a contract. A place to stand. Recognized position. He wanders far from the objective. Far be it from me. At a long interval. The next, but after a long interval, Virgil. He or she speaks. Slip of the tongue. It shines with another's light. It smells of the lamp. A clear arrangement. Horace. For the sake of gain. Sweet is the smell of money obtained from any source. Juvenal. 123. Latin phrases and quotations. Elucus a non lucendo. Eluderia cum sacris. Luz. Lumen. Lumen fidea. Lumen gratiae. Lumenca juventa. Purpureum. Elupum oribus tenia. Elupus ist homo homini. Elupus in fabula. Elupus pilum mutat, non mentum. Elusius natri. Lustrum. Lux. Lux eterna. Lux benigna. Lux ist umbridia. Lux it lex. Lux it veritas. Lux, libertas. Lux mundi. Lux venit ab alto. Called a grove from the absence of light, a paradoxical explanation. To play with sacred things. A plague, pestilence. Light. Light of faith. Light of grace. The purple light of youth. Virgil. To hold a wolf by the ears. Man is wolf to man. Plautus. The wolf in the fable. Terence. The wolf changes his coat, not his mind. Freak of nature, an unusual occurrence. A period of 5 years. Light. Eternal light. Kindly light. Light is the shadow of God. Simons. Light and Law, motto of the University of North Dakota. Light and Truth, motto of Yale University. Light, Liberty, motto of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Light of the world. Light comes from above. 124. Mict. Mict animo. Mict virtute. Magis mutus quam piscis. Magister. Magister artis. Ingenii largita. Venta. Magister artium. Magister ceremoniarum. Magister dixit. Magister ludi. Magister rerum usus. Magistra rerum. Experientia. Magistratus indicat. Virum. Magna Charta. Magna Christi. Magna Civitas, Magna Solitudo. Bravo, well done. Be increased in courage. Be brave. Be increased by merit. Prosper. Quieter than a fish. Master. The stomach is the teacher of art and the bestower of genius. Perseus. Master of arts. Master of ceremonies. The master has spoken. Reference to Aristotle. Master of public games, a school teacher. Use is the master of things. Experience is the mistress of things. The office shows the man. The Great Charter of 1215, granted by King John. The Great Works of Christ. A great city, a great solitude. 125. Latin phrases and quotations. Magna cum laude. Magna Dei curant, parva. Neglegunt. Magna est veritas. Magna est veritasit. Prevalet. Magna est vis consuetudinis. Magna servitus est. Magna fortuna. Magnae spes ultra. Rome. Magnas inter ops in opes. Magnificat anima me. Dominum. Magni nominis umbra. Magni pectoris ist inter. Secunda moderatio. Magno conatu magnas. Nugas. Magnos homines virtute. Matima, non fortuna. Magnum bonum. Magnum in parvo. Magnum opus. With high honors, with great distinction. The gods attend to great matters, they neglect the small ones. Cicero. Great is the truth. Great is the truth and it prevails. Great is the force of habit. Cicero. A great fortune is a great slavery. Seneca. Another hope for Rome. Refers to Ascanius. Poor in the midst of great riches. Horace. My soul magnifies the Lord. Gospel of Luke. Under the shadow of a great name. Lucan. Moderation in prosperity is the mark of a great heart. Livy. By great effort, one obtains great trifles. Terence. We measure great men by their virtue, not by their fortune. A great good. Great things in small things. Most important work of writer or artist. P.L. Magna. 126. Latin phrases and quotations. Magnum vectigul est. Parsimonia. Magnus ab integro. Seculanum. Major e longinquo. Reverentia. Majors penas nido. Majusculi. Malafide. Malafides. Male faceria qui vult. Numquam non causam. Invenit. Maleficium. Male pater male. Dilabunta. Maleisua defames. Male verum examinat. Omnis corruptus iudex. Mali exempli. Malinum spinia. Vulgus. Mali principii malus. Finis. Malis avibus. Malicia precogitata. Malo animo. Malo grato. Malo inconsolio femini. Vincant viros. Economy is a great revenue. Cicero. The great cycle of the ages is born again. Virgil. Greater reverence from a distance. Wings greater than the nest. Horace. Large or capital letters. In bad faith. Bad faith. Those who intend to do evil never fail to find a reason. An evil deed, a crime. Things obtained by evil are lost by evil. Cicero. Desire that leads to a crime. Virgil. A corrupt judge weighs truth in false scales. Horace. Of a bad example, of a bad precedent. To scorn the evil crowd. Horace. The bad end of a bad beginning. Under unfavorable signs. Inauspicious. Malice aforethought. With evil intent. In spite, unwilling. Women surpass men in scheming evil deeds. 127. Latin phrases and quotations. Malo modo. Malo mori quam foederi. Malum. Malum in esse. Malum prohibitum. Malus puda. Mandamus. Main. Main primo. Maine. Maine altament. Repositum. Maine secretrix. Mainit noct. Mania apotu. Manibus pedibusc. Manifest approbation. Non-indigent. Manu forti. Manu propria. Manus nubibus. Manus hic inimica. Tyrannis. Mer clausum. Mer liberum. In an evil manner. I would rather die than be dishonored. An evil, a wrong. Wrong in itself. Wrong because it is prohibited by statute. False shame. We command, writ. Commanding. Performance. Morning. First thing in the morning. He or she remains. It remains stored deep in the mind, Virgil. The scar remains. Morning and night. Mania from drinking. Delirium tremens. With hands and feet. With total devotion. Manifest things do not require proof. With a strong hand, by force. With one's own hand. A hand from the clouds. This hand is enemy to the tyrants. Closed sea, under jurisdiction of one state. An open sea, not subject to jurisdiction. 128. Latin phrases and quotations. Mare nostrum our sea, the Mediterranean. Margaritas anti-porcos pearls before swine. Gospel of Matthew. Marginalia notes in the margin, of trifling importance. Mars gravia sub pace a harsher war lies hidden. Later under peace. Martyrs non facit pona the cause and not the said cause a punishment makes the martyr, Saint Augustine. Mater mother. Mater artium necessitas necessity is the mother of arts. Mater dolorosa a sorrowful mother, the Virgin Mary. Mater familias female head of the family. Materia medica substances used as medicine. Material superabat opus the work surpassed the material, Ovid. Mater timidi flora non the mother of a careful. O man seldom has reason to weep. Matra pulchra, filia a daughter more pulchria beautiful than her mother, Horace. Matrix ecclesia mother church. Maturato opus est there is need for haste. Livy. Maxima cum lauda with highest honors. With greatest distinction. Maxima debita puro the greatest respect is. Reverentia due a child, due venal. 129. Latin phrases and quotations. Maxime quic. Fortunae minime. Credendum est. Maximus in minimis. Me culpa. Me maxima culpa. Me conscientia. Pluris ist quam. Omnium sermo. Me virtute me involve. Media inviti in mort. Sumus. Medis, curate ipsum. Medicus enim nihil. Aliudist quam animi. Consolatio. Medii Mediocria firma. Medio tutissimus ibis. Meditatio fugae. Medium tenia beati. Me judici. Meliors priors. Melioribus annis. Malius est omnia mala. Pati quam malo. Consentia. The greatest good fortune is the least to be trusted. Livy. Great things in small things, less is more. My fault, I am guilty. Admission of guilt. Through my very great fault, my own conscience is more to me than what the world says. Cicero. I wrap myself with my virtue. Horace. In the midst of life we are in death. Physician, heal thyself. Gospel of Luke. A doctor is nothing but someone to ease the conscience. Petronius. Of the Middle Ages. The middle course is most secure. You will go safest in the middle. Ovid. Contemplation of flight. Happy are those who keep a middle course. In my judgment, in my opinion, the better, the first. In the better years, Virgil. It is better to suffer every evil than to consent to evil. 130. Latin phrases and quotations. Membra disjecta. Memento homo, quia pulvis esset in pulverem revertis. Memento mori. Memorabilia. Mema et fidelis. Memoria in aeterna. Memoria technica. Memorita. Mendicum memorem. Esse portet. Mens eque in arduis. Mensa et toro. Mens agitat molem. Mens conscia recti. Mens divinia. Mens invicta mane. Mens legis. Mens rea. Mens sana in corpore. Sano. Scattered limbs, scattered fragments. Remember, man, that dust thou art, and to dust thou shalt return. Genesis. Reminder of death. Things worth remembering. Mindful and faithful. In everlasting remembrance. System or device to assist the memory. From memory. Memorized by heart. It is fitting that a liar have a good memory. Quintilian. A calm mind in difficult situations. Horace. From bed and board. The mind moves matter. Virgil. Mind conscious of righteousness. An inspired mind. Horace. The mind remains unconquered. The spirit of the law. Guilty mind, condition necessary for a crime. A healthy mind in a healthy body. Juvenal. 131. Latin phrases and quotations. Mens sibi conscia recti. Mentis gratissimus error. Meo periculo. Meas tam suspicion. Quam crimine iudico. Quererea portur. Meo voto. Mere qui laborat. Meridi. Merum sal. Materi esse quem xuo. Modulo ac pod verum. CST. Mea mitium. Mei cura futuri. Miles gloriosus. Militat omnis amans. Malitiae species amorist. Minita innocentibus. Qui passit nocentibus. Minima de mollis. Minusculi. Mirabil dictu. Mirabil visu. Mirabilia. A mind conscious to itself. Of righteousness, a good conscience. Virgil. A very delightful apparition. Horace. At my risk. Members of my family should never be suspected of breaking the law. Caesar. By my wish. He who works is deserving, in the middle of the day, at noon, pure salt, Attic wit. The true course is that each should measure himself with his own yardstick, Horace. Mine and yours. My care is for the future. A boastful soldier. Every lover serves as a soldier, Ovid. Love is a type of military service, Ovid. He threatens the innocent. Who spares the guilty? Of the evils, choose the least. Small Roman letters. Wonderful to relate. Wonderful to behold. Wonders, miracles. 132. Latin phrases and quotations. Mairum in modum. Mairum vita quod sit. Factum iam diu. Misebis sacra profanis. Mis stultitium consiliis. Brivum. Miserabile dictu. Miserabile vulgus. Miseranda vita, qui esse. Mitue, quam amari. Melunt. Miserere mai. Miserere nobis. Misericordia. Misericordia Domini. Misericordias Domin. Misris Sacara air disco. Missa. Missa basa. Missa cantata. Missa catechumenarum. Missa fidelium. Missa solemnis. Mittis sapientia. Mitius imperenti malias. Pater. In a wonderful manner. Caesar. It appears marvelous. Because it was done long ago. You will mix sacred things with profane. Horace. Mix some foolishness with your wisdom. Horace. Sad to relate. The wretched mob. Pitiable is the life of those who prefer to be feared rather than to be loved. Have mercy on me. Psalm 51. Have mercy on us. A plea to have mercy. God's mercy. God have mercy on us. I learn to help the sad ones, Virgil. The Mass. Low Mass. Sung Mass. Mass of the catechumens. Mass of the faithful. High Mass. Ripe wisdom. The more mildly one commands, the better one is obeyed. 133. Latin phrases and quotations. Middissum tales. Mittimus. Mobile perpetuum. Mobile vulgus. Moderandum inculpati. Tuteli. Moderator durant. Modo it forma. Modo prescripto. Modulus. Modus. Modus docendi. Modus loquendi. Modus operandi. Modus ponens. Modus tenendi. Modus tollens. Modus vivendi. Mol root soi. Mollia tempora. Mollia tempora fandi. Mollissima fandi. Tempora. Montani semper liberi. Send 10 like this. We send, writ to commit. Person to prison. Something in perpetual motion. The fickle crowd. The regulation of justifiable defense. Things used in moderation endure. In manner and form. In the manner written. Measure of relative size. Mode, manner, method. Method of teaching. Method of speaking. Style of speech. Method of operation. Constructive hypothetical. Syllogism. Manner of holding. Destructive hypothetical. Syllogism. Mode of living together. It falls down of its own weight, Horace. Favorable times. Favorable times for Speaking. The most favorable time for speaking, Virgil. Mountaineers are always free men, motto of West Virginia. 134. Latin phrases and quotations. Monumentum ere. Perennius. More Anglico. More dicto. More hibernico. More majorum. More mio. More socratico. More solito. More suo. Mors. Moribus antiquis restat. Romanova risc. Moricere moricerus. Salutant. Moricere te salutamus. Mors beneficia. Mors it vita. Mors ianio vitae. Mors omnia savit. Mors omnibus communis. Mors tua, vita me. Mors ultima linea rerum. Ist. Mortalium rerum misera. Beatitude. Mortis causa. A monument more lasting than bronze. Horace. In the manner of. In the English fashion. In the manner directed. In the Irish fashion. In the manner of our ancestors. In my own fashion. In the manner of Socrates. In the usual manner. In his own manner. Customs, habits, traditions, manners. The Roman people stand on ancient heroes and ancient customs. Those who are about to die salute. We who are about to die salute you. Kindly death. Death and life. Death is the gate of life. Death dissolves all things. Death is common to all men. You must die so that I may live. Death is the final goal of things, Horace. The wretched happiness of mortal things. Because of death. Anticipating death. 135. Latin phrases and quotations. Mortue non mordant. Mortio leoniet lepors. Insultant. Mortuus sine prole. Mos miorum. Mos pro lege. Motu proprio. Mox nox in rem. Mulibringenium. Prelubium, occasio. Multa acevatim. Frequentans. Multa doce fames. Multa fidem promissa. Levant. Multa gemens. Multi multa, nemo. Omnia novit. Multa porces. Multa petentibus desunt. Multa. Multa tulit fecit. Multo enim multic. Quam hosted superia. Operosius. Multos experimus. Ingratos, plaus facimus. Dead men don't bite. Even hares leap on a dead lion. Dead without children. The custom of one's ancestors. Custom for law. Of one's own impulse. One's own initiative. Soon night, let's get down to the business. A woman's nature is desire, opportunity. Crowding together many thoughts, Cicero. Hunger teaches us many things. Many promises lessen faith, Horace. With many groans. Many have known much. But no one has known everything. Much in few words. To those who desire many things, many things are lacking, Horace. He has suffered and done much, Horace. It is harder to conquer oneself than to conquer one's enemy. Many men are ungrateful, but more we make ungrateful, Seneca. 136. Latin phrases and quotations. Multi sunt vocati, porci. Vero electi. Multum dimissis homo. Multum in parvo. Multum, non multa. Munditiis capima. Mundus. Mundus intelligibilis. Mundus sensibilis. Mundus vult dissipi. Munera pulveris. Munus apollin dignum. Murus inus. Conscientia sona. Mussa volens. Mutanda. Muta vel timea sperno. Mutatio nominis. Mutatis mutandis. Mutato nomini. Mutato nomini de te. Fabula narratia. Mutuum est pictura poema. Mutuus consensus. Many are called, but few are chosen. Gospel of Matthew. A very modest man, Horace. Much in little. Much, not many, Pliny. The elder. We are captivated by neatness, Ovid. The world. The world of intelligible realities. The world of things perceived by the senses. The world wants to be deceived. Gifts of the dust, Horace. A gift worthy of Apollo. Horace. A sound conscience is a wall of brass. Flying flies, specks before the eyes. Things to be changed. I hate to change or fear a change of name. After making the necessary changes, the name being changed. With the names changed, the story applies to you. Horace. The picture is a silent poem. Mutual consent. 137. N. Namit ipsa scientia. Potestas ist. Nam tu res agitur. Partis cum proximus. Ardit. Nascens morima. Nascima poetae, fimus. Orators. Natal solemn. Natio commoeda ist. Natura abhorret vacuum. Natura appeti perfectum. Naturam expels furca. Tamen usque currit. Natura naturans. Natura naturata. Natura non facit soltum. For knowledge is itself power. Francis Bacon. When your neighbor's house is on fire, you are in danger yourself. Horace. From birth we begin to die. Manilius. We are born poets, we are made orators. Native soil. It is a nation of comics. Juvenal. Nature abhors a vacuum. Descartes. Nature covets perfection. You may drive nature out with a pitchfork, but it will still return. Horace. Nature naturing. Scholastic term for manifestation of God. Nature natured, created. Things of the world. Nature makes no leaps. Nature is consistent. 138. Latin phrases and quotations. Natura vero nihil. Hominibus brevitate. Vitae praestatit malias. Natus ad gloriam. Natus nemo. Any admitters. Nec sapum quidem. Trivit. Nec amor nec tussis. Calatia. Nec aspiriterent. Nec caput nec pedis. Nec cupias nec matures. Nec deus interest, nisi. Dignus vindis nodus. Incident. Nec mollis. Nec mollis, sed contra. Audientia. Necessist aut imitris. Aut odoris. Necessist multos. Timete cum multi. Timent. Necessitas non habet. Legem. Nec habeo, nec cario. Nec curo. Nec male notus ex. Nec mora nec requis. Nature has granted man no better gift than the brevity of life. Born to glory. Not a born soul, Plautus. Do not admit. He has not even gone through Aesop. Neither love nor a cough can be hidden. Not even difficulties deter us. Neither head nor tail. Utter confusion. Neither desire nor fear. Neither should a god intervene unless a not befalls worthy of his interference. Do not yield to misfortune. Do not yield to misfortunes, but go forth more boldly to meet them. Virgil. You must either imitate or loathe the world. Seneca. He must fear many, whom many fear. Caesar. Necessity has no law. I have not, I want not, I care not. A well-known knight. Neither delay nor rest. 139. Latin phrases and quotations. Nec placida contentius. Quietist. Nec pluribus impar. Nec pris nec pratio. Nec quaeria nec spinere honorem. Nec semper feriat. Quodcumque menabiter arcus. Nec sia phasist omnia. Nec tecum possum. Vivia, nec sine te. Nec timere nec timide. Nec timio nec sperno. Nec vicia nostra nec remedia pati possumus. Nec vixit male, qui natus moriensque filit. Ne exit regno. Nefasti dies. Ne fronti creed. Negatur. Negotium populo. Romano malius quam. Otium committee. Ne opita quidem. Omnibus placet. Nemo alius. Nor is he content with peaceful repose. Not unequal to most. Motto of Louis XIV. Neither by entreaty nor by bribe. Neither to seek nor to despise honors. Nor will the bow always hit what it threatens to hit. Horace. Nor is it permitted to know everything. I can neither live with you, nor without you. Martial. Neither rashly nor timidly. I neither fear nor despise. We can endure neither our vices nor the remedy for them. Livy. He has not lived badly who has been born and died without notice. Horace. Do not let him go out of the realm. The legal holidays. Trust not in appearances. It is denied. Romans understand work better than leisure. Not even Jupiter himself can please everyone. No one else. 140. Latin phrases and quotations. Nemo bis puniccia pro eodem delicto. Nemo cogitationis. Poa nam patita. Nemo that quod non habet. Nemo inimist tam. Senex qui esse annum. Non putat posse vivia. Nemo ist hiers viventis. Nemo ist supra leges. Nemo liber ist qui corpori servit. Nemo malus felix. Nemo me impune lacessit. Nemo mortalium. Omnibus huris sapit. Ne movius camarinam. Nemo repent fuit. Turpissimus. Nemo risum prebit. Qui excessi sepit. Nemo silens placet. Multi brevitate. Loquendi. Nemo solus satis sapit. Any nimium. Any obliviscaries. No man is punished twice for the same crime. No one is punished for his thoughts. No one can give what he does not have. No one is so old as to think that he cannot live more years. Cicero. No one is heir to a living man. Nobody is above the law. No one is free who is a slave to his body. No bad man is happy. No one provokes me with impunity. Motto of the Kings of Scotland. No mortal is wise at all times. Pliny the Elder. Don't disturb Camarina. Let well enough alone. No one becomes very wicked suddenly. Juvenal. No one becomes a fool who laughs at himself. No one pleases by silence, many please by brevity of speech. One is wise enough by himself. Plautus. Not too much, nothing in excess. Lest you forget. 141. Latin phrases and quotations. Any perient lege main. Rosas, cito virgo senescit. Any plus ultra. Any puro gladium. Nec femina emissa. Pudicaetia alia abnuorit. Nec semper arcum. Tendit Apollo. Any quid nimis. Nervi belli pecunia. Infinita. Nervus probandi. Nervus rerum. Nescio quid. Nescit vox missa reverti. Any supra crepidam suta. Eudicere. Any suta supra crepidam. Any tradas sine nummo. Any tamia. Any tentis, aut perfis. Pick roses in the morning, lest they fade. A maiden soon grows old. Nothing more beyond the highest point. Don't give a sword to a boy. A woman after losing her virtue will hesitate at nothing. Tacitus. Apollo does not always keep a bent bow. Horace. Nothing in excess. Plenty of money is the muscle of war, the sinew of proof, the primary argument, the sinew of things, the major things. I know not what a word once spoken can never be recalled. Horace. The cobbler should not judge above the sandal. Pliny the Elder. Let not the cobbler judge above the sandal. Do not deliver without money. Not rashly. A Roman Catholic decree declaring a marriage invalid. Accomplish or do not attempt. 1412. Latin phrases and quotations. Niger Cygnus. Nigro notandula pillow. Nile. Nile ad rem. Nile agendo homins. Male ageria discant. Nile amori inioria mist. Nile debit. Nile dicit. Nile ist ab omni party. Beatum. Nile ist aliud falsitas. Nisi veritatis imitatio. Nihil ist miserum nisi. Quim puts. Nihil ex nihilo. Nihil ex nihilo fit. Nihil interit. Nihil obstat quo minus. Imprimatu. Nihil obstat. Nihil peccat nisi quod. Nihil peccat. Nihil quod tetigit non. Or navit. Nihil novi sub sol. A black swan, an unusual person. To mark with a black stone. Nothing. Nothing to the matter. Irrelevant issue. By doing nothing, man learns to act wickedly. There is no injury that love won't forgive. He owes nothing. He says nothing. Nothing is blessed in every respect. The false is nothing but an imitation of the truth. Nothing is wretched unless you think so. Nothing from nothing. Nothing comes from nothing. Nothing dies. Nothing hinders it from being published. Nothing hinders, nothing withstanding. His only fault is that he has no faults. He touched nothing that he did not adorn. There is nothing new under the sun. 143. Latin phrases and quotations. Nihil tam munitum quod non expunere pecunia possit. Nil admirari. Nil agit exemplum, litem. Quod light resolvit. Nil conscia sibi, nulla. Palsura culpa. Nil consuetudin maius. Nil desprendum. Nil dicit. Nil ego contularim. Eu condu sanus amico. Nil ist amore veritatis. Celsius. Nil fuitum quam sic. Impar sibi. Nil homin teraptus. Ingrato creat. Nil agita frida nilo. Possit fatendum. Nil ligatum. Nil magnum nisi bonum. No place is so strongly fortified that money could not capture it. Cicero. To be excited about nothing, Horace. Resolving one litigation by creating another does not serve as an example, Horace. To be conscious of no wrongdoing, to turn pale at no crime. Horace. Nothing is greater than custom. Do not despair, no reason to despair, Horace. He says nothing. Never while I keep my senses shall I compare anything to the delight of a friend, Horace. Nothing is more sublime than love of truth. Nothing was ever so inconsistent with itself. The earth produces nothing worse than an ungrateful man. Therefore we must state that nothing comes from nothing, Lucretius. Nothing bound, without obligation. Nothing is great unless good. 144. Latin phrases and quotations. Nil mihi rescribus, 2. Tamen ips vini. Nil mortalibus arduum. Ist. Nil nisi bonum. Nil nisi crus. Nil non mortale. Tenemus, pectoris. Exceptis ingenfic. Bonis. Nil novi sub sol. Nil obstat tibi, dumeni. Sit tedicia alta. Nil possi crearida nilo. Nil sine deo. Nil sine magno vita. Labor dedit mortalibus. Nil sine numen. Nil ultra. Nimium ne creed color. Nisi. Nisi dominus frustra. Nisi prius. Write nothing back to me, come yourself. Ovid. Nothing is too difficult for mortals, Horace. Say, nothing unless good. Nothing unless by the cross. We possess nothing that is not mortal except the blessings of heart and mind. Nothing new under the sun, Ecclesiastes Nothing stops you, if only there may be no rival richer than yourself. Nothing can be created out of nothing. Nothing without God. The prizes of life are never to be had without trouble. Nothing without divine will. Motto of Colorado. Nothing beyond. Do not trust in a pleasing complexion, Virgil, unless coming into effect at the latest time. Unless the Lord builds the house in vain. Unless the first, unless the original, legal doctrine. 145. Latin phrases and quotations. Niter in adversum. Nobilitas sola istat. Unica virtus. Nobilitatis virtus non stemma character. Nocet empta dolor. Voluptas. Noct. Noctit main. Nolens volens. Nolli irritaliones. Nolli me tangere. Nol prosequi. Nolo contenders. Nolo episcopari. Nomen. Nomen ut omen. Nomen genericum. Nomen nudum. Nomen specificum. Nomina stultorum. Parietibus haerent. Nominis umbra. Non angli, esse angeli. Non assumpsit. Non bis in idem. I go forth against the opposite side, Ovid. Virtue is the only true nobility, Juvenal. Virtue, not blood, is the mark of nobility. Pleasures bought by pain are harmful, Horace. Night. Night and morning. Whether willing or unwilling. Do not stir up the lions. Touch me not, Christ to Mary Magdalene. Prosecutor does not wish to continue. I do not wish to contend. A defense. I do not wish to serve a public office. Name. A name and an omen. Plautus. A generic name. A naked name. A specific name. The names of fools stick on the walls. The shadow of a name. Not angels, but angels. Pope Gregory. He does not undertake. Not twice for the same thing. 146. Latin phrases and quotations. Non causa pro causa. Non compos mentis. Non constat. Non quivis homini. Contingit ad ea. Corinthum. Non data ad muses. Cara elata via. Non data tertium. Non deficient crimina. Nondum editus. Nondum victoria, I am. Discordia erat. Non erat his locus. Nuns. Non es. Non ist. Non ist ad astra mollis e. Teres via. Non ist factum. Non ist inventus. Non ist iacus es. Malinum. Non ist mus actus. Non ist tanti. No cause for cause, a logical fallacy. Not in control of one's mind. It does not appear. It is not allowed that every man go to Corinth, Horace. There is no royal road to art. No third choice is given. The purse not failing. Horace. Not yet published. Victory is almost at hand. But dissension has already begun. That was not the place for these things. 9 days before the Ides of the month on the ancient Roman calendar. Not to be, non-existence. He or she is not There is no easy way to the stars from earth. Seneca. It is not done, not bound to a contract. The person could not be found. There is no joke where there's malice. Horace. It is not my act. It is not of such great importance. 147. Latin phrases and quotations. Non est vivia sed valeria. Vita est. Non generant aquili. Columbus. Non grata. Non ignerus mali. Miseris secara aer disco. Non inferiora secutus. Non libe. Non lice omnibus adia. Corinthum. Non lice. Non mihi, non tibi, sed nobis. Non mihi, sed Deo it regi. Non ministeri, sed ministrea. Non multa, sed multum. Non nobis. Non nobis domin. Non nobis solemnati. Sumus. Non nostrum intervos. Tantas componia lights. Life is not only being alive, but being well. Martial. Eagles do not bear doves. Not acceptable, not welcome. No stranger to misfortune. Myself, I learn to relieve the suffering of others. Virgil. Not having followed anything inferior, Virgil. It does not please me. Not everyone is allowed to go to Corinth. Horace. It is not clear. Not for you, not for me, but for us both. Not for myself, but for God and the King. Not to be administered to, but to administer. Not many things, but much. Not unto us. Not unto us, Lord. Psalm 115. Not only for ourselves are we born, Cicero. It is not for me to settle such serious controversies between you, Virgil. 148. Latin phrases and quotations. Non nova sed nov. Non obstant. Non obstant verdicto. Non olit. Non omne licitum. Honestum. Non omne quod lice. Honestum est. Non omnia possumus. Omnes. Non omnis moria. Non passibus acci. Non placet. Non possidentem multa. Vocaveris rect beatum. Non possumus. Non potistum orcum. Timor miseri. Non prosequitur. Non keeperum habet. Sed qui plus cupit. Pauper est. Non quis sed quid. Non quo sed quando. Non repetita. Non revertar in altus. Not new things but in a new manner. Notwithstanding. Notwithstanding the verdict. It does not smell. Not every lawful thing is honorable. What is permissible is not always honorable. We cannot all do everything, Virgil. I shall not die entirely. Horace. Not with equal steps. Virgil. It does not please to give a negative vote. You cannot properly call happy the man who has many things, Horace. We are not able to act on the matter. Love and fear exclude each other. He has not proceeded in the action. It is not the man who has little, but the man who wants more, who is poor. Not who but what. Not by whom but when. Let it not be repeated. I shall not return. Unavenged. 149. Latin phrases and quotations. Non satis est puris. Versum prescriberia. Verbis. Non semper ea sunt qua. Videnta. Non semper erit Easters. Non semper Saturnalia. Errant. Non semper timeritas est. Felix. Non sequitur. Non sibi sed omnibus. Non sibi sed patriae. Non sine numen. Non subito delenda. Non sum qualis eram. Non sum qualis eram. Bone sub regno. Cineri. Non sui iuris. Non tali auxilio. Non tenius orum totum. Quod splendit ut orum. Nonum premature in annum. Non ut edam vivo, sed ut vivamado. It is not enough to make up your verse of plain words, Horace. Things are never what they seem. It will not always be summer. It will not always be Saturnalia. Temerity is not always successful, Livy. It does not follow, not in logical succession. Not for himself but for all. Not for himself but for his country. Not without divine aid. Things not to be suddenly destroyed. I am not the sort of person I was, Horace. I am not the person I was under the reign of good Cinera, Horace. Not by his own authority or legal right. Not for such aid as this. Virgil. Do not take as gold everything that shines like gold. Let it be kept back from publication until the 9th year, Horace. I do not live to eat, but eat to live. 150. Latin phrases and quotations. Non veniant in idem. Pudor et camor. Non vobis solum. Non vult contenders. Norma agendi. Nos te ipsum. Nos tempus. Nos iteris assis. Numbers duo turba sumus. Nostro periculo. Nostrum. Nota bene. Notandum. Nota notiest nota rei. Ipsius. Notatu dignum. Notions communes. Nova patria. Novena. Novrint universipor. Praesentes. Novissima verba. Novus homo. Novus rex, nova lex. Novus ordo seclorum. Nuda verba. Nuda veritas. Modesty and love are not at one, Ovid. Not for you alone. He does not wish to contest the charge. Rule for conduct. Know thyself, Plutarch. Know thy time. He is known by his associates. We too are a crowd. Ovid. At our own risk. Our own, a patent. Medicine. Note well, take notice. Something to be noted. A known component of a thing is known by the thing itself. Worthy of note. Common notions. A new country. 9 days devotion. They know all men by those present. The final words. A new man, a parvenu. A new king, a new law. A new order of the ages. Motto on the great seal of the United States. Naked words, plain words. The naked truth. 151. Latin phrases and quotations. Nudum pactum. Nudus amor forme non amat artificem. Nugae. Nugae canari. Nugis adora pondus. Nugis omitus. Nulla bono. Nulla dies sine linea. Nulla fides fronti. Nulla fides umquam. Miserus elegit amicos. Nulla lex satis commode. Omnibus ist. Nulla desperandum. Quam dius sperat. Nullus argento color ist. Avaris abdito teres. Nulli secundus. Nullius addictus iure. In verba magistri. Nullius filius. A bare contract, merely. Promise. Cupid is naked and dislikes beauty. Contrived by art. Propitious. Trifles, minutiae. Melodious trifles, Horace. To add weight to trifles. Horace. Armed with trifles. No goods, defendant has. No goods for seizure. Not a day without a line. Pliny the Elder. Do not place any trust in appearances. Loyalty never chose the unfortunate for friends. Lucan. No law is sufficiently convenient to everyone. Livy. No one should despair as long as he breathes. Silver has no shine while it is hidden by the greedy from the earth. Horace. Second to none. Not obligated to swear to the words of any particular master. No one's legal son, a bastard. 152. Latin phrases and quotations. Nullo contradicent. Nullo dissentient. Nullum magnum. Ingenium sine mixtura. Dementiae fuit. Nullum quod tetigit non ornavit. Nullum solum rationem habet. Nullumium dictum quod non sit dictum prius. Numerus clausus. Numiniat patriisto. Numquam est fidelis. Cum potent societas. Nunc. Nunc aut nunquam. Nunc dimittis. Nunc dimittis. Nunc ist bibendum. Nunc ist bibendum. Nunc pod libra. Pulsanda tellus. Nunc pro tunc. With nobody. Contradicting, without opposition. With nobody dissenting. Unanimous agreement. No great genius has ever existed without a touch of madness. Seneca. He touched nothing he did not adorn. No crime is rational, Livy. Nothing is ever said that has not been said before. Terence. A closed number, a prescribed quota. I support my God and my country. Alliance with the powerful is never safe. Now or never. Lord, let thy servant depart in peace. Simeon's Canticle. Permission to leave, a departure. Now it's time to drink. Horace. Now we must drink and pound the earth with each free step, Horace. Now for then, permits retrospective action. 153. Latin phrases and quotations. Nunc scio quid sit amor. Nunc scripsi totum pro Christo the mihi partum. Numquam dormio. Numquam minus solus. Quam cum solus. Numquam non paritus. Nusquam tutor fides. Now I know well what love is, Virgil. Now that I have written so much for Christ, give me a drink from medieval manuscripts. I never sleep. Never less alone than. When alone, Cicero. Never unprepared. Always prepared. Fidelity is assured. Nowhere, Virgil. 154. 0. Obiit. Obit sine prole, OSP. Obiter. Obiter dictum. Obiter scriptum. Obscuris vera involvens. Obscurum per obscurius. Observandum. Obsta principiis. Obstupue, steteruntque. Come, it vox falsibus. Hisit. Occasio fur emphasit. Occasionem conosce. Occupat extremum. Scabies. Occurrent nubs. Occuri hominum. 0. Quantum ist in rebus. Inane. Od cert. He or she died. Died without children. By the way, in passing. Incidental or passing. Remark, pl obiter dicta. Incidental writing or composition, pl obiter. Scripta. Covering truth with darkness, Virgil. Explanation which makes things more obscure. A thing to be observed. Resist the beginnings. Stop it now, Ovid. I was stupefied, and my hair stood on end and my voice stuck in my throat, Virgil. Opportunity makes a thief. Recognize opportunity. The plague takes the extreme, Horace. Clouds will intervene. 0. Human cares. 0. How much futility is in the world. 0. Thou, who surely art a goddess, Virgil. 155. Latin phrases and quotations. Oderint dum metuant. Oderat di homines. In euros. Odi itamo. Odi profanum vulgusit. Also. Odium. Odium aestheticum. Odium medicum. Odium musicum. Odium scholasticum. Odium theologicum. Odul lucri. O fama ingens. Ingentia armis. O fortunatos nimium. Sua bono norint. O imitatores, servum. Picus. O laborum dulls. Lenimen. Oleo tranquilia. Olit lucernam. Oleum ador camino. Let them hate me, as long as they fear me. Emperor Tiberius. The gods hate unjust men. I love and I hate. Catullus. I hate the profane crowd. Keep them away. Hatred, rivalry. Rivalry among artists. Musicians and writers. Rivalry among those in the medical profession. Rivalry among musicians. Musical controversy. Rivalry among academics. About minor points. Rivalry among theologians about differences. The smell of money. Great by fame, greater in arms. They would be happy to, if only they knew their blessings, Horace. The servile herd of imitators, Horace. Sweet solace of labors. Smoother than oil. It smells of the lamp. Laboured writing. To pour fuel on the stove. To make it worse. 156. Latin phrases and quotations. Oleum podidisti. Olim miminisa juvabit. Omen faustum. Omii praeteritos. Referat silapita annos. Omnivum curi. Cunctis sua displice. Etas. Omn bonum desuper. Omnignotum pro. Magnifico est. Omnem movere lapidem. Omn quod dulce est. Cito satiat. Omns abile. Omns deteriores summa. Licentia. Omn solum forti patria. Ist. Omn trinum ist. Perfectum. Omn tulit punctum qui. Miscit utile dulci. Omn vivum ex vivo. Omnia ad dea gloriam. Omnia bono bonis. Omnia de super. You have lost oil, critical. Attack on a book. It will be pleasant to look back on the past. An auspicious sign. 0 that Jupiter would give me back the years that are past. Virgil. Every age has its troubles, everyone dislikes his own age. All good is from above. Everything unknown seems greater than reality. To move every stone. All sweet things quickly bring satiety. Everything knowable. Too much freedom harms. Everyone turns. Every soil is fatherland to a brave man. Ovid. Everything in threes is perfect. He has made every point. Who has combined the useful and the agreeable. Horace. Every living thing from a living thing. All things for the glory of God. To the good all things are good. All things are from above. 157. Latin phrases and quotations. Omnia virtutas. Animum quoque. Omnia mala exemplar ex rebus bonis orta sunt. Omnia me mecum port. Omnia morsa quot. Omnia munda mundis. Omnia mutanta, nihil. Interit. Omnia mutanta, it numbers. Mutamur in illis. Omnia preclara rara. Omnia suspendens naso. Omnia tempus alit. Tempus rapit, usus in. Arto ist. Omnia tuta timens. Omnia vanitas. Omnia vincit amor, numbers. It sedamus amori. Omnia vincit labor. Omnia vincit veritas. Omni bearis. Time bears away everything, even memory. Virgil. Every bad precedent originated as a justifiable measure. Sallust. I carry all my things with me. Death makes all things equal. Claudian. To the pure all things are pure. All things change. Nothing dies. Ovid. All things change and we change with them. All excellent things are rare. Cicero. Turning up his nose at everything. Time feeds all things. Time devours them. Enjoyment lasts but a brief moment. Fearing all things, even safe things. Virgil. All is vanity. Ecclesiastes. Love conquers all things. Let us yield to it. Virgil. Work conquers all things. Horace. Truth conquers all things. Horace. Every 2 hours. 159. Latin phrases and quotations. Omnibus ad quos. Praesentis literi. Pervenerint, salutum. Omnibus hoc vitium est. Omnibus idem. Omnibus invidias nemo. Tibi. Omnibus in rebus. Voluptatibus maximis. Fastidium finitimum est. Omni hora. Omni noct. Omni quadranta hori. Omni main vel noct. Omnis amans amens. Omnium rerum principia. Parva sunt. Onus probandi. Onus segni impone cello. Opit consulio. Opri pretium ist. Opera ilius me sunt. Opera omnia. Operia citato, opsit. Operia in medio. Opros nihil agunt. Opos ut natura. Opprobrium medicorum. To all to whom the present letters shall come, greetings. All have this vice, Horace. The same to all men. You may envy everyone. But no one envied you. Pleasures are narrowly separated from disgust. Cicero. Every hour. Every night. Every 15 minutes. Every morning or night. Every lover is demented. The beginnings of all things are small, Cicero. The burden of proving. Place the burden on the lazy ass. With help and counsel, there is reward for work. Terence. His works are mine. Complete works of an author. Occurring in the work. Cited. In the middle of work. They are busy about nothing, Seneca. Nature has opposed the disgrace of the doctors. 159. Latin phrases and quotations. Optat supremo colloquer. Sisyphus in monta. Saxum. Optima est legum. Interpres consuetudo. Optima mors parca qua. Venit aptardi. Optimates. Optime. Optimi consiliari mortue. Optimum obsonium labor. Opum furiata cupido. Opus. Opus Alexandrinum. Opus artificum probat. Opus Dea. Opus incertum. Opus isidimum. Opus magnificium. Opus magnum. Opus operatum. Opus reticulatum. Sisyphus tries to place the boulder on top of the mountain. The best interpreter of the laws is custom. The best death is that which comes on the day chosen by fate. Propertius. The aristocracy, the best people. Very good, excellent. The best counselors are dead. Work is the best means of eating. The maddened lust for wealth. Work, composition, pl. Opera. A geometrical mosaic. Pavement. The work proves the craftsman. The work of God. Unsquared or rubble. Masonry. Masonry courses of equal height. Manual labor, craft labor. A great work, a masterpiece. The work having been completed. Reticulated or checkerboard masonry. 160. Latin phrases and quotations. Opus spicatum. O quam cito transit. Gloria mundi. Ora it labora. Orerit spuria. Orando laborando. Ora pro nobis. Orerist labore. Orate fratres. Orate pro anima. Oratio gravis. Orationem concludia. Oratio obliqua. Orator fit, poeta nascita. Orbis facta. Orbis pictus. Orbis scientiarum. Orbis terrarum. Ordinandi lex. Ordinatum ist. Ordines majors. Ordines minors. Ordo albus. Ordo grisus. Ordo niger. Masonry in a herringbone pattern. How quickly passes the glory of the world. Thomas à Kempis. Pray and work. To pray and to hope. By prayer and by work. Pray for us. To pray is to work. Pray, brothers. Pray for the soul. A serious speech. To conclude a speech. Second-hand reports. Hearsay. An orator is made, a poet is born. Maker of the world. The world in pictures. Comenius. The sphere of the sciences. The earth. Law of procedure. It is ordered. Superior orders, priest. Deacon, subdeacon. Minor orders, chanters. Psalmists, acolytes. White order, Augustine. Order. Grey order, Cistercian. Order. Black order, Benedictine. Order. 161. Latin phrases and quotations. Orotundu. Ortenus. Origo mali. O arius, quando ego te. Aspicium. O salutaris hostia. O sancta simplicitas. Osculum passis. O sic ones. O tempora, zero mors. O turque turque beati. O tia dant vicia. Otiosa sedulitas. Otium. Otium cum dignitate. Otium sine dignitate. Otium sine literis mors. Ist. Otium sine literis mors. Istit homines vivi. Sepultura. Oub campi. With a round mouth. Eloquently. By word of mouth. The origin of evil. O country, when shall I behold thee, Horace? O saving victim, him of benediction of the blessed sacrament. O holy simplicity, the kiss of peace. If only everyone were like this. O the times, zero the manners, Cicero. They are 3 or 4 times blessed, Virgil. Leisure engenders vices. Laborious trifling. Leisure, ease. Leisure with dignity. Leisure without dignity. Leisure without literature is death. Leisure without study is death. It is a tomb for the living man, Seneca. Oh, where are those plains? Virgil. 162. P. Papulum acherontes. Papulum animi. Pace. Paceria excepi gravatia. Post quam emortuist. Pace tantis veris. Pace ture. Pacta conventa. Pacta sunt servanda. Pactum. Pactum nudum. Pactum illicitum. Pactum vestitum. Pete, non dole. Pallida mors. Food for Icheron. Plautus. Food for the mind. By grace of indifference. 2. I began to love her even more, once she died. By grace of so many men. With your permission. The conditions agreed upon. Pacts are to be observed. An agreement or legal contract. An informal contract, a mere promise. An unlawful agreement. An enforceable agreement. Petus, it does not hurt. Aria to Petus. Husband and wife. Forced to commit suicide. Pale death, one of the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse. 163. Latin phrases and quotations. Palmam qui meruit ferat. Palma non sine pulver. Panem it circenses. Panch, lingua. Parati lacrimae insidias. Non flatum indicant. Pass, pass, preca. Passera subictis, it. Debellaria superbos. Per em non fert. Perendo vinces. Parens patriae. Pers curiae. Pers regni. Pari causa. Pers cum paribus. Facilime congreganta. Pari delicto. Pari passu. Pari ration. Paricha pax bello. Parnigotius, nex upra. Let him bear the palm. Who has deserved it? Motto of Lord Nelson. And the Royal Navy. No palm without dust. Horace. Bread and circus games. Juvenal. Sing, my tongue, a liturgical hymn. Easy tears are a sign of treachery, not of true grief. Spare me, I pray. To spare those subjected, and to subdue those who are proud. Virgil. He endures no equal. You will conquer by obedience. Parent of his country, the sovereign. Equals of the court. Peers of the realm. With equal cause. Similar persons mingle easily with one another. In equal fault. With equal pace, side by side. For the same reason. Equally valid reason. Peace is produced by war. Equal to his business and not above it. 164. Latin phrases and quotations. Par nobile fratrum. Par honori. Par pari refero. Pars adversa. Pars pro toto. Partes equals. Parti affectae applister. Particeps criminis. Partitis vicious. Parturient mantes. Nascita ridiculus mus. Parva componia magnis. Parva leves capiant. Animos. Passim. Passus. Patit universis po. Praesentes. Pater familias. Pater filio. Pater noster. Pater patriae. Pati necessist multa. Mortalibus mala. A noble pair of brothers. Horace. Equal to the burden. I return like for like. The opposing party. Part for the whole. Equal parts. Let it be applied to the affected region. A partner in the crime. In individual doses. Mountains will be in labor, and an absurd mouse will be born. Horace. To compare small things with great. Small things occupy small minds. Ovid. Here and there, in various places in the text. A portion or a division of a poem. Know all men by these. Presents. The male head of the family. Father to son, Robert. Bridges. Our Father, the Lord's Prayer. Father of his country. Emperor Augustus. Mortal men must bear many ills. 165. Latin phrases and quotations. Paters conscripti. Patria cara, carria libertas. Patria ist ubicumcist. Bean. Patriae infelici fidelis. Patria potesta. Patriis virtutibus. Patris ist filius. Porcus sed bono. Porcis verbis. Paulo Myra canimus. Paula post futuram. Porpetus omnium. Artium repetix. Pax. Pax Britannica. Pax Dea. Pax Ecclesiae. Pax in bello. Pax orbis terrarum. Pax pariccia bello. Pax potia bello. Paz quarito bello. Pax regis. Pax Romana. Pax tecum. Fathers of the conscript. The Roman Senate. My country is dear, but liberty is dearer. Our country is wherever we are content. Faithful to my unhappy country. Parental authority. By ancestral virtues. He is his father's son. Few things, but good things. In a few words. Let us sing of greater things, Virgil. A little past the future. Poverty is the inventor of all arts. Peace. British peace. Peace of God. Peace of the Church. Peace in war. Peace of the world. Peace is produced by war. Peace is more powerful than war. Peace is sought by war. The King's peace. Roman peace, area. Subject to Roman law. Peace be with you. Singular. 166. Latin phrases and quotations. Pax vobiscum. Peccara porcina lunt. Nulli nescent. Peccavi. Pectus ist quod dicitos. Facit. Pecuniae cause. Pecuniae abodiunt omnia. Pecunia non olit. Pecunia regmem est. Rerum omnium. Pades muscarum. Pea ist bello timer. Ips belli. Pellio imponia ossum. Pellio imposuis. Olimpo. Pel mores, brevis ist. Magni fortuna favoris. Penates. Pendant light. Pentralia mentis. Per accidens. Per acria belli. Per ambages. Per angusta ad augusta. Peace be with you. Plural. Few are unwilling to do wrong, all know how. I have sinned, I was wrong. The heart makes men eloquent. Quintilian. For the sake of wealth. All things yield to money. Money does not smell. Money rules over all things. Feet of flies, system of musical notation. Worse than war is the very fear of war. To pile Mount Ossa on. Mount Pelion. To have piled Pelion on. Olympus, Horace. Make haste, the flood. Tide of fortune soon ebbs. Household gods of the Romans. The lawsuit is pending. The innermost thoughts of a person. By accident, by chance. Through the bitterness of war. By circuitous ways. Indirect manner. Through anguish to honors. 167. Latin phrases and quotations. Per annum. Per agio adestra. Per aspera adestra. Per capita. Per centum. Per contra. Per curiam. Per diem. Perient qui anti numbers. Nostra dicerunt. Per reunt imputanta. Per essential. Per undum. Per extensum. Per facit nefas. Perfidia punica. Perfidium ingenium. Per gradius. Periculum fortitudin. Evasi. Periculum in mora. Perirat totus orbis, nisi. Iram finirete. Misericordia. Per impossibile. Per incurium. Per year, annually. Through adversity to the stars, motto of the Royal Air Force. Through difficulties to the stars. By head of population. For each person. By the 100, in every 100. On the other hand, a contrary position. By the whole court. By the day, each day. May they perish who have expressed their bright ideas before us. The hours pass away and are reckoned by essential means. By the same. At length. Through right and wrong. Punic treachery. Extreme enthusiasm or ardor. Step by step. By courage I have escaped danger. Danger in delay. The whole world would perish if pity did not assuage anger, Seneca. As is impossible. Through carelessness. 168. Latin phrases and quotations. Per infortunium. Per interim. Perioria rideamentum. Lapita. Per jocum. Per jovem. Per mer per terrain. Per mens. Per mensum. Per mile. Per minors. Per mid divis cetera. Per os. Per pes. Perpetuum mobile. Per procurationem. Per quod. Per recto it retro. Per saltum. Per se. Per ses. Per se subsist. Perseverando. Persona. Persona ficta. Persona grata. Persona gratissima. Persona muta. Persona non grata. By accident, fortuitous. Meanwhile. Jupiter laughs at lovers. Lies, Tibullus. In jest, as a joke. By Jove, by Jupiter. By land and by sea. By the month. By months, for each month. By the 1,000. By threats. Leave the rest to the gods. Horace. By mouth. By one's peers. Perpetual motion. By action of an agent. Through which, by which. Forward and backward. By a single leap. By itself, inherently. To be by itself. To subsist by persevering. Person, character or role. A fictitious person. An acceptable person, a welcome person. A most acceptable person. A silent actor. An unacceptable person. An unwelcome person. 169. Latin phrases and quotations. Pastor at cobdura. Pasterpes. Petitam curium. Per various cases, per tot. Discriminarium. Per veritatem vis. Per viam. Per viam dolorosum. Per vias rectas. Per vivam vocem. Pessimi exempli. Pessimum genus. Inimicorum laudens. Pessimum inimicorum. Genus, laudens. Petitio principii. Fiala prius agitata. Philosophia mundi. Pia desideria. Pia fraus. Pietas. Pinchit. Placebo. Be steadfast and endure. Through the roots or stock, by representation. By the entire court. Through many mishaps. And through the many trials of fortune, Virgil. Through truth, power. Motto of Washington University. By the way of. By the sorrowful path. By straight roads. By the living voice. Of a very bad example. Flatterers are the worst. sort of enemies. The worst class of men. Those who praise. Begging the question, a logical fallacy. The bottle first being shaken. A philosophy of the world. Things religiously desired. Manifesto of the pietistic movement. Pious fraud. Honor and respect for one's ancestors. He or she painted it. I shall please. 170. Latin phrases and quotations. Placebo domino in Regem vivarum. Placet. Placidac ibidimum. Mort quivit. Placicum. Plaudite, sieves. Plano iure. Plenum dominium. Plorita lacrimis emissa. Pecunia veris. Plors crapula quam. Gladius. Plus dole quam necess. Ist, qui anti dole. Quam necessit. Plus soles, quam sumptus. Plus vident oculi quam. Oculus. Pona corporalis. Poesis ist vinum. Demonum. Poeta nascita, non fit. Polis compresso. Polis verso. I shall be acceptable to the Lord. Psalm 116. Hymn sung in the Vespers for the dead. It pleases to give an assenting vote. And there he reposed in tranquil death. Virgil. Decree, decision. Applaud, citizens. With full right. Full ownership. One sheds real tears. When one loses one's own money. Juvenal. Drinking kills more people than the sword. He suffers more than is necessary, who suffers before it is necessary. Seneca. More of good taste than expense. Nepos. I see more than an eye. Two heads are better than one. Through corporal punishment. Poetry is the devil's wine. A poet is born, not made. Thumbs folded, sign of approval. Thumbs down, sign of disapproval. 171. Latin phrases and quotations. Pons asinorum. Pontifex maximus. Pontificalia. Populus me sibilat, at me I plaudo. Populus vult dissipi. Ergo dissipiatur. Porro unamist. Necessarium. Posse comitatus. Posse vidia. Possunt, quia posse. Videnta. Post bellum auxilium. Post sibum. Post cineas gloria sera. Venit. Post diem. Post equitem sedet atra. Cura. Post factum nullum. Consilium. Post festum venisti. The ass's bridge, any problem which is too difficult for neophytes to solve. Euclid. The head of priests in ancient Rome, the Pope. The vestments and insignia of a clergyman. The people hiss at me, but I applaud myself. Horace. The people want to be deceived, therefore let them be deceived. Still there is one thing necessary. Group of men able to serve as deputies. I seem to be able. They can because they seem to be able. Virgil. Help after the war. After meals. After one is reduced to ashes, fame comes too late. Martial. After the day. Behind the horseman sits black care. Horace. After the act, no advice is useful. You have arrived after the feast. 172. Latin phrases and quotations. Post hoc, ergo propter. Hoc. Post litem motum. Post meridiem, PM. Post mortem. Post natum. Post nubilufbus. Post obituum. Post partum. Post prolia premia. Post res. Post scriptum, PS. Post tenebris lux. Post terminum. Post tot naufragia. Portum. Postulate. Potia ist qui prior ist. Potius mori quam. Foederi. Praecognitum. Praecipe. Praedia bellica. Praedium. Praefavigum ingenium. Scotorum. After this, therefore. Because of this, fallacy. That temporal succession implies causality. After litigation began. Afternoon. After death, an autopsy. Born after. After the clouds, phbus. After death. After childbirth. After battles come the rewards. After things. An addition to a letter. After the signature. After darkness, light. After the conclusion. After so many shipwrecks, the port. Fundamental assumptions. The one who is earlier is preferred. Rather to die than to be dishonored. Something known beforehand. A written order or command. Goods confiscated in war. Land, property, estate. The ardently serious manner of the Scots. 173. Latin phrases and quotations. Primus as censures. Premonitus. Premunitus. Premunia. Prestat cautela quam. Medlar. Prestat sero quam. Nunquam. Praestat allows virtuti. Sed multo ocius verno. Gelut abscit. Presto it pisto. Praesumitia pronegant. Praeteriti anni. Precibus infirmis. Pretium. Pretium affectionis. Pretium laborum non. Vile. Pretium periculi. Pretium pule. Prima facie. Primaria ecclesia. Primo. Primogenitus. Primo intuiti. Primum cognitum. Aforesaid statements. Premises. Forewarned, forearmed. Statutes for the punishment of advocates of papal jurisdiction in England. In 1529. Prevention is better than the cure. Better late than never. Praise is bestowed on virtue but vanished more quickly than frost. In the spring. I stand in front and I stand firm. It is presumed for the negative. The bygone years. With abject prayers, livy. Value, worth, price. The price of affection. No vile reward for the labors. Premium for insurance. The price of the maiden. On the face, on first sight. The mother church. In first place. The firstborn son. At first glance. The first thing known. 174. Latin phrases and quotations. Primum mobile. Primum non noceria. Primus inter pes. Primus urbis inter Divum domus, ora. Roma. Principia, non homines. Principibus plausis. Veri non ulim lausist. Principiis obsta. Principium non est. Ratio. Principium. Individuationis. Prior pententi. Prior tempor, prior ior. Pristini virtutis. Memors. Privatum commodum. Publico cedit. Privilegium clerical. Pro arisit focis. Probatum ist. Probis probatum potius. Quam multis for. Probitas laudatur it alget. Probitas bono publico. The first source of motion. Or action. First of all, do not harm. First or foremost among. Equals. First among cities, home. Of the gods, golden. Rome. Principles, not men. To have won the approval of men is not the lowest praise. Horace. Resist the beginnings. Ovid. There is no reasoning of principles. Principle of individuation. To the person applying. First. First in time, first in right. Remembering the valor of former days. Private goods yield to the public. Benefit of the clergy. For altars and hearths. It has been proved. The praise of honorable men is worth more than that of a multitude. Honesty is praised and is neglected. Juvenal. Honesty promotes the public good. 175. Latin phrases and quotations. Pro bono it malo. Pro bono publico. Probum non poenitet. Proscendendo. Procul est, profani. Pro deo it ecclesia. Pro deo it patria. Pro des quam conspici. Pro it contra. Profanum vulgus. Pro forma. Pro hac vice. Proletarius. Pro libertate patriae. Pro memoria. Promota fidei. Pro mundi beneficio. Pro nunc. Pro patria. Pro patria, pro liberis. Pro aris et focis. Sues certer. For good and bad. For the public good. The honest man does not repent. Duty to have a court. Proceed to judgment. Begone, you who are profane. Virgil. For God and the Church. For God and country. Motto of the American University. To be useful rather than to be admired. Reasons, for and against. An argument. The profane multitude. The common people. As a formality, for the sarche of form. For this turn, for this specific occasion. Person of poor economic condition. For the liberty of my country. For a memorial. Promoter of the faith. For the benefit of the world. For now. For the country. To struggle for our country, our children. Our altars, and our hearths. Sallust. 2176. Latin phrases and quotations. Propositi tenax firm of purpose. Propria quam maribus things appropriate to husbands. Propri communia dicea to speak commonplace. Ideas as if original. Proprietates verborum proper meanings of words. Proprio jure of one's own right. Proprio motor, by one's own motion or initiative. Proprio vigor, of one's own strength. Proprium humani, it is human nature to ingeniisto dishate a person whom cum leseris you have harmed. Tacitus. Propter, on account of. Propter hoc, on this account. Pro pudor, for shame. Pro rata, in proportion, as a given ratio. Pro rata party, according to a calculated part. Pro rationitatis, according to a patient's age. Pro rege, lege, it grige, for the king, the law, and the people. Pro renata, for any occasion, as needed. Pro salute animi, for the welfare of the soul. Pro scientia, it religion, for science and religion. Motto of Denver University. Pro se, for one's self, in one's own behalf. Prosequitur, he prosecutes, he pursues the case. 177. Latin phrases and quotations. Prosit. Pro tanto. Protectio trahit. Subjectionem. Pro tempore. Pro virili party. Provisions quod. Proxime accessit. Proximo mens. Proximum genus. Proximus ardit eucaligon. Prudens futuri. Perdens quascio. Dimidium scientiae. Publice. Publici iuris. Puddosa non potest. Inatus potest. Pugnicit calspus. Pulvisit umbra sumus. Punctatim. Punctum. Punctum secum. Punctum contra punctum. Punctum saliens. Punctum temporis. Punctum vegetationis. May it benefit you, to your fortune. To such an extent, for so much. Protection draws with it. Subjection. Temporarily, for the moment. For a man's part. It being provided that he came nearest, the runner-up, in the next month. Nearest kind. Eucaligon's house next. Door is burning. Considering the future. Half of the knowledge is being able to ask the right question. Francis Bacon. In a public manner. Of the public right. Modesty must be innate, it cannot be learned. With fists and heels. We are but dust and shadows. Horace. Point for point. Point or dot. A blind spot. Note against note. Counterpoint. A salient point. Point of time. A growing point. 178. Q. Qua. Quacum via data. Qua cursum ventus. Quadragesima. Quadrivium. Qua remissa salva. Qua cumc sunt vera. Quad amaiora non. Scripta, sed omnibus. Scriptis certiora sunt. Qua istidem. Qua fuorunt vicia sunt. Qua nocent docent. Qua pars orationis. Qua Quarida pecunia. Primum ist, virtus post. Nummos. Qua verum. Qua ritur. In the capacity of. Which way you take it. Where the winds guide their course. Clough. 40th, 40 days before Easter. Arithmetic, geometry, astronomy, and music. Lost things are safe. Whatsoever things are true. Motto of Northwestern University. Some written laws are more firmly established than all written laws, which is the same. What once were vices are now customs. Things that hurt, teach. What part of speech? Question, inquire. Money is the first thing to be sought, good. Reputation after wealth. Horace. Seek the truth. It is sought, a question arises. 179. Latin phrases and quotations. Quaesitum. Quaescio vexata. Qua sursum volo viderea. Qua vidi. Cas decat. Qualis. Qualis ab incepto. Qualis artifex perio. Qualis pater talis filius. Qualis rex, talis grex. Qualis vita, finis ita. Quam dius ebin. Gesuit. Quam parva sapietnia. Mundus regitur. Quam primum. Quam proxime. Quam te deus essesit. Quandoc bonus. Dormitat Homerus. Quanti ist saperia. Quantum. Quantum libe. Quantum meruit. Quantum mutatus ab illo. Quantum placeat. Quantum satis. That which is sought after, a solution. A much debated question. I desire to see things that are above. Which things, see? As if one should say. Of what kind? Such from the beginning. Horace. What an artist dies in me. Nero. Like father, like son. Like king, like people. As in life, so is the end. As long as he conducts himself well. With how little wisdom the world is governed. As soon as possible. As nearly as possible. What God commanded you to be. Sometimes even good. Homer sleeps. What a great thing to be. Wise, turns. As much as, how much? As much as one pleases. As much as was deserved. How changed from what he once was. As much as pleases. As much as is sufficient. 180. Latin phrases and quotations. Quantum sufficit. Quantum valate. Quantum vis. Quac hora. Quer clausum fregit. Quer impedit. Quarterni terminorum. Quarto die post. Quasi dicutum. Quater in die. Cum di diligunt. Adolescens moritur. Dum valle sentit sapit. Cum quaritis. Cum res plus nimio. Delectaveria secundae. Mutati quotient. Qui bin amat bin. Castigat. Qui bin distingui bin. Dose. Qui desiderat pacem. Prepare bellum. Qui dose desit. Qui facit per alium facit. Per se. Qui fugibat rursus. Prolia bitter. As much as necessary. As much as it may be. Worth. As much as you wish. At every hour. Wherefore he broke the close trespass. Why does he obstruct? Why is he fighting us? Logical fallacy of 4 terms. On the 4th day after. As if said 4 times a day. He whom the gods love dies young while he has his strength and senses. Whom do you seek? Those whom prosperity has charmed too much. Adversity will shatter Horace. He who loves well, chastises well. He who makes good distinctions teaches well. Let him who wants peace prepare for war. Vegetius. He who teaches learns. He who does a thing through another does it through himself. He who has fled will do battle once more. 181. Latin phrases and quotations. Qui interrogat bene doce. Qui invide minor ist. Qui ipsi sapiens. Prodes nequit. Nequiquam sapit. Qui laborat orat. Qui me lagit odit lucem. Qui me amat, amatit. Canem meme. Qui nescit dissimulare. Nescit vivia. Qui nimium multis non. Amo dicit, amat. Qui nimium probat nihil. Probat. Qui non negat fatita. Qui non proficit deficit. Qui non veta peccaret. Cum possit, ubit. Qui passit no centibus. Innocents punit. Qui scribit bis legit. Qui stat, caveat enicadet. Qui tese, consentia. Videnta. Qui tese consentit. Qui tam. Qui timide regat doce. Negaria. He who questions, well, teaches well. He who envies is inferior. A wise man whose wisdom does not serve him is wise in vain. He who works praise. He who acts badly hates the light. He who loves me loves my dog. He who does not know how to dissemble does not know how to live. He who often says I love not is in love. Ovid. He who proves too much proves nothing. He who does not deny admits. He who does not make progress fails. He who does not forbid sin commands it. He who spares the guilty punishes the innocent. He who writes reads twice. Let him who stands beware lest he fall. He who remains silent seems to consent. He who remains silent consents. Who as well. He who asks timidly invites refusal. 182. Latin phrases and quotations. Qui transtulit sustinet. Qui uticit ei bono. Qui vicit non ist victor. Nisi victus fatita. Qui vive. Quia time. Quicquid delirant regs. Pulctuntur acivi. Quicquid multis. Peccata, in ultimist. Quicunc vult serveri. Quid ist veritas. Quid faciendum. Quid hoc sibi vult. Quid leges sine moribus. Veni proficiant. Quid novi. Quid nunc. Quid pro quo. Quid rides. Mutato. Nomine de te fabula. Naracha. He who transplanted. Sustains, motto of Connecticut. He who knows how to use wealth should have it. Turns. The winner is not truly the winner unless the loser admits it. Who goes there? A sentry's challenge. Because he fears whatever blunder the kings commit, the Greeks themselves suffer. Crimes perpetuated by the multitude remain unavenged. Lucan. Whosoever wants to be saved. Athanasian. Creed. What is truth? Gospel of John. What's to be done? What does this mean? What can laws accomplish in the absence of morals? Horace. What's new? What now? Something for something. Why do you laugh? Change the name and the story is yours. Horace. 183. Latin phrases and quotations. Quid sit futurum cras? Future quaerea. Quid times? Quid verum at decens? Quidam? Quiditas? Quid agis prudenter? Argus. Quieta non movia. Quis custodia tipsius? Custodes. Quis falla air possit? Amentum. Quis separabit? Quis vitia odit, homines? Odit. Quisque sibi proximus? Quo animo? Quo fata vocant? Quo iure? Quo mihi fortunam, si? Non condeditur uti? Quo pax gloria ducant? Quo usque? Quo usque tandem? Abuteria patientia nostra. Avoid asking what tomorrow will bring. Horace. What do you fear? What is true and becoming? Someone, an unknown person. Whatness, essence of a substance. Whatever you do, do with caution. Do not move quiet things. Who is to control the authorities? Juvenal. Who can deceive a lover? Virgil. Who shall separate us? Order of Saint Patrick. He who hates vice, hates mankind. Everyone is nearest to himself. With what intention? Where the fates call. By what right? On what authority? What is fortune to me if I cannot enjoy it? Horace. Where peace and glory lead. How long, how far? How long will you abuse our patience? Cicero. 184. Latin phrases and quotations. Quo vadis? Quo warranto? Quod? Quod hoc? Quod minus? Quod ultra? Quo cunc modo? Quo cunc nomine? Quod absurdum est? Quod ad hoc? Quod avertat Deus? Quod bene notandum? Quod cibus ist aliis? Ist venenum? Quod cito acquiricur cito? Permit. Quod erat? Demonstrandum? Q.E.D. Quod erat faciendum? QEF. Quod erat inveniendum? Quod ist? Quod hoc sibi vult? Quod necessitas cogit? Defendit. Quod nimis miserae volunt, hoc facile credunt. Quod non opus ist, as carum ist. Quod quo ist? Where are you going? By what right or authority? As regards, so far as to this, in this respect. As to the lesser matter. As regards the past. In whatsoever manner. Under whatsoever name. Which thing is absurd? As far as this, to this extent. Which may God avert. Which is to be well noted. What is food to some is poison to others. That which is quickly gained is quickly lost. That which was to be proved. That which was to be done. That which was to be found. Which is. What does this mean? That which necessity compels, it justifies. what the wretched desire. To excess, they often easily believe. What is not necessary is dear as a penny. That by which it is. 185. Latin phrases and quotations. Quod nota. Quod siam. Quod scripsi scripsi. Quod semper, quod ubique, quod ab. Omnibus. Quod vidi, qv. Quod libe. Quomodo. Quomodo vales. Quindam. Quorum pars magna fue. Quos Deus vult perdura. Prius dementat. Quot homines, tot. Sententiae. Quot servi, tot hosts. Quotidi. Quoties. Quovis modo. Which note, which mark. As far as I know, Cicero. What I have written I have written. What has been held. Always, everywhere and by everyone. For which to see, refer to. Subtle point in an argument. In what manner? How are you? Former, once. In which I played a great part. Whom a god wishes to destroy, he first makes mad, adapted from Euripides. So many men, so many opinions, turns. So many servants, so many enemies. Daily. Whenever. In whatever manner. 186. A. Raditusque ad cutim. Radix malorum. Radix omnium malorum. Ist cupiditas. Rara avis. Rara avis in terris. Nigroque similima. Signo. Rerum facit mixtrum. Cum sapientia forma. Rerenans. Rata. Ratio decidendi. Ratio ist radius divini. Illumines. Ratio legis. Rationed juris. Rationed materiae. Rationed soli. He shaves all the way to the skin. The root of all evil. Reference to avarice. The desire for money is the root of all evil. A rare bird, an unusual person. A rare bird upon the earth and very much like a black swan. Beauty and brains are seldom found together. Petronius. A few swimming here and there. Virgil. Rate, individual share of a whole. The essentials of a judgment. Reason is a ray of divine light. The underlying principle, or reasoning. By principle of one's right. By reason of the subject matter. By reason of the soil. 187. Latin phrases and quotations. Rebus sextantibus. Re. Recta ratio. Rectit suaviter. Recto. Rectus in curia. Redendo singular. Singules. Redite qua sunt. Caesaris Caesari, it. Qua sunt Dea Deo. Redim te captum quam. Quis minimo. Redintegratio amoris. Redia ad nusis. Redivivus. Redole lucernam. Reductio ad absurdum. Reductio ad impossibile. Reductus in pulverem. Regia via. Regina Caeli. Regina dea Gratia. Regiam dormum. Things being the way they are. In the matter of concerning right reason. Justly and mildly. The right-hand page of a book. Upright in court. by referring each to each. Render unto Caesar things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. Synoptic Gospels. When taken prisoner, pay as little as you can to buy your freedom. The renewal of love. To return to the nuts. Brought back to life. It smells of the lamp. Laboured writing. Pursuing a proposition to absurd limits. Reduction to the impossible. Reduced to powder. The royal way, King's highway. Queen of Heaven, the Virgin Mary. Queen by the grace of God. A royal gift. 1,38. Latin phrases and quotations. Regius professor. Regnat populus. Regula fidea. Reinfecta. Rei publici. Relata refero. Religio laesi. Religio loci. Religio medsi. Reliquii. Rem acutetigisti. Remisso animo. Remis volisque. Remititia. Rem 10, verba. Sequenta. Renovate animos. Renovato nomini. Repent dives nemo. Factus ist bonus. Reperfecta. Repetitorum. Repetita. Requis, eterna. Requiem aeternam dona. Is, Domin. Royal Professor, title in English schools. The people rule, motto of Arkansas. Rule of faith. The thing being unfinished. In matters of the state. I tell it as it was told to me. A layman's religion. The religion of the place. Religion of the physician. The remains. You've touched the thing. With a needle. With a relaxed mind. With oars and sails, a total effort. Diminishing a verdict of a jury by subtraction. Grasp the matter, the words will follow. Renew your courage. By a revived name. No one who is rich is made suddenly good. Publius Syrus. The thing being finished. A catalogue. Let it be repeated. Eternal rest. Grant them eternal rest. 0 Lord, Requiem Mass. 189. Latin phrases and quotations. Requiescat in pace, RIP. Requiescit in pace. Rerum concordia discus. Rerum primordia. Res. Res accident luminis. Rebus. Res age, tuteres. Res adjudicate. Res alieni. Res angusta de me. Res cogitans. Res controversa. Res corporals. Res derelicta. Resist ingeniosa de. Resist sacramiza. Resist soliciti plena. Timoris amor. Res extensa. Res extramentum. Res gesta. Res incardinist. Res incorporates. May he or she rest in peace. He or she rests in peace. The harmony of nature in discord, Horace. The beginnings of things. The thing, the subject. Matter of an action. One light shines upon others. Stay busy and you will be safe. The decision of the court. Things belonging to others. Strained situations at home, difficult times. Thinking substance, the mind, discards. Things in controversy. Tangible things. Abandoned property. Giving requires good sense, Ovid. A person in distress is a sacred thing. Love is full of anxious fears. Ovid. Extended substance. Descartes. Things outside the mind. Material facts, matters. Relevant to a lawsuit. The matter is on a door. Hinge, a turning point. Intangible things. 190. Latin phrases and quotations. Res inter alios. Res ipsa loquitur. Res judicator. Res judicator pro veritate. Res mobiles. Res nihili. Res non posse creerido. Nihilo. Res nullius. Respis, adspis, prospis. Respis finem. Respondet superior. Res publica. Res rustica. Resurgam. Retro satana. Revera. Revocate animos. Rex bibendi. Rex dea gratia. Rex iudearum. A matter between other people. The thing speaks for itself, obvious situation. Thing which has been judged, a settled matter. A decided case is considered as a law. Movable things. Thing of no consequence. A trifling matter. Matter cannot be created from nothing, a Lucretius. Things belonging to nobody, abandoned. Property. Examine the past. Examine the present. Examine the future. Motto of the city. College of New York. Examine the end, look to the end. Let the superior reply and be responsible. The affairs of the people. Roman Commonwealth. A country matter. I shall rise again. Get thee behind me, Satan. In truth, in fact. Recover your courage. King of drinking. King by the grace of God. King of the Jews. 191. Latin phrases and quotations. Rex non potest peccare. Rex nunquam moritur. Rex regnat sed non gubernat. Rex regum. Ridentum dicea verum. Quid vetat. Riderea in stomacho. Ride si sapis. Ridiculus muse. Rigor mortis. Rhizum tenatus, amici. Risus. Ritual. Rixacet alana seep. Caprina. Roma pediti. Ruat silum. Rudis indigestarque moles. Arius in urb. The king can do no wrong. The king never dies. The king reigns but does not govern. The King of Kings. What hinders one from speaking the truth even while laughing? Horace. To laugh inside one's self. Laugh if you are wise. Martial. A ridiculous mouse. Horace. Stiffness of a corpse. Occurring after death. Could you help laughing, my friends? Horace. Laughter. A manual for priests. He often quarrels about goat's wool. Horace. Pilgrims who travel to Rome on foot. Though the heavens fall. A rude and undigested mass. Ovid. Countryside in the city. Martial. 192. S. Sacram Romanum. Imperium. Sipe stillum virtus. Sipe ignavavit fortum. XSPE expectatio. Siva indignatio. Sivis tranquillus in undis. Sal. Sal amarum. Sal atticum. Sal catharticus. Sal culinaris. Sal gemme. Sal sapit omnia. Solus mundi. Solus per Christiam. Redemptorim. Solus populi. Solus populi supreme. Lex ecto. Solus rei publici. Supreme lex. The Holy Roman Empire. Often turn the stylus. Horace. Expectation based on. Hope often deludes. Courageous men. Fierce wrath, Virgil. Calm in the midst of waves. Salt. Bitter salt. Attic salt, intellectual wit. Epsom salt. Common salt. Rock salt. Salt seasons everything. The welfare of the world. Salvation through Christ. The Redeemer. Welfare of the people. The safety of the people. Is the supreme law. Motto of Missouri. Adapted from Cicero. The welfare of the state is the supreme law. 193. Latin phrases and quotations. Solus ubi multi consiliari. Salva conscientia. Salva dignitate. Salva fide. Salvam fac reginam, 0. Domin. Salva resist. Salvata mundi. Salve. Salve, Regina. Misericordiae. Salvo ior. Sal volatile. Salvo ordine. Salvo pudor. Salvo sensu. Salvum fac regem, 0. Domin. Sani mentis. Sancta simplicitas. Sanctit sapienta. Sanctus. Sanctus sanctorum. Sapere aut. When there are many advisers, there is safety. Without compromising one's conscience. Without compromising one's dignity. Without breaking one's faith. God save the Queen. The matter is safe. Turns. Savior of the world. Hail, welcome. Hail, Queen of Mercy. Catholic hymn. Saving the right. Volatile salt, ammonium. Carbonate. With regard to one's rank. Without violation of modesty. Without violation of sense. God save the King. Of sound mind. Holy simplicity. With holiness and wisdom. Hymn which concludes. Preface to the Eucharist. Holy of Holies, sacred. Retreat, private room. Dare to be wise, Horace. 194. Latin phrases and quotations. Sapiens dominabiter. Astris. Sapiens nihil affirmat. Quod non probat. Sata resatus. Sat cito, si sat bene. Satis. Satis diu vel natura vixi. Vel gloria. Satis eloquentiae. Sapientiae panem. Satis ist superior. Inimicum, nimium ist. Perdura. Satis quod sufficit. Satis superc. Satis verborum. Sat pulchra, si sat bono. Saturnalia regna. Sinefrans. Scandalum magnatum. Solus intra esse tacitum. Qui cogitat ullum. Crimen habet. Scienta. Scientia. A wise man will rule the stars. A wise man states as true nothing he cannot prove. The tailor retailored. Thomas Carlyle. Soon enough, but well. Enough, Cato the Elder. Enough. I have lived long enough. Both in years and in accomplishments, Julius. Caesar. Too much eloquence, too little wisdom. It is enough to defeat the enemy, too much to ruin him. What suffices is enough. Enough and some to spare. Enough of words. Beautiful enough, if she is good enough. The reign of Saturn, the golden age, Virgil. Ornamental facade, stage. Background. Scandal of exalted persons. He who silently meditates a crime is already guilty, juvenile. Previous knowledge of the facts of a case. Knowledge, science. 195. Latin phrases and quotations. Scientia est potentia. Scientia gratia scientiae. Scientia intuitive. Scientia popini. Scientia sol mentis est. Scientia scientiarum. Silicet. Scio qui credidi. Scia facies. Scia feci. Scia lysae. Scia mori sors prima. Veris, sed proxima cogi. Scribendi rect saperia. Istit principium it. Fons. Scriberia ist ageria. Scriberia sit amor. Scriberia science. Scribimus indocti. Doctic. Scripsi. Scripsit. Scripta classicus. Scripta proletarius. Knowledge is power. Knowledge for the Sake. Of knowledge. Intuitive knowledge. The science of cooking. Knowledge is the son of the mind, motto of the University of Delaware. The science of sciences. It is permitted to know. I know in whom I have believed. Cause it to be known. Allow enforcement. I have caused to know. It is permitted to know. Man's first happiness is to know how to die, his second is to be forced to die, Lucan. The foundation and source of writing well is to be wise, Horace. To write is to act. Love made me write. Ovid. Skilled in writing. Learned and unlearned. We write, Horace. I have written. He or she wrote it. Aristocratic writer, writer. For the few. Proletarian writer, writer. For the masses. 1-6. Latin phrases and quotations. Sculpsit. Scuto bone voluntatis. Turcaronesti numbers. Secretum ita it fallentis. Semitar vitae. Secundi adjacentis. Secundum. Secundum ecumit. Bonum. Secundum artem. Secundum bonos mors. Secundum formal statuti. Secundum genera. Secundum legem. Secundum naturam. Secundum ordinem. Secundum quid. Secundum regulum. Secundum usum. Secundum veritatem. Securis iudicat orbis. Terrarum. Esse defendendo. Sedent animo. Seduant. He or she carved it. With the shield of thy good favor thou hast encompassed us, great seal of Maryland. A quiet journey in the untrodden path of life. Horace. A proposition in logic. Lacking a connective. According to, beside or next to. According to what is just and right. According to art. According to good manners. According to the form of the statute. According to classes. According to law. according to nature, according to sequence, in proper order, according to something, in some respect, according to rule, according to usage, according to truth. The verdict of the world is conclusive, in self-defense, with a settled mind, a formal meeting of an ecclesiastical body. 197. Latin phrases and quotations. Seds. Sed fugit interior, fugit. In reparabile tempus. Sed hic hac tenus. Seditio civium hostium. Ist occaso. Sed quae. Segnius homines bono. Quam mala sentiant. Sella cerules. Simul. Simul abbas, semper. Abbas. Simul it simul. Simul insanivimus. Ons. Simul pro semper. Semi. Semi hora. Semiti sapientiae. Semper. Semper ad eventum. Festinat. Semper avaricigit. Certum voto pete finem. Semper idem. Semper ego auditor. Tantum. The formal see of a bishop. But time moves inexorably and will never return, Virgil. But so much for this. Sedition of the citizens is an opportunity for the enemy. But inquire, examine further. Men are slower to recognize blessings than evils. Livy. Official seat, seat of honor. Once an abbot, always an abbot. Once and together. We have all been mad. Once and for all. A half an hour. Paths of wisdom. Always. He always hurries to the crisis. One who covets is always a beggar. Place a limit on your wishing. Horace. Always the same, motto of Queen Elizabeth. Am I always to be only a listener? Juvenal. 198. Latin phrases and quotations. Semper itubic. Semper felix. Semper fidelis. Semper idem. Semper paratus. Semper specialia. Generalibus insunt. Semper timidum solus. Semper vivit in armis. Senatus consultum. Senatus populusque. Romanus. Senex bispua. Senilis dementia. Seniors priors. Sensibilia communia. Sensu bono. Sensu malo. Sensu stricto. Sententia facit jus. Separatio immensa it toro. Separatio a vinculo. Matrimonii. Septimana. Septuagesima. Always and everywhere. Always fortunate. Always faithful, motto of U.S. Marine Corps. Always the same thing. Always prepared, motto of U.S. Coast Guard. Particular things are always included in general things. Crime is always fearful. He always lives in arms. A decree of the Senate. The Roman Senate and people, SPQR. An old man twice a boy. Second childhood. Insanity occurring as the result of old age. Elders first. Common sensibles. Qualities of an object that may be perceived by several senses. In a good sense. In a bad sense. Strictly speaking. Judgment creates right. Separation from bed and board. Separation from the bond of matrimony. 1 week. The 70th day before Easter. 199. Latin phrases and quotations. Septuaginta. Sepultus. Sequens, seek. Sequitur. Sequicic patrem non. Passibusci. Second non inferior. Seriatim. Sermo index animi. Cero. Cero sapiunt friges. Cero sed serio. Cero venientibus ossa. Cirrus in silum redius. Servabo fidem. Serva iugum. Servare modum. Servata fides cineri. Servitutim mortalitati at. Malicium vie sunt. Servus servorum dia. Sisquipedalia verba. Greek translation of the Hebrew scripture made in 275 BC by 70 scholars. Buried. The following. It follows, the following. Remark. He follows his father, but not with equal steps. Virgil. I follow, but I am not inferior. In due order, successive. One by one. Speech is an index of the mind. Too late. The Phrygians became wise too late. Late, but seriously. For latecomers, the bones. May you return late to heaven. I will keep the faith. Preserve the yoke. Keep within the bounds. Faithful to the ashes of one's ancestors. To some extent liken slavery to death. Servant of the servants of God, the Pope. Words that are a foot and half long. 200. Latin phrases and quotations. Sexagesima. Sic. Sic donc. Sic unt fata hominum. Sic in originale. Sic iter ad astra. Sic iuhio. Sic art. Sic me servavit Apollo. Sic componia magnus. Parva mei phasist. Sic passim. Sic semper tyrannis. Sic transit gloria mundi. Sicut musit mos. Sicut patribus, sit deus. Nobis. Sic volo sic ubio. Si deus nobiscum, keys. Contra numbers. Si displacet. Si fecisti nega. Si finis bonus ist, tenum. Bonum erit. Si forae interes, rideret. Democritus. Si fortuna iuvat. 60th day before Easter. Thus, so, as it was, in this way. Thus until. Thus go the destinies of men. Thus in the original. Thus one goes to the stars. Thus I order. If it happens. Thus Apollo saved me. Horace. If I may be allowed to compare small things with great things, Ovid. Thus throughout the text. Thus ever to tyrants. Motto of Virginia. Thus passes the glory of the world, Thomas A. Kempis. As is my habit, Horace. As with our fathers, may God be with us. I want it this way, I order it this way. If God be with us, who shall be against us? If it pleases the gods. If you did it, deny it. If the end is good, everything will be good. If we were on earth, Democritus would laugh. If fortune favors. 201. Latin phrases and quotations. Sigillum. Sinita. Silatatas, prodist. Silit philosophias esto. Silentium altum. Silent leges inter arma. Similia similibus. Curanta. Similia similibus. Percipianta. Similis simili gaude. Similita. Si monumentum. Requiris, circumspis. Simplex munditiis. Simpliciter. Simul it simul. Si natura negat, facit. Indignatio versum. Sincerum ist nisi vas. Quod cumc in fundis. Acicit. Sine. Sine anno. Sine sererit libero. Frigit Venus. Sine cortis nataria. A seal. Let it be labeled. If the art is hidden, it succeeds. Be silent and be a philosopher. Deep silence. Laws are silent in the midst of war, Cicero. Like things are cured by likes. Like things are perceived through like things. Like takes pleasure in like. Likewise, if you seek a monument, look around you. Reference to St. Paul's Cathedral. Simple in neatness. Horace. Plainly, frankly. Together and at one time. When talent fails. Indignation writes the verse, juvenile. Unless the vessel is clean, everything you pour into it turns sour. Horace. Without. Without a year. Without Ceres and Bacchus, Venus grows cold. To swim without corks. 202. Latin phrases and quotations. Sine crus, sine luce. Sine cura. Sine die. Sine dubio. Sine ictu. Sine invidia. Sine ia. Sine joco. Sine ia ist studio. Sine loco, anno, vel. Nomini. Sine loco it anno. Sine legitima prole. Sine mascula prole. Sine mora. Sine nervis. Sine nomini. Sine odio. Sine omni periculo. Sine prejudicio. Sine probar causa. Sine prole. Sine qua non. Singulatim. Singulorum. Sinistra manu. Si opus sit. Si parva lysae componia. Magnus. Without the cross. Without the light. Without care. Without a day. Without doubt. Without a blow. Without envy. Without anger. Without joking. Without anger and bias. Without place, date or name. Without place and date. Without lawful children. Without male children. Without delay. Without strength. Without name. Without hatred. Without any danger. Without prejudice. Without probable cause. Without children. Without which not, a fundamental condition. One by one, singly. Of each hand. With the left hand. If it becomes necessary. If it is allowed to. Compare small things with great things, Virgil. 203. Latin phrases and quotations. Si peccavi, incient feci. Si post fata venit gloria. Non propero. Si quaris peninsulum. Amoa nam circumspis. Psyches. Si sic omnes. Si sit prudentia. Sist viata. Sit non doctissima conjux. Sit pro ration voluntas. Sit tibi terra levis. Sit ut ist, aut non sit. Sit venia verbis. Si 6s amarioma. Si vismi flora. Dolendum ist primum. Ipsi tibi. Si vis pacem, parabellum. Cicius criminis. Sola juvat virtus. If I have sinned, I had no intention of doing so. Terence. If glory comes after death, I am not in a hurry, Marshall. If you seek a lovely peninsula, look about you. Motto of Michigan. If anyone. If everything were thus. If there is prudence. Stop, traveler, tombstone. Inscription. May your wife not be very learned, Marshall. Let will stand for reason. Juvenal. May the earth be light upon you, on tombstones. Let it be as it is, or let it not be. Let these words be pardoned. If you wish to be loved, love, Seneca. If you wish me to weep, you yourself must first feel grief, Horace. If you want peace, prepare for war. Vegetius. An associate in crime. Virtue alone helps one. 204. Latin phrases and quotations. Sola nobilitas virtus. Sola solus servire Deo. Sola virtus invicta. Solum quis dicia. Falsum audit. Soli Deo gloria. Solitudinem faciant. Pacem appellant. Sol lucet omnibus. Solus. Solventaris ut tabuli. Sarvitur ambulando. Sarvitur acris hiems. Sorts. Sorts biblici. Sorts Homerici. Sorts Virgiliani. Spargera vocis in. Vulgum ambiguas. Speciali gratia. Spectatum veniant. Veniant spectanta ut. Ipsi. Virtue alone is true. Nobility. Our only safety is in serving God. Virtue alone is invincible. Who would dare to call the sun a liar? Glory to God alone. They create desolation and call it peace. Tacitus. The sun shines for everyone alone. The indictments are dismissed with laughter. Horace. It is solved by walking. By practice. The harsh winter is melting away, Horace. Divination by opening a book. Divination using the Bible. Divination using Homer's works. Divination using Virgil's works. To spread an equivocal rumor among the crowd, Virgil. By special favor. They come to see, they come that they may be seen, Ovid. 205. Latin phrases and quotations. Spectum urgendo. Speculum vitae. Spem pratio non emo. Spem sine corpor amat. Corpus putat s, quod. Umbra ist. Spirat infestus, mituit. Secundis. Spravi. Spromali ora. Spes. Spes bono. Spes gregis. Spes me Christus. Spes me in Deo. Spes sibi quisque. Spes tutissima siles. Spiritus. Spiritus asper. Spiritus lenus. Spiritus rectus. Spiritus vini. Spiritus vini vitis. Spiritus vini rectificatus. Splendide mendax. Spolia optima. Spont sua. Let us be judged by our actions. Mirror of life. I do not by mere hope. Turns. He loves an unsubstantial hope and trusts in a substance which is only a shadow. He hopes in adversity and fears in prosperity. Horace. I have hoped. I hope for better things. Hope. Good hope. The hope of the flock. Virgil. Christ is my hope. My hope is in God. Let each rely upon himself. Virgil. The safest hope is in heaven. Spirit, breath. Rough breathing. Smooth breathing. Ruling spirit. Alcoholic spirit. Brandy. Rectified spirit of wine. Splendidly false. Horace. The choicest spoils. Livy. Of one's own free will. 20. Latin phrases and quotations. Sportula. Speti in ioria forme. Stabat mater. Stans per in uno. Ster decisis. Ster super antiquos vias. Stat fortunadimus. Virtute. Statim. Stat magni nomini umbra. Stat nulla diu mortalibus. Usquam, fortuna. Titubant, fides. Stat promissa fides. Stat pro ration voluntas. Status quo. Status quo ante. Status quo ante bellum. Staviata, hero m calcus. Stemma codicum. Stet. A small basket. An insult to her slighted beauty. Virgil. The mother was standing. Hymn concerning the agony of the Virgin Mary at the crucifixion. Standing on one foot. With ease. Horace. To stand by that which was decided. Judicial. Doctrine. To stand on the old paths. The fortune of the house stands by its virtue. At once. He stands in the shadow of a great name. Men do not remain loyal for long where fortune proves unstable. The promised faith remains. Will stands for reason. The existing state of things. The situation prevailing. Before. The situation existing. Before the war. Stop traveler, you stand on a hero's dust. Family tree of manuscripts, for text. History. Let it stand. 207. Latin phrases and quotations. Stet fortunadimus. Stet pro ration voluntas. Stilicidii causa lapidem. Cavat. Stratum super stratum. Strinua inertia. Stricto sensu. Strictumius. Studiusit rebus honestus. Studium imen. Loquendi. Stultorum calami. Carbons moenia. Chartae. Stultum facit fortuna. Cum vult perdura. Stupa mundi. Suaquic sunt vicia. Suaquic utilitas. Suaquic voluptas. Suam un remittit cum. Hamo. Suaspont. Suave Maria Magno. Sunvita it fortita. May the good fortune of the house endure. Let will stand for reason. Dripping water hollows out a stone. Layer upon layer. Energetic idleness. Horace. In a strict sense. Strict law. By honorable pursuits and studies. Motto of the University of Vermont. an insatiable desire for talking, Ovid. Chalk is the pen of fools. Walls their paper. Whom fortune would ruin she deprives of good sense. Wonder of the world. Everyone has his own vices. To everything its own use. Tacitus. Everyone has his own pleasures. He sends the gift with a hook attached of one's self, without prompting. How pleasant on the great sea, a Lucretius. Gently and firmly. 2098. Latin phrases and quotations. Suaviter in modo. Fortiter in re. Sub audi. Sub color viris. Sub condition. Sub cruz candida. Sub cruz solus. Sub dio. Subdula cum ride. Placidi pellatia ponti. Sub fibula. Sub finem. Sub hoc sino vinces. Sub indi. Sub initio. Sub love. Sub love frigido. Sub judici. Sub lata causa, tolicha. Effectus. Sub limi ferium sidera. Vertis. Sub modo. Sub nomine. Sub pona. Gentle in manner. Resolute in action. Hereunder, read. Between the lines. Under color of law. Upon the condition. Under the pure white cross. Salvation under the cross. Under the open sky. The calm sea shows her false alluring smile. Under the rod. Towards the end. Under this sign you will conquer. Frequently. At the beginning. Under Jupiter. Under cold Jupiter. Under a judge, a case not yet decided. When the cause is removed, the effect is removed. With my head held up, I shall strike the stars. Horace. Under a qualification. Subject to a condition. Under a name, under an alternative title. Under penalty, writ. Demanding performance. 209. Latin phrases and quotations. Sub pona ad testificandum. Sub pona dues tecum. Sub quondam eternitatis. Sub quo cunc titulo. Sub rosa. Sub sigillo. Sub silentio. Sub specie. Sub specie eternitatis. Sub spe rati. Sub tegmine fagi. Sub verbo. Sub vino. Sub voce. Succedaneum. Successor novo vincita. Omnis amor. Successium fortuna. Experientium laus. Sequitur. Sufficit. Suggestio falsi. Writ compelling one to testify in court. Writ compelling witness. To testify in court and to bring evidence. Under a certain form of eternity. Under whatever title. Under the rose, in secret. In confidence. Under the seal. Under silence, silently. And in confidence. Under the appearance of. Under the aspect of. Eternity. In the hope of a decision. Under the cover of the tree, Virgil. Under the word. Cross-reference in text. Under the influence of. Wine. Under that heading. Under that category. A substitute, one acting in another's place. All love is vanquished by a succeeding love, Ovid. Good fortune follows. Success, praise follows. Effort, Varro. It is sufficient. Misrepresentation to conceal the truth. 210. Latin phrases and quotations. Sui quic fingunt. Fortunam. Sui generis. Sui juris. Sui stat veribus. Sumat. Sumat talem. Sumendum. Summa. Summa cum laude. Summa peti liver. Summa potestas. Summa seds non capit. Duos. Summa summarum. Summo studio. Summum bonum. Summum genus. Summum jus. Summum jus summa. Injuria. Summum nec matures. Diem nec opts. Sumptibus publicis. One's character creates one's fate. Of its own kind, in a class. By itself, unique. Capable of assuming legal responsibility. He stands on his own strength. Let one take. Take one such. Let it be taken. Summary treatise. Covering the entire subject. With highest praise, with highest distinction. It is the highest things that envy seeks. Ovid. Supreme power, the rule of the state. The highest seat does not hold to the sum of all things. With the greatest zeal. Cicero. The highest good. The most inclusive classification. The highest law. Extreme law, extreme injustice. Cicero. Neither fear nor wish for your last day at public expense. 211. Latin phrases and quotations. Sumptus sensum eni. Superet. Sunt bono, sunt. Quadam mediocria. Sunt mala plora. Sunt lacrimae rerum. Sunt lacrimae rerum, it. Mentum mortalia. Tangunt. Suo ior. Suo loco. Suo mat. Suo motu. Suo nomini. Suo periculo. Suo tempor. Superflumina Babylonia. Superstition tolinda. Religio non tolicia. Suppressio veri. Suppressio veri. Suggestio falsi. Supra. Supra vires. Supremum veil. Surgit amaria liquid. Let not your spending exceed your income. Some things are good. Some are mediocre, but most are bad. Martial. There are tears for things. Sadness in life is inevitable. There are tears for sufferings in life, and mortal woes touch the heart. Virgil. By his or her own right. In its proper place. By one's assertion. By one's own motion. Spontaneously. In one's own name. At one's own danger. At one's own time, at its own time. By the rivers of Babylon. Psalm 137. Religion is not destroyed by eliminating superstition. Cicero. Willful misrepresentation. To suppress the truth. Suppression of the truth is the suggestion of falsehood. Above, in text. Beyond one's powers. Farewell for the last time. Something bitter rises. L. Lucretius. 212. Latin phrases and quotations. Sursum. Sursum corda. Sursum redor. Suspendat apiculum. Suspendens omnia naso. Suspensio peculum. Suspiria de profundis. Suta, ne supra crepidam. Suum quick. Sua quick mos. Upwards, motto of Arizona University. Lift up your hearts, hymn of the Mass. To render upwards, to surrender. Let him be hanged by the neck. Turning up the nose at everything, Horace. Hanging by the neck. Sighs from the depths. Cobbler, stick to your last. To each his own. Everyone has his own custom. 213. T. Tabula rasa. Tace. Tacent, satis laudant. Tace. Tacitans melior mulia. Semper quam loquens. Tacite. Taciturn vivit sub pectora. Vulnus. Taedium vitae. Tales. Talis qualis. Tam facti quam animi. Tam mart quam Minerva. Tam quam alter idem. Tandem fit circulus arbor. Tangerulcus. Tanta mollis erat. Tanta en animis. Silestibus iri. A blank tablet, John Locke. Be silent. They are silent, they. Praise enough, Terence. It is silent, be silent. A woman is better seen than heard. Silently. The silent wound lives deep within the breast. Virgil. Weariness of life. Such men. Such as it is. As much indeed as in intention. As much by Mars as by Minerva. As if a second self, Cicero. A seedling soon becomes a tree. To touch a sore spot. So vast a work it was. Virgil. Can such great anger dwell in heavenly minds? Virgil. 214. Latin phrases and quotations. Tantas componia lights. Tantum ergo. Tantum quantum. Tantum religio partuit. Suaderia malorum. Tantus amor scribendi. Tard venientibus ossa. Teledoramus. Tecum vivirimum. Tecum obium libens. Te diem, laudamus. Te hominum es. Memento. Telegita. Te judici. Telum imbel sinictu. Tempora acta. Tempora mutanta numbers it. Mutor in illis. Tempora parendum. Tempora si fuorint. Nubila, solus eris. Tempori parendum. Temporibus. Inserviendum. Temporis ars medicina. Fearest. To settle such great disputes. So great, therefore, him of the Eucharist. Just as much as how potent is religion in persuading one to evil actions, a Lucretius. Such a passion for writing, Horace. For late comers, the bones. We adore thee. I wish to love, live, and die with thee, Horace. We praise thee, God. Hymn of thanksgiving. Remember that you are a man. Thee therefore, part of the Eucharist. You being the judge. A feeble weapon without the thrust, Virgil. Times past. Times change and we change with them. One must move with the times. At times if clouds appear, you will be alone, Ovid. One must yield to the times. One must pay attention to the times. Time is the best means of healing. Ovid. 215. Latin phrases and quotations. Tempus. Tempus habitabi est. Tempus anima rei. Tempus edax rerum. Tempus fugit. Tempus in ultimum. Tempus ludendi. Tempus omnia revelat. Tempus rerum imperita. Tenaxit fidelis. Tenax propositi. Tenil upum oribus. Tenos. Tentanda via ist. Ter bene. Teres et cretundus. Ter in die. Ter in noct. Terminus ad cum. Terminus ante cum. Terminus aquo. Terminus post cum. Terque terque beatus. Terra. Time. It is time for you to depart. Horace. Time is the soul of things. Time devours all things. Time flies to the last extremity. A time for playing. Time reveals all things. Time is sovereign over all things. Steadfast and faithful. Tenacious of purpose. To hold a wolf by the ears. Know thyself. The way must be tried. Rub well. Polished and round. Well-rounded. 3 times a day. 3 times a night. The latest possible date. For an event. Established time before event occurred. The earliest possible starting point. Established time after an event occurred. 3 and 4 times. Blessed, Virgil. Earth, soil. 216. Latin phrases and quotations. Terra culta. Terra es, terra mibis. Terra firma. Terra incognita. Terras irradiant. Ter sanctus. Tertium. Tertium non data. Tertium quid. Tertius gaudens. Testus unus, testus nullus. Tetigisti acu. Thesaurus inventus. Tibi suis, tibi metis. Time diem, Coleridgeum. Timeo daneo zitdana. France. Timeo hominum unius. Libri. Cultivated lantere. Filiason of earth. Satirical orator at Oxford. You are dust, you will return to dust. Dry land. Unknown realm. Unexplored region. Let them illuminate the lands. Motto of Amherst College. 3 times holy, the trisagion. 3rd. The 3rd term not being given. A 3rd something. Something intermediate. Or unknown. A 3rd party who profits from a dispute between 2 other parties. 1 witness, the same as no witness. You have touched it with a needle, Plautus. A treasure trove. You sow for yourself. You reap for yourself. Cicero. Fear God, honor the king. I fear the Greeks even when bearing gifts. Virgil. I fear the man of one book. Thomas Aquinas. 217. Latin phrases and quotations. Time pudorum. Time mortis mort paya. Time primus in orb. Dios fecit. Toga candida. Toga praetexta. Togate. Toga virilis. Tot homines quote. Sententiae. Totidum verbis. Totis quotis. Totis viribus. Toto silo. Totum. Totum divisum. Totum in eo ist. Totus in toto, id totus in. Qualibet party. Totus teres atque. Rotundus. Tractant fabrilia fabri. Trahete suaquemque. Voluptas. He fears shame. The fear of death is worse than death. Fear was the first creator of the gods in the world. Statius. The white toga worn by Roman candidates. Toga with purple border. Worn by magistrates. A free woman, prostitute. Because she wore the toga rather than the upper class stula. Adult toga assumed by boys at age 14. So many men, so many opinions, turns. In so many words. On each occasion. With all one's might. By the entire heavens. Worlds apart. The whole. A unit incapable of being divided. It all depends on this. Complete as a whole and complete in every part. Polished and well-rounded in all things. Let craftsmen perform only their craft. His own delight draws. Each man, Virgil. 218. Latin phrases and quotations. Transit in exemplum. Transit in rem judicatum. Troigadia. Tria iuncta in uno. Trista series si sola series. Trium litteram homo. Triumph mortam vita. Trivium. Troia fuit. Tros tyriusque mihi. Nullo decrimine agenta. Trudicia dies die. 2. Domin, gloria me. Tubor. 2 Neced Marlies said. Contra audentia ito. 2 Nihil invitar dices. Facies v Minerva. 2 Quoque. Tutia seracia ex parti. Misciora. Tutor it alter. Let it serve as an example. It passes into a matter already judged. The truce of God, also. Trivadia. 3 joined in one. Motto of Order of Bath. You will be sad if you remain alone, Ovid. A man of 3 letters, a thief. I triumph in death, as in life. Grammar, rhetoric and logic. Troy was, and will be no more. Trojan and Tyrian shall be treated by me with no discrimination, Virgil. One day is pushed onto another, Horace. Thou, zero Lord, art my glory. I shall defend the great seal of Michigan. Yield not to misfortunes, but advance more boldly against them. You will say or do nothing when Minerva is unwilling, Horace. And you also, used to indict the accuser in a court of law. It is safer to err on the gentler side. Protector and avenger. 219. You berimifides. You be amici, ibi ops. You be bene, ibi patria. You be ist autem dignitas. Nisi you be honestas. You be homines sunt, modi. Sunt. You be innocens damnature. Pars patriae exulat. You be lus incertum, ibius. Nullum. You be lapsus. Quid feci. You be libertans ibi patria. You be mel ibi apes. Ubic. Unique patrium reminis. You be solitudinem faciant. Pace appellant. The highest degree of trust. Where there are friends, there is wealth. Where I prosper, there is my country. What is dignity without honesty? Where there are men, there are manners. When an innocent man is convicted, part of his country is exiled. Where the law is uncertain, there is no law. Where have I fallen? What have I done? Where there is freedom, there is my country. Where there is honey, there will be bees. Everywhere, everywhere to remember our country. Where they create desolation, they call it peace. Tacitus. 220. Latin phrases and quotations. Ubi sunt qui ante numbers. Fuorunt. Ubi supra. Ubi vincinus essist. Expedit sedia. Ultima fasan. Ultima prescripta. Ultima ratio. Ultima ratio regum. Ultima Thule. Ultimo. Ultimum vale. Ultimus hius. Ultimus regum. Ultimus Romanorum. Ultra. Ultra licitum. Ultra possinimo. Obligatur. Ultra valorem. Ultra vires. Umbra. Una it idem persona. Una solus victis nullum. Spuria salutum. Where are those who lived before us? Often shortened to ubi sunt. Where above, where defeat is inevitable, it is wisest to yield. Perhaps the last ordered, the final argument of King's War. The farthest point accessible, Virgil. In the last month. Farewell for the last time. The last heir. The last of the kings. The last of the Romans. Beyond, more than. Beyond that which is allowed. No one is bound to do more than he can. Beyond the value. Outside one's jurisdiction, beyond the scope. Shadow, shade. One and the same person. The one safety for the conquered is to abandon hope for salvation. Virgil. 221. Latin phrases and quotations. Una saequa placet, culta. Pula satist. Una voce. Ungibus it rostro. Unguis in als. Unicus virtuti, atque. Eius amesis. Unica virtus necessaria. Uniquic dedit vitium. Natura creato. Unitas fratrum. Unius dementia. Dementes efficit multos. Uno animo. Uno ictu. Uno soltu. Unus venullus vo. Urbum lateritium. Invenit, marmoriam. Reliquit. Urbi it orbi. Urbs in horto. Ursus. Usk. Admired by one man, a girl is adorned. Propitious. With one voice. Unanimously. With claws and beak. With all one's might. A claw in the wound. Friendly to virtue alone. And to the friends of virtue, Horace. Virtue is the only thing necessary. Nature has conferred some vice on each created thing. Propitious. Unity of brethren, the Moravian Church. The madness of one drives man mad. With one mind. At one blow. In one leap. One man is the same as no man. He found the city brick, and left it marble. Suetonius on Julius Caesar. To the city, Rome, and to the world. A city in a garden, motto of Chicago. Earthenware pitcher. Even to 222. Latin phrases and quotations. Usque ad aras. Usque ad nausem. Usus est optimus. Magister. Usus est tyrannus. Usus loquendi. Usus promptos facit. Usus teplorado Ut amoris, amabilis esto. Ut apes geometriam. Ut cump placurint deo. Ut dictum. Ut fata trahunt. Ut homo est, it amor. Jurors. Tile dulci. Utinam foster essit. Utinam tam facile vera. Invenia possumquam. Falsa convincia. Ut infra. Ut non abuti. Ut possidetis. Ut mosist. Ut picture poesis. Ut pignus amisashi. Ut prosim. Even to the altars. Even to the point of sickness. Experience is the best teacher. Custom is a tyrant. Usage to speak. Use makes men ready. Experience will teach you many things, that you may be loved. Show love, Ovid. As bees, practice geometry. As it shall please God. As directed. As the fates drag. As a man is, so must you. Humor him, Terence. The useful with the agreeable. Would that he were ours. I only wish I could discover truth as easily as I expose falsehood. Cicero. See below, in a text. To use, not to abuse. As you possess it, you may keep it. As is the custom of venal. Poetry is like a painting. Horace. As a pledge of friendship. That I may be of use. 223. Latin phrases and quotations. Ut quo cunc paratus. Utrum horum mavis. Accipe. Ut seep summa ingenia. In a cult latent. Ut supra. Prepared on every side. Take whichever you prefer. The greatest talents are often shrouded in obscurity. See above, in a text. 224. V. Vacuo. Vacuus cantat coram. Latrone viata. Vade in pace. Vade mecum. Vade retromi, satana. Vadenium mortuum. V soli. V victis. Vagitus. Vale. Valate quantum valeria. Potist. Vale ancora virtus. Valet ac plaudite. Vanitas vanitatum. Omnis vanitas. Vanitimoris iusta. Excusatio non est. Varia lectio. Variatim. In a vacuum. The traveller with an empty purse sings. Before the robber. Go in peace. Go with me, a guidebook. A reference book. Get behind me, Satan. Gospel of Mark. A mortgage. Woe to the solitary person. Woe to the conquered. The first cry of a newborn child. Farewell. Let it stand for what it is worth. Virtue serves as an anchor. Farewell and applaud. Vanity of vanities, all is vanity. Ecclesiastes. Empty fear is not a legitimate excuse. A variant rendering of a text. Variously, in various ways. 225. Latin phrases and quotations. Variarum. Variarum noti. Varium it mutabile. Semper femina. Vectigalia nervi sunt rei. Publici. Vel seco apparent. Velicit remes. Vel pris vel pratio. Velut egri somnia. Vinalis populus vinalis. Curia patrum. Vendidit hic neuro. Patrium. Veninum in aro bibicia. Venia necessitate data. Veni, creator spiritus. Venientia currite morbo. Veniri. Veniri facies. Of various persons, a literary text with comments from other writers or critics. Notes of various commentators. Woman is ever fickle and changeable, Virgil. Revenues are the sinews of the state, Cicero. It would be apparent, even to a blind man, with sails and oars, a total effort, either with prayer or with price, like a sick man's dream. Horace. Both the people and the senators can be bribed. He sold his country for gold. Poison is drunk from a golden cup. Indulgence is granted to necessity. Come Creator Spirit. Book of Common Prayer. Meet the approaching disease. To come, the process of selection of jurors. Make to come, writ. Summoning the jurors. 226. Latin phrases and quotations. Venite. Venit summa dicit. In eluctabile tempus. Veni, vidae, vici. Ventis secundis. Ventinile novi frugalis. Vera causa. Vera in sessu patuit d. Verbatim. Verbatim it literatim. Verba volant, scripta. Manent. Verbra, sed audi. Verbi dear minister. Verbis ad verbra. Verbum sat sapienti ist. Verbum satis ist. Veritas. Veritas entis. Veritas nunquam permit. Veritas odium part. Veritas omnia vincit. Come, Psalm 95, sung. At morning prayer. The last day has come. And the inevitable hour is here, Virgil. I came, I saw, I conquered, Julius Caesar. With favorable winds. Nothing is more easily satisfied than the stomach, Juvenal. A true cause. By her walk the true goddess was revealed. Virgil. Word for word, exactly as quoted. Word for word and letter for letter. Spoken words fly away. Written words remain. Strike, but hear me. Preacher of the word of God. From words to blows. A word is enough for a wise man. A word is enough. Truth, motto of Harvard. Truth of being. Truth never dies. Truth engenders hatred. Turns. Truth conquers all things. 227. Latin phrases and quotations. Veritas prevalebit. Veritas temporis filia. Veritas victrix. Veritas vos liberabit. Veritas vincit. Veritatem dies apparit. Veritatis simplex oratio. Ist. Verso. vert, vestigia, vestigia morientis, libertatis, vestigia nulla retrorsum, vestigia tirent, veteris vestigia flammae, via amicabili, via crucis, via lucis, via dolorosa, via lacti, via media. Truth will prevail. Truth is the daughter of time. Truth the conqueror. The truth shall make you free. Motto of Johns Hopkins University. Truth conquers. Time reveals the truth. The language of truth is simple. Seneca. The left-hand page of a book. Turn the page. Footprints, traces or remains. The footprints of a dying. Liberty. No footsteps backwards. Horace. The footprints frighten me. Horace. Remnants of an ancient flame. Virgil. In a friendly way. The way of the cross. Stations of the cross. The way of the cross is the way of light. The road of sadness, the road Christ followed on. The way to the crucifixion. The Milky Way. Middle course between two extremes. 2-8. Latin phrases and quotations. Via militaris. Via trita, vin tutor. Via ticum. Vice versa. Vicisti, Galilee. Victi vicimus. Victis honor. Victoria concordia crescit. Victoria fortunae. Sapientia. Victor luderam. Vidi. Vidi anti. Vidi it creed. Vidi infra. Vidi post. Vidi supra. Vidi ut infra. Vidi ut supra. Vidlicet, viz. Video barbamit. Pallium, philosophium. Nondum video. Video meliora proboque. Deteriora secca. Vita. A military road. The beaten path is the safe path. The Eucharist. Administered to dying person. Conversely, the positions being reversed. Thou'st conquered. 0. Man of Galilee. Conquered, we conquer. Honor to the conquered. Victory is increased by concord. Wisdom is the victor over fortune new venal. The winner of athletic contests. See. See before. See and believe. See below. See after. See above. See as below. See as above. One may see, that is to say. I see the beard and the cloak, I have yet to see. The philosopher. I see the better way and approve it, but I follow the worse way. Ovid. It appears, it seems. 229. Latin phrases and quotations. Viditit erubit lympha. Pudica diem. Sixit armis. Vigilendum ist semper. Multi insidii sunt. Bonus. Vigilantibus. Vigilanti it ora. Vilius argentum istero. Virtutibus aurum. Vincam aut moria. Vinciasis, Hannibal. Victoria ut nesces. Vincit amor patriae. Laudum immensa. Cupido. Vincit omnia veritas. Vincit qui patita. Vincit qui esse vincit. Vincit veritas. Vinculum matrimoniae. Vindex injuriae. Vino tortus itae. Verbonus dicendi peritus. Vires acquirit undu. Virescit vulnea virtus. The modest water saw God and blushed. By force of arms. One must always be on one's guard. There are many snares for the good. To the watchful, watch and pray. Silver is worth less than gold, gold is worth less than virtue. Horace. I will conquer or die. You know how to vanquish Hannibal, but you do not know how to enjoy victory. Livy. Love of country conquers the boundless desire for glory. Virgil. Truth conquers all things. He who prevails is patient. He conquers who conquers himself. Publius Syrus. Truth conquers the bond of marriage. The avenger of wrong. Tortured by wine and anger. Horace. A good man skilled in the art of speaking. It gains strength by going. Virgil. Virtue flourished from a wound. 230. Latin phrases and quotations. Viret in aeternum. Verit uxor. Vigilium viditantem. Virginibus puerisque. Canto. Virgo. Virgo sapientissima. Virgo sponsoria. Viribus totis. Viribus unitis. Viri infelicis procolamissi. Virarum volita per ora. Versapit qui porca. Loquitur. Virtues. Virtus eriat fortia. Virtus ist militis decus. Virtus ist medium. Vitiarum it utrimque. Reductum. Virtus in action consistit. Virtus in arduis. Virtus incendit vires. Virtus laudatur it alget. Virtus miliuscitur. Virtus nobilitat. It flourishes forever. Husband and wife. I have only seen Virgil. Ovid. I sing for maidens and boys. Virgil. The Virgin. Virgin most wise. Virgin bride of the Lord. With all one's strength. With united strength. Friends stay away from the unfortunate man. To fly through the mouths of men. Ennius. The man is wise who talks little. Virtue, manly excellence. Virtue is stronger than a battering ram. Virtue is the soldier's glory. Virtue is the mean between vices, as far from one extreme as from the other. Horace. Virtue consists of action. Virtue in difficulties. Virtue kindles one's strength. Virtue is praised and left to freeze. Virtue is 1,000 shields. Virtue ennobles. 231. Latin phrases and quotations. Virtus non stemma. Virtus post nummos. Virtus probata florescit. Virtus requia nescia. Sordide. Virtus semper viridis. Virtus sola nobilitat. Virtus vincit invidium. Virtus vincit omnia. Virtutit armis. Virtutit fide. Virtutit labor. Virtutit operia. Virtute, non astutia. Virtute, non verbis. Virtute, non viris. Virtute officii. Virtute cuis. Virtute securus. Virtuti nihil obstatit. Armis. Virtuti non armis fido. Virtutis amore. Virtutis averum. Praemium. Virtutis fortuna comes. Virtutis pa, dispa. Fortunis patris. Virtue not ancestral stock. Virtue after wealth. Horace. Virtue flourishes in a trial. Virtue knowing nothing of base leisure. Virtue is always green. Virtue alone can ennoble. Virtue overcomes envy. Virtue conquers all things. By courage and arms. Motto of Mississippi. By virtue and faith. By virtue and toil. By virtue and industry. By virtue, not by craft. By virtue, not by words. By virtue, not by men. By virtue of office. In virtue there is calm. Secure by means of virtue. Nothing can withstand. Valor and arms. I trust in virtue and not in arms. From love of virtue. The reward of the valor of my ancestors. Fortune is the companion of valor, motto of the Duke of Wellington. Be like your father in courage, unlike him in fortune. 232. Latin phrases and quotations. Vis. Vis affront. Vis tergo. Vis comica. Vis conservatrix. Vis consilii expers mole. Rude soi. Vis inertiae. Vis major. Vis medicatrix natri. Vis mortua. Vis unita fortia. Vis vitalis. Vita brevis, ars longa. Vitae summa brevis. Spem numbers vetat. In cor longum. Vitae via virtus. Vitam impenda vero. Vitam regit fortuna non. Sapientia. Vita non est vivia sed. Valeria vita ist. Vita sine literis mors ist. Vitavi denique culpam. Non laudum merue. Force, power, strength. Plural vires. A force in front. A force from behind. A comic force. The preservative force. Horace. Force without good sense. Falls by its own weight. Horace. Power of inactivity. A greater force, a superior force. The healing power of nature. Dead force. Force is increased by union. Vital force. Life is short, art is long. Life's short span forbids us to enter on far reaching hopes. Virgil. Virtue is the way of life. To devote one's life to truth juvenile. Chance, not wisdom, governs life. Life is not to live, but life is to be strong, martial. Life without literature is death. I have saved myself from blame, but I have not earned praise. Horace. 233. Latin phrases and quotations. Vitiis nemo sine nascita. Vivamus, me lesbia. At comemus. Vivant rexit regina. Vivas ut possis quando. Nequis ut velis. Vivat. Vivat Caesar. Vivat regina. Vivat res publica. Vivat rex. Viva voce. Vive hodie. Vive me maletti. Vivendi causa. Vivia communist, sed non commune mirari. Vivia ist cogita. Vivia parvo. Vivia sat vincia. Vive ut vivas. Vivit vale. Vive, vale. Vivida vis animi. No one is born without faults. Let us live, my lesbia. And let us love. Catch alas. Long live the king and queen. Live as you can, since you cannot live as you wish. Long live. Long live Caesar. Long live the queen. Long live the Commonwealth. Long live the king. With lively, loud voice. Live today, Marshall. Live mindful of death. Perseus. Cause of living. To live is common to all. But to be worthy of living is not. To live is to think, Cicero. To live on little. To conquer and to live enough. Live so that you may live. Live and be well. Live and fare well, Horace. The living force of the mind. 234. Latin phrases and quotations. Vivite fortes fortiac. Adversis opponite. Pectora rebus. Vivit post funera virtus. Vixie nostra vuvo. Vicaria fortes anti. Agamemnona. Vixit. Volat hora per orbim. Volensit potens. Volant deo. Volenti non fit injuria. Volo non valio. Voluntas habitur pro facto. Voluptates commendat. Raria usus. Voluptates corporis. Volventibus annis. Vota vita men. Vox. Vox angelica. Vox audita permit litera. Scripta mane. Vox barbara. Live as brave men, and if fortune is adverse, accept its blows with brave hearts, Horace. Virtue lives after the grave, Tiberius. I can hardly call these things my own. Brave men lived before Agamemnon, Horace. He or she has lived. Time flies through the world. Willing and able. God willing. There can be no injury to one who consents. I am willing but unable. The will be taken for the deed. Rare indulgence increases pleasure. The sensual pleasures of the body. With revolving years. My life is devoted. Voice. Angel's voice, organ stop. Producing the sound of strings. The voice perishes, but written words remain. Barbaric voice, a foreign word. 235. Latin phrases and quotations. Vox clamans indicitu. Vox clamantis indicitu. Vox clandestine. Voxit praeterea nihil. Vox fausibus hisit. Vox humana. Vox populi. Vox populi, vox dea. Vox stellarum. Vulgarum isi nomen. Sed rara ist fides. Vulgo. Vulgus amiciscius utilitate. Probat. Vulneratus non victus. Vultus ist index animi. A voice crying in the wilderness, motto of Yale. The voice of one crying in the wilderness, the Gospel of Matthew. A secret voice, a whisper. A voice and nothing more. Plutarch. One's voice stuck in the throat. Organ stop resembling the human voice. The voice of the people. General consensus. The voice of the people is the voice of God. The voice of the stars. The name of friend is common, but true. Friendship is rare. In a common manner. The common herd values friendship for its own usefulness, Ovid. Wounded but not conquered. The face is a sign of the Soul. 236. Appendix 1. Summary of major Latin writers. Note, this list includes only the most popular or most influential works by these writers and should not be construed as being comprehensive. Apuleius, Saint Augustine, Marcus Aurelius, Julius Caesar, Catullus, Cicero, On the God of Socrates, On Plato and His Dogma, Florida, Bouquet, Apologia, Apology, Metamorphoses, The Golden Ass, Confessions, The City of God, Meditations, De Bello Gallico, The Gallic War, De Bello Civili, The Civil War, Poems, Rhetorica, Epistolae. A few major groups include De Senectute, of Old Age, De Amicitia, on Friendship, Ad Atticum, Letters to Atticus, Ad Familias, Letters to Friends, Orations. Two major groups include De Catiline, against Catiline. 237. Latin phrases and quotations. Philippics, against Antony. Ennius Annals. Epictetus Moral Discourses. Horace Satires. Satires 2. Epodes. Odes. Odes 2. Ars Poetica. Carmen Seculaire. Epistles. Epistles 2. Saint Jerome the Vulgate. Chronicles. Josephus Vita, Autobiography. Bellum Judaicum, The Jewish War. Jewish Antiquities. Against Apion. Juvenal Satire, Satires. Lactantius Institutiones Divinii. De Mortibus Persecutorum. Livy ab Urb Condita, From the Foundation of the Cityle. Lucan Pharsalia, The Civil War. Lucilius Sermons, Discourses. Lucretius de Rerum Natura, On the Nature of Things. Martial Liber Spectaculorum, Book of Spectacles. Xenia, Guest Gifts. Apophorita, Party Favors. Epigrammata, Epigrams. Navius Bellum Punicum, The Punic War. Nepos de Viris Illustribus. Ovid Amores, LCVE Poems. 238. Latin phrases and quotations. Heroids, The Demigoddesses. Ars Amatoria, The Art of Love. Remedia Amoris, The Cure of Love. Metamorphoses, Transformations. Tristia, Sadness. Fasti, Holidays. Epistolae Expono, Letters from the Black Sea. Perseus Satiri, Satires. Petronius Sena Trimulcianis, Trimulcios Dinner. Party. Plautus Menachmi, The Twin Menachmi. Miles Gloriosus, The Boastful Soldier. Sistillaria, The Casket. Aulularia, The Pot of Gold. Amphitryon. Asinaria, The Comedy of Asses. Stichus. Caedulus. Truculentus. Captivi, The Captives. Pliny the Elder Naturalis Historia, Natural History. Pliny the Younger Panegyric on Trajan. Epistolae, Letters. Plutarch Parallel Lives. Moral Essays. Propitius Elegies. Quintilian Institutio Oratorii. Sallust Catilina. Jugurtha. Seneca Moral Essays. Octavia. Mede. Phaedra. Statius Thebaid, Deeds of the Seven against Thebes. 239. Latin phrases and quotations. Selvi, Fcrest Books. Achillide, The Death of Achilles. Suetonius de Viris Illustrius, Illustrious Men. De Vita Caesarum, Lives of the Caesars. De Grammaticis, Grammar. De Rhetoribus, Rhetoric. Tacitus Germania. Agricola. Dialogue on Orators. Histories. Annals. Terence Andrea, the girl from Andros. Hesera, her husband's mother. Helauten Timorimenos, the self-tormentor. The eunuch. Phmio. Adelph, the brothers. Tertullian treatises. Tibullus elegies. Virgil eclogues. Georgics. The Aeneid. 240. Appendix 2. Summary of major Greek writers. Note, this list includes only the most popular or most influential works by these writers and should not be considered a complete listing. The listings for Aeschylus, Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes include all of their extant plays. Aeschylus the Oresteia. Agamemnon. The Choephoro. The Eumenides. Prometheus Bound. The Persians. The Seven Against the Bees. The Suppliants. Fables Aesop. Alcaeus. Apollonius of Rhodes Argonautica. Aristophanes Lysistrata. The Birds. The Clouds. The Frogs. The Wasps. Peace. Thesmophoregiusi. Ecclesiagiusi. The Acharnians. The Knights. Plutus. 241. Poems. Latin phrases and quotations. Logic. Physics. Metaphysics. On animals. Nicomachean ethics. Politics. Rhetoric. Poetics. Callimachus. Demosthenes. Euripides. Herodotus. Hesiod. Homer. Isocrates. Hymns. Epigrams. Orations. The Philippics. Mede. Electra. Alcestis. Hippolytus. Andromache. The Trojan Woman. The Heraclidae. The Suppliants. Hecuba. Rhesus. Heracles. Ion. Helena. Iphigenia in Tauris. The Phoenician Women. Aurists. The Bacchae. Iphigenia at Aulis. The Cyclops. History of the Persian Wars. Works and Days. Theogony. The Iliad. The Odyssey. Panegyricus. 242. Aristotle. Latin phrases and quotations. On the Sublime. Orations. Against Eratosthenes. Menander. Pindar. Plato. Plotinus. Polybius. Sappho. Sophocles. Theocritus. Thucydides. Xenophon. The Shearing of Glycera. The Girl from Samos. The Arbitration. Discolus. Olympia Nodes. Pythia Nodes. Apology. Crito. Phaedo. Euthyphro. Meno. Symposium. Protagoras. Gorgias. The Republic. The Statesman. The Aeneids. The History. Love Poems. The Theban Plays. Oedipus Rex. Oedipus at Colonus. Antigone. Ajax. Electra. The Trachinae. Philoctetes. The Idyls. History of the Peloponnesian Wars. Anabasis. Hellenica. 243. Longinus. Lysias. Appendix 3. Mots of selected states. Alabama. Urdamus Jura Nostra. Defenders. Arizona. Ditat Deus. Arkansas. Regnat Populus. Colorado. Nil sine numen. Connecticut. Qui transtulit sustinet. District of Columbia. Eostitia omnibus. Kansas. Ad astra per aspera. Maine. Dirigo. Massachusetts. Ens peti placidam sub. Libertate quietam. Michigan. Siquaris peninsulum. Amoanam, circumspice. We dare to defend our rights. God enriches. The people rule. Nothing without divine will. He who transplanted sustains justice for all. To the stars through difficulties I direct. With the sword she seeks calm repose under liberty. If you seek a beautiful peninsula, look around. 244. Latin phrases and quotations. Mississippi. Virtutit armis. Missouri. Solus populi suprema. Lex esto. New Mexico. Crescit undu. New York. Excelsior. North Carolina. Esquam videri. Oklahoma. Labor omnia vincit. Oregon. Alias volat proprius. South Carolina. 1 amis apibusc parati. 2 dum spirospro. Virginia. 6 semper tyrannis. West Virginia. Montani temper liberi. Wyoming. Sedent arma togae. Great Seal of U.S. 1 Novus Ordo Seclorum. 2 Annuit Coptis. 3 E Pluribus Unum. By valor and arms. Let the welfare of the people be the supreme law. It grows as it goes. Even higher. To be rather than to seem. Work conquers all things. She flies with her own wings. Prepared in spirits and resources. While I breathe, I hope. Thus ever to tyrants. Mountaineers are always free men. Let arms yield to the toga. A new order of the ages. He has smiled on our undertaking. One out of many. 245. Appendix 4. 150 most common Latin phrases. Abimo pector. Ab ovo yazuk ad mala. Ab urb candita, auc. Absit omen. Accipite ad calsum. Ad hominem. Ad infinitum. Ad libitum. Ad nauseam. Ad valorem. A fortiori. Alter ego. Alter idem. Amicus curiae. From the bottom of the heart. From the egg to the apples. Beginning to end. From the foundation of the city, 753 BC. May the omen be absent. God forbid. From head to heel. Completely. Personal or related to the individual. Without an end, to infinity. At pleasure or extemporaneously. To the point of sickness or disgust. According to value. With an even stronger reason. One's second self, close friend. Another thing precisely similar. Friend of the court. 246. Latin phrases and quotations. Annus mirabilis. A posteriori. A prior. Arbiter elegantiae. Ars longa, vita brevis. Bene vobis. Bono fide. Carpe diem. Casus belli. Caveat emptor. Caveat venda. Ceteris paribus. Cogito, ergo sum. Corpus delicti. Compos mentis. Decessit sine prole. DSP. De facto. De jure. Deo optimo maximo. DOM. Deo volant. De profundis. Desideratum. Wonderful year. Remarkable year. Inductive reasoning. From effect to cause. Deductive reasoning. From cause to effect. Dictator of fashion, judge. Of fine tastes. Art is long, life is short. May you prosper and be healthy. In good faith, genuine. Legitimate. Seize the day, enjoy the moment. Reason for war, grounds for a dispute. Let the buyer beware. Let the seller beware. Other things being equal. I think, therefore I am. The facts proving a crime. In a sound state of mind. Died without any children. Existing by fact, not by right. Existing by lawful right. For God, the best and greatest. God willing. From the depths, out of despair. A thing much desired or needed. 247. Latin phrases and quotations. Deus ex machina. Dramatis personae. Ecce homo. Italia, ital. Etc., etc. It hoc genus omne. It sequence, it seek. Ex cathedra. Exempli gratia, for example. Ex gratia. Ex libri. Ex officio. Ex parte. Ex post facto. Ex tempore. Facta non verba. Factotum. Festina lent. Fidea defensa. Fidus acits. Flagranti delicto. Habeas corpus. Horribil dictu. Ibidem, ibid. Imprimata. God from a machine. List of characters in a play. Behold the man, Christ. And other things. And the rest. And all others of that sort. And the following. From the seat, position of authority. For example. Performed as an act of grace. From the library of. By virtue of one's office. From one side only. Partisan. After the fact. Spontaneously, without preparation. Deeds not words, action. Is required. One who does everything. Make haste slowly. Defender of the faith. Faithful companion. In the heat of the crime. Writ requiring. Presentation of the person before a judge. Horrible to relate. The same text. Official sanction for publication of a text. 248. Latin phrases and quotations. In excelsis. In extenso. In extremis. Infra dignitatem. In hoc sino. In loco citato, loc sit. In medias res. In posse. In principio. In situ. Inter alia. Intra vires. In vino veritas. Ips dixit. Ipso facto. Jacta alia ist. Just gentium. Lacuna. Lesa majestas. Lex talionis. Light pendant. Locus classicus. Illusius natura. Magnum opus. Mare nostrum. In the highest, to the greatest measure. In its entirety, completely. At the point of death. Beneath one's dignity. By this sign, the cross. Occurring in the place cited. In the middle of things. As a possibility, potential. Action. In the beginning. In the original place. Among other things. Within one's authority. In wine, there is truth. He himself said it. By the fact itself. The die is cast, Julius Caesar. International law among nations. Gap, blank space, missing. Part. The crime of high treason. The law of retribution. While the lawsuit is pending. Standard source of an idea. Freak of nature, unusual. Occurrence. Most important work of writer or artist. Our sea, the Mediterranean. 249. Latin phrases and quotations. Memento mori. Mirabile dictu. Modus operandi. Modus vivendi. Ne plus ultra. Nihil obstat. Nol prosequi. Nolo contenders. Non placet. Non sequitur. Nota bene. Obiter dictum. Omnia vincitamur. Operia citato, opsit. O temporal zero mors. Pan parsu. Pax vobiscum. Peccavi. Persona grata. Persona non grata. Petitio principii. Post hoc, ergo propter. Hoc. Reminder of death. Wonderful to say. Method of operation. Mode of living together. Nothing more beyond. Highest point. Nothing hinders, nothing. Withstanding. Prosecutor does not wish to continue. I do not wish to contend. A defense. It does not please. It does not follow. Note well. Incidental or passing. Remark. Love conquers all things. Occurring in the work. Cited. O the times, 0 the manners. With equal pace, side by side. Peace be with you. I have sinned, I was wrong. An acceptable person. Diplomat. An unacceptable person. Diplomat. Begging the question. Logic. After this, therefore. Because of this. 250. Latin phrases and quotations. Prima facie. Primus inter pares. Pro tempore. Quantum libe. Quantum meruit. Quid pro quo. Quod erat. Demonstrandum. Qed. Quod erat faciendum. Q.E.E. Quod vidi, qv. Quo vadis. Rara avis. Ratio decidendi. Recto. Requiescat in pace, RIP. Res ipsa loquitur. Res judicator. Silicet. Semper fidelis. Semper paratus. Sic passim. Sic transit gloria mundi. At first glance, at first sight. First or foremost among equals. Temporary, for the moment. As much as you please. As much as was deserved. Something for something. This for that. That which was to be proved. That which was to be done. For which to see, refer to. Where are you going? rare bird, an unusual person. The essentials of judgment. The right-hand page of a book. May he or she rest in peace. The thing speaks for itself. The things have been judged. It is permitted to know. Always faithful, Marine Corp. Always prepared, Coast Guard. Thus throughout the text. Thus passes the glory of the world. 251. Latin phrases and quotations. Sine qua non. Status quo ante. Sub judice. Sub pona. Sub rosa. Sub voce. Sui generis. Sui juris. Terminus ad quum. Terminus a quo. Terra incognita. Ultima thule. Ultra vires. Ut infra. Ut supra. Vade mecum. Verbatim. Verso. Vide licet. Fundamental cause. Necessary precondition. The situation prevailing. Before. Under a judge, case not yet decided. Under penalty, writ. Demanding performance. Under the rose, in secret. In confidence. Under that heading. Under that category. Unique, in a class by itself. Capable of assuming legal responsibility. The latest possible date for an event. The earliest possible starting point. Unknown realm. Unexplored region. The furthest point. Accessible. Outside one's jurisdiction. See below, in a text. See above, in a text. Come with me, a reference book. Word for word, exactly as quoted. The left-hand page of a book. One may see, that is to say. 252. Appendix 5. 50 most common Latin quotations. Ad praesens over cras. Pullis sunt meliora. Affront praeceptium. Tergo lupi. Acta ist fabula, Augustus. Equam servere mentum. Horace. Albo, Nigro, Lapillo. Nota diem. Animal bipes implume. Plato. Arbiter elegantiae. Petronius. Arma virum cano. Virgil. Ars gratia artis, mgm. Motto. Aroquarician nur. Pandicia. Aut dist. Oxford. Ave Caesar, morituary te. Salutant. Eggs today are better than chickens tomorrow. A precipice in front and wolves behind. The act is completed. To preserve a calm mind. To mark the day with a white, black stone. A two-legged animal. Without feathers. Arbiter of elegance. Of arms and the man I sing. Art for arts sake. A golden key opens any door. Either learn or leave. Hail Caesar, those of us who are about to die. Salute you. 253. Latin phrases and quotations. De gustibus non est. Disputandum. Delenda ist Carthago. Cato the elder. De moruis nihil nisi. Bonum. Docendo decimus, qua. Nocent docent. Donceres felix, multos. Numeribus amicos. Ovid. Dulcis deciperein. Loco, Horace. Dum vivimus, vivimus. Compare carpe diem. Facilis descensus Averno. Virgil. Felix qui nihil debit. Fortuna favet fortibus. Terence. Homo doctus in esse. Semper divicius habet. Insidis in silam. Cupiens vitaria. Charybdim. Elupus ist homo homini. Plautus. Magni nominis umbra. Compare epigon. Medio tutissimus ibis. Eni quid nimis, Ovid. Namit ipsa scientia. Potestas ist, Bacon. There is no disputing. About tastes. Carthage must be destroyed. Say nothing but good. About the dead. We learn by teaching. As long as you are fortunate, you will have many friends. It is sweet to relax at times. While we live, let us live. The descent to hell is easy. Happy is he who owes nothing. Fortune favors the strong. A learned man always has wealth within himself. You fall into Scylla, wishing to avoid Charybdi. Man is wolf to man. Under the shadow of a great name, you will go safest in the middle. For knowledge is itself power. 254. Latin phrases and quotations. Natrum expels furca. Tamen usque recurrit. Nil novi sub sol. Ecclesiae estes. Non semper ea sunt qua. Videnter, Phaedrus. Non semper erit etas. Noste ipsum. Oleum podisti. Omnia mutanta numbers it. Mutamur in illis. Panem it circenses. Juvenal. Paupetus omnium. Artium repatrix. Post hoc, ergo propter. Hoc. Quandoc bonus. Dormitat Homerus. Horace. Radix omnium malorum. Ist cupiditas. Respis, adspis, prospis. Sic transit gloria mundi. Thomas a Kempis. Sit non doctissima. Conjux, Martial. Sumptus sensum eni. Superet, Martial. Temporis ars medicina. Fearest, Ovid. You may drive nature out with a pitchfork, but it will still return. There is nothing new under the sun. Things are never what they seem. It will not always be summer. Know thyself. You have lost oil. All things change and we change with them. Bread and circuses. Poverty is the inventor of all arts. After this, therefore, because of this, sometimes even good. Homer sleeps. The desire for money is the root of all evil. Look to the past, look to the present, look to the future. Thus passes the glory of the world. May your wife not be very learned. Let not your spending exceed your income. Time is the best means of healing. 255. Latin phrases and quotations. Tempus edax rerum. Ovid. Time daneos it dana. France, Virgil. Varium it mutabile. Semper femina, Virgil. Time devours all things. I fear the Greeks even when bearing gifts. Woman is fickle and changeable. 256. Latin phrases and quotations. Richard Abranian. This compendium of 4,250 Latin phrases and quotations will clarify previously encountered phrases and introduce a plethora of new ones. It is an easy-to-use, source-tilde book that bridges the gap between the standard Latin dictionary and the college desk dictionary, with its smattering of Latin expressions, drawing from more than 2,000 years of Western literature. Latin phrases and quotations enables the reader to gain a higher level of appreciation of Western civilization, and a deeper feeling for the context in which a particular phrase is quoted. It is an indispensable reference work for students, writers, public speakers and legal professionals, or anyone interested in the apropos and pithy quote. Appendices include a list of the major Latin writer and their works, 150 most common Latin phrases, and 150 most popular Latin quotations. ISBN 0-7818-0260-1. 90,000. Hippocrane Books. 171 Madison Avenue 4. New York, NY 1001697881024.